manimado mongongo ebandiko kufa mpona kobenga yo na bandiko yekola koloba sempona yo nakobanga noki te bongo na ngai ekobuze mpona koloba kokanisa yo maloye nalingi yo okokanisa na motema na yo ezali wana se maluba ya pamba bolingo kosantima ya motema o malo mwatanga taliso ya pamba solo na pesa yo bolingo Sopia wana mokili, masomba tole bolingo, mbele na mitekisi, pote na somba ya yo. Odi makanete, sopina kuroma, na ningio, okokanisa na motema na yo. Ezali wana se maluba ya pamba bolingo kosantima ya motema o malo mwatanga taliso ya pamba solo na pesa yo bolingo soki awa na mokili basombaka le bolingo mbele na mitekisi kote na somba ya yo pesa ngai motema na pesa ya ngai nakobanza mpe nakobelela o atoi nayebi te motema ekotinda ngai nalingaka kaka malini mado pesa ngai motema na pesa ya ngai nakobanza mpe nakobelela o mado monongani na ngai naponise yo o ngai naloa lisusu nini motema na pesa yo motema na pesa ya ngai nakobanza mpe nakobelela o mado kamani mado naponi yo oyokisa ngai soni te
Hello. Hey. Yes. Yes. We are back again. We are back. Welcome to one, welcome to all. Yes, thank you for joining me. Let's share the show. Thank you for joining me again. Thank you guys. I'm just trying to put to just share. Give me a few minutes, let me share the show. Let's share the show. Hey.
Pesa
for joining me. Before we go anywhere, let's continue to share the show. All right, let me mute this computer here. All right. Okay, hello, everybody. Today is Sunday, April 30th, 2023. I had to double my pillows because I realized that I was a little bit, on the shorter side when I'm sitting down here. So I'm actually in my dining area. So these chairs are not made for like sitting. It's dining room chairs, so it's kind of lower. I'm not short, people. I'm 5'8", so I'm tall enough. But I have to put like 2 pillows so I can be, as high as the length of the camera. So as I said, today is April 30th, 2023. Today is the 44th episode of the Queen Abby Show. Yes, I do count. I'm organized like that. I like to count. So I just want to say hello. I want to say welcome. I want to say a pleasant day to each and every one of you for joining me here today and for coming under the sound of my voice. I appreciate each and every one of you. I appreciate you coming to congregate with me on this podcast so that we can all discuss everything Liberia and come together and have those discussions. Amma Freeman, you are very, very much appreciated. I thank you for your contribution to this show. Thank you for sending me stars. I always forget when I'm doing my opening to tell people that the show has stars, but I think Facebook posts it there, to let you know that if the show has stars. So you guys can go ahead and send me stars if you want to. We will take stars here if you do want to send it. But I appreciate all those who joining me here today. I want to say welcome to the Queen Abby Show. I am your humble host, Queen Abby. I'm your gracious host, Queen Abby. I'm your consistent host, Queen Abby. I'm wholesomely grateful to God for bringing us together on this Lord's Day again, so that we can discuss everything Liberia. And I want you to please continue to share, help us to share the show. You know, you can do that by clicking the share button and sharing it either on your page or in your groups or in your different messengers, if that's what you want to do. We want other people who do not know about this show, about this little tiny show of ours, to be able to watch the show. And I want to appreciate and thank everybody for coming, for watching. If I do not call your name, it's because I'm not seeing any comment of yours. But I don't want you to take it, as I said last week, as a slight. I appreciate everybody. Seattle, you know, I thank you for coming. You always come and you comment. You always coming and giving your contributions. I thank you, Mr. Morris, for coming on the show to watch the show and to be able to contribute. Amma Freeman, I thank you for Japa Reeves. Thank you. Everybody else that's watching the show, thank you guys for coming on. If you comment while I'm welcoming people, I will definitely acknowledge you. I'm big on acknowledgement, so please do that so that we can be able to acknowledge you. But all in all, for those who is watching the show, you know, in secret, y'all do know that I know how you can watch the show in secret. So if you're watching the show in secret, I want to say thank you, because you make a part of our audience, and I appreciate it. So as we always say, the mantra for this show is food for thought. And food for thought meaning that this is us trying, the Queen Abby show, trying to break your consciousness, you know, and helping you to bring information for you to be able to digest that information, right? So basically, it is our contribution to the discourse, the political discourse in Liberia. We're here to bring you information. We're here to bring you engagements. We want education, interactions. We're just here to, you know, to give you more awareness, to help you, you know, towards thinking, rethinking, and decisions that you make in Liberia. So, our first order of business, MACA law. The MACA law. Our first order of business is to ask people to vote. We know that the voting process is in, you know, different sector of the country. So we are begging you to vote, because we know that if you vote, you will be able to, you know, contribute to the changing of the helm in Liberia. That is what will happen if you definitely vote and register. If you do not register, there is no way that you can be able to say, oh, you know, you can't say anything. If you are of age to vote, you can do your part by registering to vote. Everything, we know the registration is not smooth. As I'm talking to y'all, and you know, I'm sharing stuff. We know the registration is not smooth, people, but with the registration not be smooth, we basically know that we will deal with that part later. And you know, when you have children, what the people can say? The people can tell you, say, choose your battle, right? Yes, you choose your battle with the children. Not everything you will be, you know, on the children about. So before we go into stuff, I see that 18 people have shared the show. I'm grateful to that. We can do more. You know, where is my girl, what's her name? Oh my God, please. I'm sure she will come later. She's, you know, she always coming on the show and contributing on this show. So before we go any further, I basically want to tell you guys to please go and register to vote. You will feel so good when you're part of the process. That means that you don't complain just for nothing. You complain and you do something about your complaining. I'm still trying to see how I will get a good lighting in this place. But you know, that's the story. So don't just get up and complain. Do something about it. Amos Sawyer, y'all remember Amos Sawyer? He said, don't just sit there, do something. So we will not just sit there. We will do something, and that's that. All right, people, y'all be, you know, kind to me, because when I'm doing this show, I'm practically operating, you know, on so many different levels. I can promise you guys that. Let me tell you, Makalo, thank you for wasting the stars again. I know you behind the scenes. I know that you're a generous brother. So, you know, it is not any surprise that you are. I know that you are generous to a fault. So, it's no surprise to me. So, thank you. Listen, I don't have time for this thing yet. All right, let's start the other business. Y'all already shared the show. Y'all share the show. Y'all share the show. Y'all share the show. Y'all share the show. But y'all know that, as I always said, that we're a little niche here. We're a small little show, but we pack the punch. And every lady that joins me on this show here to support me, I appreciate every one of y'all, because y'all know that this, you know, this is a males-dominated work in the Liberian community. Women comes on, they come on as, you know, part of, you know, different panelists. But for us to have, you know, women single-handedly doing it, they do it, but they don't do it like how I do consistently. So, I want y'all to know that if you're a woman and you come on the show and you keep supporting me by coming on the show and commenting on the show, it is much appreciated from me, because we are in the minority and we should all, you know, support one another and that. And lastly, before I get into the order of things, I want y'all to know that the team, the Liberian team, the team in Liberia will be starting on next week. And the first person will be the girl, Alice. Alice will start on Thursday, and then Friday and Saturday will be Emmanuel. So we are diligently working behind the scenes to be able to make that happen. So I'm going to obviously do a flyer for that, and when that time reaches, y'all please show your love and support to the people. All right, so now here, Tawana, I didn't see you last week. I'm sure you were busy, or maybe you didn't get the notification. But whatever the case is, you know, welcome. Thank you so much. So you know, we come here on Sunday and we do the combination of, you know, training happiness in Liberia. So one of the things that I want to talk about, and in no particular order, but I will talk about what I need to talk about in terms of, you know, in my brother say they want to catch my heart. I will start it first. So Ambassador McCarthy, for those who, hi Abraham Colley, for those who do not know, is the American ambassador to Liberia. My thing is, Ambassador McCarthy, you know, he wrote a release But my first question to Ambassador McCarthy is, do you think that air coming out of our mouths? I really want to know. We do not have airs coming out of our mouth. We that in this space, we have been consistently, talking, and we've been consistent with this advocacy against this government. Ambassador McCarthy, we thank you for bringing this advocacy to a bigger stage. Yeah, because America is the biggest country in the world. There's no denying the fact, because everybody knows, nobody can deny it. So you have a bigger platform than some of us. But, I appreciate you, Tawana, I appreciate you. But we've been promoting, and we've been pointing out the ills in this government for some time. We have been pointing out the ills. Dada, to answer your question for the Liberian people, we've been hard-tied. How are you? We've been pointing out the ills for some time. Now, you have not given us any credit. The last time, you lambasted us. But we came back and we settled you. In Nigeria, they say we settle you, we settle you. We took some the criticism, but we equally, told you that you can't paint everybody in the same with the same brush. We told you that we on this side, we have to advocate for our people. How many of the people in Liberia got data to be on the internet advocating? How many? Not that they don't do it in their own weak ways, but because we have a different platform, we will be able to advocate for our people. So, Ambassador McCarthy, I'm sure that your communications, have gone ahead of you to the proper officials. But we implore your people to punish the thieves that you pointed out in your communications. We want Liberians, I'm using my voice again to tell you that this strength is yours. This strength is yours. The people that own this life and me are sitting here that will take time to listen and to contribute. We are contributing. We are giving advocacy in our own way. We may not be on the local radios here and there, but people who listen, people who hear things, at the end of the day, they will be able to relay it to the people. It's like we all in this whole community, in this village, we all, piece together so that we can be able to talk things out. So I'm using my voice. This is the time to fire all of these government looters. Let them go. Enough is enough. Let them go, Liberians. Let them go. Release them. Release them so they can go. If for any reason you still have that, Stockholm syndrome that you need to identify with your victimizer, we ask that you release them. That's what we're asking you to do. The legislature is an enabler. We know that the legislature is an enabler. He pointed that in his communication. We have less than a handful of legislators that are serious. Just a handful. And they're helping to fight against, this corrupt machine. But the majority of them, they are enablers. They do not do their work. They dictates of their job. They refuse to do the dictates of their jobs. They just put things out there. They don't fight for the people. They care less about what the people the people want. They're not there to represent the people. They don't even do checks and balances. So at the end of the day, there is almost, it's not almost, let me be specific. They're all there for their personal benefits. But we just got a handful that we can hear crying amongst the masses. But they are enablers. If they were doing their work, if they were keeping the government feet to the fire, meaning the executive, because they're part of the government, and if they were doing checks and balances, we'll be talking different story today. So, Prime Ambassador McCarthy, he said that the Liberian lawmakers are thieves. Are you people going to disagree with him? No. He said they are thieves. So if you want to disagree with him, take it up to him. If you disagree. Ambassador McCarthy said the government is treating their citizens with neglect. He lying? Look at what happened in Liberia. Look at how the people are being marginalized. Look at how the people are not benefiting from the resources. Look at it almost like only the government officials are supposed to live in our country. Shame on these people. Why? So you will not eat and give the poor people too? Why is that? Ambassador McCarthy says that it is a syndicate of a den of thieves. Maybe that's not his exact words, but I'm putting it in. I'm paraphrasing it. They have a syndicate that they're just stealing from the people. We've been saying it. We've been advocating for it. We've been stretching our throat. We've been saying it over and over. But we happen that Ambassador McCarthy, who is the U.S. ambassador to Liberia, who is coming from the biggest country in the world, is putting it on a broader stage. And that is going in history. That's when you Google Liberia, it will be popping up. He even lived there. He went on the BBC to go and say it again. This is a serious business. This is a serious business. So, the man, one of the words that Ambassador McCarthy used, he used the word destitute. He said the people are destitute. So we're going to look at the meaning of destitute. We will give it the Webster Dictionary definition. Destitute means that the people are without basic. You know what you call basic? Just basic, the thing that people supposed to have on a daily basis. Basic necessities of life. You bring the people then here, you bring the naysayers then here, so they can come to class, so they can be well informed. You bring all of these naysayers. You bring the cults people. You bring the people that shackle to George Weah's ankles, so that they can be informed, so they can be educated. There is no way that you will be destitute in a country and you will be fighting to keep oppressing that keeps you in destitution. If I'm in church, the people are going to say, preach. There's no way. How that's supposed to happen? How is it supposed to happen? How can you be, destitute, then you're fighting for somebody who's keeping you destitute? At a certain point in time, you're supposed to want better for yourself. We've said it over and over and over. You should want better for yourself. How will you be destitute and then you clapping hands for a government that ran you down to the dirt? Hello, Emmanuel. Emmanuel, welcome. Emmanuel is the local co-host that will be coming on Friday and Saturdays So we will put up all that post stuff for him next week. Honestly, how is that possible? How is that possible? Destitute means that suffering. The people are suffering in extreme poverty. They just say poverty because every country has poverty. Extreme poverty. That's what destitution means. You understand? So the people are destitute. No, there's no hope. So Liberians, y'all see how some of us can be stretching our throat? Y'all gotta do something. Y'all gotta do something too. Come on now. Y'all gotta do something. We out here. We all here. Yes, Amma. We all here fighting for y'all. We all here advocating for y'all. So, it is time y'all on the ground. Y'all need to do your part. Y'all absolutely need to do your part. We helping y'all on the ground. We helping y'all on the ground. But you guys are expected to do your part. Change this government. Change this government that got you guys in your country like strangers. The government is treating y'all like strangers. Change this government. It's not rocket science. Nobody, you don't have to, it's not any kind of mathematic equation that will make you to be scratching your head. It is just simple logic that somebody who, take you as prisoner and make you destitute, make you to suffer, to lose basic necessity in life, to put you in extreme poverty from the voice of the ambassador, that you don't want them around because you want better for yourself. So to conclude, Ambassador McCarthy, we thank you for bringing this to the forefront, but we will give kudos to all of us that are out here that advocating for the Liberian people. We want to continue to advocate for the Liberian people. So, at the end of the day, we particularly will continue our advocacy. So, I know that you say, but we've been saying that for a while. Because we've been hearing, we've been seeing what's happening on the ground. We're talking it. But, I just have, to conclude the McCarthy thing, I just got one little curiosity. I'm curious, right? With the U.S. government, monies that have been given to this government. I know Ambassador McCarthy mentioned all the different, monies that have been given to the government of Liberia. My curiosity, I'm just curious to know how it was disbursed. That's my question. To know how it was disbursed. Because was it given to the government or to the various institutions? Because if you know that the government is a bunch of thieves, if you were giving it to them, why you keep giving it to them? Why you keep giving it to them? And nobody can tell me anything. I'm in the United States of America. I'm a U.S. citizen. Y'all think that nonsense, y'all can be around, y'all be hiding, whether you're a U.S. citizen or not, I will not hide it. I'm a United States citizen. So in this question, in the country, we can question our people. We can question our people. When we work, we pay taxes to government. So the people that work in the government, they encourage people to question them. So I do not understand. So if you say that the government is corrupt, how was the money disbursed? All of this money is being given to the government. Were you giving it to them directly, or were you giving it to institutions? And when if it was a different institutions, you know, did you guys go to find out about accountability? I don't understand that. That's my curiosity, and I'm putting it out there. You know, I'm putting it out there, but you know, if it was government you are giving it to, if they corrupt, why you continue to give it to them? Why you continue to give it to them? I don't understand. Why you continue to give it to them? Anyways, I digress. But I am going to say that at the end of the day, what?
Where's the pot? Where's the for my noodles?
At the end of the day, I'm going to say that, you know, Ambassador McCarthy, we thank you. We at this point in time, you stay on our side. So we just don't want you to denigrate us outside. But we thank you for you know, for bringing all of this to the forefront. Welcome, Roland from Atlanta and stuff. With the whole McCarthy business, so they say the Liberian government responded to the American ambassador, you know, press release. Apua. Apua. Who here watching read that disjointed statement? Who here watching read that disjointed statement? I don't understand. Who read it? Y'all please tell me what they really say in that disjointed statement. I've always told you people on this platform that I don't like to, I don't want to lose brain cells. I try to stay away from, you know, useless, you know, things that will make me to lose brain cells. So, whatever the case is, Gabriel, if you read it, put in the comments what they say. So, at the end of the day, I don't like to lose brain cells. That's why I like to read stuff that will challenge, you know, my cognitive abilities. So, I like to practically read things that will be able to help me tomorrow, to be able to, you know, build my cognitive skills. That nonsense, that disjointed nonsense that they put out there, that who concern. I like nothing to take away from my cognitive abilities. So y'all can go check it out. Y'all can go check it out if y'all care. Y'all hold on. Hey, I'm on live here. Please lower the noise and mute the TV. Thank you. Yeah, so whatever the case is, y'all can go check it out if y'all care. So, but I know the international community, they just hitting this government from left to right, and I am glad for it. I'm rejoicing in it. The Creole man say, he gladdy my heart. It gladdy my heart. I'm happy. So they can punch them from all areas. I want them to punch them from all areas. Because the typical Liberian people, they need everybody out there. They need all the arsenal to be able to fight for them. So anybody from anywhere that will be there to fight for the Liberian people, I welcome them. I'm happy for it. So y'all need to check on your president. I hear the stress coming from all quarters. Y'all need to check on him. Because one of the things again, after McCarthy, the EU boss, Laurent de la House. Laurent de la House, he has said he tired. The man say he tired with your country shenanigans. Yeah, he said he tired with your country shenanigans. So he warning every stakeholder in this election to stop trucking people. I don't know where they came from with that nonsense to be trucking people. It is not democratic. You're depriving communities if you continue to truck people. You know what it is to truck people?
Yeah, what is that?
Hold on. Why are you interrupting? Okay, they can hear you on the live. You need to not talk. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so whatever the case is, it is not democratic to truck people. Because if you take people from this community and you take them to Cape Mount to go and register to vote for you there, guess what? You're depriving them of voting in their community because their community is where they live at. So if they got issues, they're voting in another community that they don't know anything about. So their issues in their community will not be addressed because they will not be voting for the people in the community. So they will not be aptly represented. What they say that you don't understand in that whole concept. They're trucking your people from one place to the other. It's nonsense. Oh my God. I'ma just say one lady, the trucker, she took her baby with her and she got drowned in some kind of river. And she left the child behind. You see the kind of sadness? This kind of thing is supposed to happen. It only happens when the people do not know, you know, what is beneficial for them. They don't know what is beneficial for them. If they know what beneficial for them, there's no way they will agree to be trucked, even for $20. Because the people got to truck them for them to go back there to go vote. And then you live in your space. You live in your community. If you want certain things and you want certain people to be able to represent your community, you're not voting. You're not voting your interests. So that damages everything. So you need to stop the trucking. So the man got tired. The man got tired. The man said no. He's not going to allow anybody, not allow. He's not going to sit supinely and allow you to be trucking people, and he's seeing it in his very eyes. So he told you to stop that nonsense. So a hint to the wise is quite sufficient. That all I can say to you on that issue. On a side note, S-I-D, not S-A-D. On a side note, I just wanted to say I was thinking about it, right? All these so-called parties that merge with CDC, I want you Liberians to take a good look at them. Take a good look at their faces. And you don't give them power. I'm talking about the people who align themselves with CDC. Because you know why I'm saying this? These people know that CDC is suffering the people in Liberia. But they don't care. They decide to go and align themselves. How will you align yourself with a losing party that has brought the people down to their knees? So what kind of representative is that, huh, Eric? What kind of representative is that? How are you representing the people? How are you representing the people? You say that the people crying, saying that this country, the government has brought them to their knees. The American ambassador said the people are destitute. The people are in extreme poverty. Then you see all these parties there going to align themselves with a government that putting people in extreme poverty. How does that, how does that correlate? Y'all please tell me. So what are you going to tell the people? Oh, I joined this party because of what? You joined the party because you decided to basically help the CDC government to keep the people poor and destitute. That's why you joined that's why you joined. You can't tell me anything else. So you take a look at them. You take a look at them and make sure that they don't you're not even getting any one of their power. They ain't gonna be part of the CDC, but just the fact that they merge with CDC, they merged with CDC and decided to help CDC to bring the country back on its knees. I want you to make sure that your X them, and you know what they call the X factor, to X them, to cut them off. So that's that. All right, I'm going to talk about the girls that were victimized. I know you're waiting for me to talk about the meeting that happened this they what they call ball. We were talking about other things then too. They get other things happening in the country before. So the girls that were victimized and in Liberia, I know some of y'all saw the story. Y'all heard of what was happening. The guy that were arrested and everything. The girls were victimized in that country. They didn't have any women's group, any Liberian women, any prominent women to stand for them. I'm talking about this notorious Nigerian guy. I'm not going to call his name because I don't care to call his name, you know, because he is he's a criminal, and I don't really care for him, so I'm just going to name him the criminal. So they had nobody to stand for them. Hold on, guys. All right. So I'm talking about this Nigerian guy, you know, who has done some egregious harm to women, not only in Liberia. In Nigeria, he started with a famous actress in Nigeria. He carried it to Liberia. He's done egregious harm to women all over, everywhere that he landed over the years, violating them. And, he transferred his criminal activities to Liberian women. I'm a big, with a capital, big. I'm a big proponent of women's issues. And I have planned on bringing it to this podcast. But I must give kudos to my brother, Makalaw. Abraham Ellis. I must give him kudos for expanding on this issue and talking extensively about it on his podcast. This is horrible what happened to these Liberian women. And my voice for the ignorant people that are blaming these women, blaming these victims. Let me tell you, by you blaming these women, you helping to mentally rape these women. The women, they're already victims. They're already traumatized. And then you there victimizing them, mentally raping them by coming out to say, oh, and they want to be with this and the other, and they want to, if they're your daughter, if they're your mother, if they're your sister, you are going to be saying it. Something wrong with y'all, eh? Y'all see somebody who is a criminal that victimize people, and people talking about it, then you're there with your segregated minds, you're there coming to talk nonsense. Why are you talking nonsense? Why are you putting your energy to get vexed with the man who is a criminal and did these things to these women? Prominent women in Liberia, the idea, just by lifting this issue, it will help to bring it to full focus. Nobody lifting this thing up. You know, if you're a prominent woman, a woman in the country, you can talk about it. A group of Liberian women were victimized. You can use a platform to say something about it. to bring it to, to the public stage, it will show that you stand with the women. Even if that whatever, it will show that you stand with the women against this monster who decided to rape these women mentally. So, y'all sat down there when y'all read Ava except from his book. All of y'all were in the streets. Y'all said they talk against Claire Weir. So the Liberian women, y'all can only advocate for people, for women are in power. Is that what you're trying to tell people? Do you have to have clout to be in a ruling party, or to be minister's wife or minister's daughter, or be somebody for you to be able to be there to speak against ills, against just the regular people? Is that how you people are supposed to behave? You know this particular thing. You be very, very careful. I always say, hey, your thing now, as the people say, there's saying. They say first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. I'm telling y'all that just because these women that were victimized by this criminal, they don't have clout, they're just regular women. Y'all did not come out to speak for them. You didn't care to talk for them and all of these things. Excuse me, I am on live, and my son decided to make food, and it is kind of like I'm over. I got allergies. I suffer from allergies, so I'm inhaling this thing here, this nonsense that he's making, and it making me it bringing my allergies out. So it's like I want to sneeze, I want to cough and stuff like that. So y'all please bear with me. I'm kind of like suffocating here, but I'm on live, so the way the things I want to say, I can't say it. So I'm kind of like my whole nose is stuffy, everything. I will make sure that their nonsense ain't happen again. When I'm on live, none of their full business, this will be taking place. It will not happen again. All right. So let me drink before we get into Joseph Boakai. Sorry, Ambassador Boakai. I gotta take some drink because I'm suffocating. Y'all bear with me. I can't. I'm just, the allergies just, it ignited my allergies. All right. So, Ambassador Boakai named his VP this week as Senator Jeremiah Kuhn. Listen, I'm struggling here with these allergies and this stuff. My nose is all, stuffy. I'm so pissed off and not funny. But I gotta be professional on this stuff here. Anyways. So Ambassador Boakai named his VP Cut it off. You're sorry. The thing is choking me, Amma. I'm being choked, but you know what? This will not happen again. Anytime I do it in a life, he will not be anywhere in this kitchen. It will not happen again. I can tell you that for a fact. I'm in the corner in the dining room area. So they even with the back door open, the whole thing is burning, and it changed my whole, you know, my whole senses, and my nose itching now. All right, let's what they call, Ambassador Bwaka named his vice president as Senator Jeremiah Kuhn. Congratulations to the team. And stuff. Every step to change this government is good by me. So what I can say is that history was made, and you can definitely see that people are fed up with bad governance. I know that on the 13th, I think the 13th or the 16th, Mr. Cummings will do that, but today it's not. We're not discussing Cummings because we haven't seen his vice president yet. But what I can say is that this, excuse me, this election will be a protest election. This election will be an election of protest. So the message by Ambassador Bwaka was simple. Why the people in position, they were doing acrobats to condemn him. The Liberian people slip from their inept hands. The people in position, they're there, they all over the place, they're rolling on the ground, they're doing acrobats all online, all over the place and stuff. They're going to go, you know, open this, they're going to dedicate this, and stuff like that. The Liberian people already slipped out of their hands because their hands are not hands that are worthy. Their hands are not hands that got good grasp. So this government made the people to slip out of their hands. So I know that I always said that this election will be a very crucial election. I don't care what you say. History was made on the 28th. Because nobody in my times, my age now past the calendar, I've never seen that kind of crowd. I've never seen that kind of that kind of ceremony for a vice presidential nominee before. I've never seen it. Whatever the case is, the people are fed up with this bad governance. So the opposition, let's just focus on the target, and the target is CDC. The target is CDC. I know people saying that, oh, they're crying. Let me preface this. Let me tell y'all. I'm not in any one of the political parties' executive committees. I'm not in any of the chat rooms. I'm not on the payroll. I'm not on anything. So when I'm ready to speak, I speak boldly. I don't speak because of X, Y, Z. So let me go back to say what I want to say. This it's not about Yombly. It's not about Casta. It's not about Delon. Or even Ambassador Bwaka. This election is a crucial election. We shouldn't be, you know, delusional yet. I can tell you, we should not be delusional yet. These people, they are placing their hopes in another form of governance. That is the main thing. They're placing their hopes in another form of governance. The Liberian people. So as I say, it's not about Casa, it's not about Dillon, it's not about Yombli, or it's not about Ambassador Bwaka. The Liberian people, they are sending their hearts messages. They're sending a message to this government to say it is over. It is over now. That's what they're trying to say. But people do not, people do not understand. They don't understand. Your guy, this other group of people, that how we call it, this is a democratic space. You say, oh, Casa vest, and this one vest, and this one. Who cares? I would be bombastic. I am bombastic. Who cares? Yombli person, who cares? Dillon person, who cares? Don't these people know that the law says that the vice president will be the one to choose his VP running mate? Did they not know that? And all of their utterances out there, we got it out there. You cannot come and tell me that you say you stand with this man. I rather care whether y'all say, oh, they align with the man or they align with the man. That is not my issue. My issue here is that you say overall Liberia will prevail. You say you align with Joseph Bwaka. And then you know that Joseph Bwaka is the only person that can choose his running mate. And you open your mouths and told the people that you are with Joseph Bwaka because of you believe in him. Whoever he chooses as his running mate, you will stay with him. We got those utterances all on these interwebs, on the Blue app. So what is pissing you off? Did you go there? Did you support him because you want to be vice president? I don't think so. You didn't even know. Yombli, if they had chosen her, I would have been happy. Because I'm all for women's rights. She's qualified. They didn't choose her. Casa is qualified. They didn't choose him. Casa, when you started, did you know that the people are going to put your name forward as vice president? No. You didn't. You sat on your platform and said that if JB chose anybody, you believe in him and you will support him. Yombli said the same thing. So what in making your vest? You did not know that this man had the latitude to do his own choosing. Then you're trying to, what you're trying to say? You're trying to tell the Liberian people that you're fickle? You're trying to tell the Liberian people that you're easily dislodged? You can be easily dislodged? Me, I know the people talking, oh, you're going to talk to the people, you're going to talk to... Let me tell you, Yombli, yes, she has a constituent. But you think the people in her constituency, her constituency, you think the entire suffering? When Yombli goes to vote, Yombli got one vote. The people in her constituency too, they tired suffering. The people that believe in Henry Casa, you think they tired suffering? When he goes in the voting booth, do you think he will vote for 50 people? He voted for one person. He has one vote. So now you're thinking there, you're going to go be talking to them, begging them, and just like, for what reason? Why are you doing that? Why? So, in life, things can happen. And so now when you dating somebody, you think that you're the person who marry, you're being in relationship, they say, oh, they get their boy, they've been loving for 10 years, so she born all the children. Eventually, he can vote for a woman in 3 months, he married that woman. Not be a choice. It's not a choice.
'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice. 'Cause I don't think it's a choice
The vice president had a choice. That is part, hi Doris, that is part of his constituted ability to choose the person he wanted to choose. And he chose Jeremiah Kun. Then you say you want to cry? Just the idea that you stay away. Let me say something. I told you, I preface to tell you that I do not care. My mouth, I can stretch my throat. Nobody paying me anything. I ain't eat anybody's scam. I may be partial to a certain pricing. And for your information, none of your business what I'm partial to. But I'm just saying. I am Stevie, I'm just saying that the man promised y'all. Why y'all crying? The man promised y'all. My Bassa people. My man from Bassa. What the man promised y'all? He promised y'all, he low in your face, youngly, he said you'll be VP, and he reneged on a promise. He looked in Casa face, he said you'll be VP, and he reneged on a promise. They said that from my understanding, they said Ambassador Barker kept that thing to his heart. The only time he made the people, immediate people to know was on Monday, because the people had to print things. So what is it that you feel that you're entitled? What may you think you're entitled? You don't know say that Liberian people behind you? If the Liberian people move from behind you, what you get? What is it that you get? What pissing you off? You tell the people say you are about Liberia's business. Then you say you're protesting by not being there. You know what? Let me tell you. All the you that protested and you call yourself leaders in the community, when you come back, I can tell the audience here for a fact, they will come back. You think they will come back to what the thing is said to CDC? They're not coming to CDC. I can tell you for a fact, their jobs will be dead on arrival. If they ever try to align with CDC, I do not care who they align with. As long as you opposition, that's all. Because we trying to get this government up. But just the idea that you say you're vest, that who's supposed to come be pumping you and be petting you, people telling you sorry. I was reading all the nonsense from all the surrogates online. You know why? I told you, I like to elevate my brain cells. I like for my brain cells to take in things of value. So I can increase my cognitive abilities. I do not care to they'll put up posts and they want people to run on it to be baking there. Oh my God. Oh my boy. You don't say so. You don't what they call. You don't go to this. You don't what place they going. You think they're going anywhere? I can tell you they're going anywhere. They're not going anywhere. I can say that. They're going to no CDC. They will sit down on the behind. They will cry in their homes. And they will drag their behind. And they will go back. People are supposed to be partying you. You say you're for Liberia. You're for the Liberian people. You want to move this, what they call. But just because they didn't, they did not. Just because the people did not choose you. Tell you know the English word they call sulking. When the lecturer be sulking, you're going to look it up. For someone to sulk. That what all the BB people they did. But the Liberian people will look at you with sad eyes when you come back. They will say just a little thing. Because they choose your in your feelings. I can tell you. They will look at you with sad eyes. I do not care. As long you can support. You know how many people been supporting Ambassador Barker? So all the people that were in Pastor of Baka, they must be crying because they're supposed to be vice president too. Are you entitled? That the reason why they born you? That the reason why they born you? Doris, I said that the right to attend, but I am giving you chronological order of things. The very minute that they found out that they were not going to be chosen, they boycotted. You think the Liberian people, you know? You boycotted the occasion because you were not chosen. I don't care. You can slice it, you can dice it. Whatever way you slice it and dice it. They put the chin on your neck to say you will be chosen as vice president. They didn't. Y'all want for people to be, y'all want for people to be, you know, begging you and crying for you. The Liberian people will vote for what is right. Yeah, y'all can sit on there. Y'all have, you know, y'all got, you know, constituents and all of that. But the people in the constituents, your constituents is suffering. Even the CDC people, they're suffering. The CDC people, most of the boys, they will be jumping, doing all those things. When they get in that booth, they will vote Judge we are out. Then you're there, you're crying because they get your position. You're looking at it from the Liberian people point of view. I'm talking about the common men and women in Liberia that are looking up to these people to speak for them. Just because they choose you, so the people say, oh, so all they thought you were talking, you wanted to be vice president when you told us here, you advocating. And when you go for you put in your application to work, to job, the people come, they gave you interviews. I've put in applications and I've had Zoom meetings, Zoom interviews on Microsoft Teams. I've had interviews, the first one, the second one, the third one. And they will ask you all the questions. They will bring their you know, their superiors. They will say the next interview will bring the director of this. You will sit down there. They will ask you questions. And in your mind, you will say, oh yes. At the end of the day, I am going to be the person who will be chosen. And before you say Jack, you will get an email to tell you that, unfortunately, that your birthright to that place, that job, that because you are qualified for that job, they decided to go with somebody else. So that's not your birthright. But I still have my stuff in my head. I still have my job experiences. So I know I can go somewhere else and be able to be productive somewhere else. Just because they refuse me on that particular job does not mean that I'm supposed to go and be sulking. You're acting like to say you were promised. People put your names out there. They nominated you. And then you go in your kindergarten spaces. You think I care? I will put it out there. You're going your kindergarten spaces to go cry in the corner like one little brat. You're acting like spoiled brats. That's what you're acting like. Spoiled brats. You say you like this man. You say this man has integrity. You say you follow this man to the end. You say that whoever the man chose, you will still be comfortable with it. You spoke that over and over all these months. The man chose somebody other than you now. You go to act like one kindergarten student. You in the corner. You think I care to come say, oh, you're going to go talk to the person. The people in the counties, the people that can talk to. You see the people in those saying they're suffering? Just because these people can sit down and they can eat 3-course meals a day, does not mean that the followers can do the same thing. So I'm telling you to please, for the sake of God, drop it. Y'all drop it. Y'all start begging the people. Y'all take that begging away from the people. It's over now. It is over now. The man finished choosing his running mate. So the only thing waiting for now, waiting for Mr. Cummings to choose their own running mate, so the people can go and do their campaigning. So the person who will stay to make the second round, for everybody to be able to say, we will go behind this person. That's it. That's it. You want to sit in the corner, you will lose the trust of the people. Just as shenanigan your poll on Thursday, the poll looking at you in America, they say, we look at you with SAA. You want for people to be begging you, please, this and the other. That your birthright? That your birthright? So you help because of XYZ? Are you not for the Liberian people? Yo, come on now. This is ridiculous. I tell you with that nonsense, you get and stuff. So me, I ain't here to sugarcoat it for anybody. I ain't here to what they call Thompson. Go talking to the Liberian people. Don't talk it to me. Go talking to the Liberian people. Why y'all getting pissed off in the corner? The people in Nima, high income, the people in no, Amma, I have this military. I never went to the military, but I did work with the Navy, but as a civilian, right? I used to work with the Navy. But what I'm trying to say is that I have just cut a dry thing. I don't like for people to be playing around the bush. In that bro, say we play around the bush. You crying, you boycotting, you doing all of these things, and you're supposed to be leaders in your community. If you don't support the man anymore, let people know. That's it. You know, in Nigeria, they say that by force. You force. You support the man, let the people know. Say, because of this reason, I do not support this man anymore. But you go in the corner to go cry there to say, the man promised you. Because you support him, they got thousands of people that support him. Because you support him or reward you with the VP. He chose the person who he wanted to be VP. Welcome, Madeline. He chose who he wanted to be VP. And then you're acting like kindergarten students to be crying. What are you crying for? Then you got your sorrow case there. Oh, we will not vote for this. You go. You go vote for CDC. So we can be stretching our tune again. To be doing advocacy for you. We will still find food to eat in America. That the people there in America, their packets, what they call. Honestly, the people of Nima, they're satisfied. The people of Nima are citizens. They're part of Liberia. So, if they chose the people, the men from Nima, you say, okay, we were not chosen, but you know what? We believe in this man that we say we believe in. Stephen, I will not be kind to nobody. These people are not children. They act like children. Don't tell me, say, we need to be kind to them. Tofik, I will not be kind to nobody. I will call a spade a spade. I will call a spade a spade. You were not chosen, and all of y'all went to go cry in the corner like kindergarteners. That's it. Why you want talking? Hey, Wiki. Why are you want talking? Your team will be scared to say eh? Will not be scared to say eh? And I own no executive committee. Honestly, if I'm not on no executive committee to be there. Oh, you go talk to the person. You go talk to Josiah. Who said that they forced to support JMB? We talking about what they did. And then one went on public broadcast all these years to say they support JMB. Anybody force them? Anyone said it? But you see the people, you know how to calculate. The people know how to calculate. They did a calculation. They didn't see them there. Before a week before, the man was chosen, the man put on his stuff. They were there pressing the man. They y'all want to say something? Honestly, Sammy, y'all told us that y'all about the Liberian people. Y'all told us that what y'all interested in. Anything that will be good for the Liberian people. They choose you now. You're going to go cry in your kindergarten chairs in the corner. Then some of them will be baking you. Some of them will be clapping your back. You think some of us can speak. Because I on no committee. I in no political committee. So we will speak. When Mr. Commissar reaches and he chose a running mate, and the people that are crying to will speak. We telling you that at the end of the day, the man had the liberty to choose who he wanted to choose. So what, Josiah? He needs other people. How many votes they don't got personally? Only one. How many votes Yomli got? One. So the people that Yomli said a senator, her constituents, are they different from the people that are suffering? So because they didn't choose Yomli, they will say they're going to choose CDC so they can suffer again. You see your reasoning? You see your reasoning? The reasoning makes no sense. I like to talk to people who can reason to say that thing all over. So who vote? That the Liberian people decision to make. So you want to tell me, say, Senator Kun can go out there and sell his ticket? Ambassador Barker can go out there and sell his ticket? Or if Yomli, Kasa, Taylor, Netire, they can say that. What? They show you get followers. The people that in Monserrato. Don't you think that because of Joseph Barker being in a coalition that had Taylor got elected? So the people in Monserrato, they will say because Taylor is saying to talk, so we're going to go vote for CDC again? You must be joking. What followers? Taylor got followers. Yomli got followers. Kasa got followers. But they got individual one votes. They don't live the life the ordinary man and woman lives in Liberia. Taylor then can ride air-conditioned cars. They can sit in air condition. I'm not saying that Taylor and Yomli and Kasa don't advocate for the people. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that they have individual votes. So, y'all want to control the paper? You're sitting out there. You're telling the people that the old man must make his own decision. And you see now how the people used to say this, you can see that the paper can be controlled. You're seeing it for your own self. That means that the paper, Fita Creole man say, he got tranga ace. My brother Macalon knows he talk Creole. He got tranga ace, he got high ace. So that means that he will not be, control just because they want him to do certain things. They said that decision of paper hearing close to his chest. Even the cool man didn't know until a few days before. The man looked at it, he didn't want to make the same mistake he made it last time. A week before that whole stuff, you sat there and say, oh, we for the man, whoever he chose. So that fabrication, you were telling lies. Because you're sure it. When the man, the thing about it is that the one that I didn't like again, the man went to order you individually and told you individually that he was not going to choose you. He didn't say, he told you, he respected you, he sat down with you and told you and gave you his reasons, he gave you his metrics and everything. That's his discretion. to choose who he want to choose. But I think that a day or two before, Yombly decided to put it on a press release. I don't know who, you know, that's not how you do business. That's not how you do business. That was not diplomatic at all. You were supposed to wait when the man name announces running mate, you put it out there. You are talking, say you for the man. Now you say you're going back to the drawing board. Alex, yeah, I'm happy in the process. Because you're used to people sugarcoating things for you. That's why you're telling me I'm happy in the process. I'm happy in the process. I'm telling the people the truth. What do you mean by I'm happy in the process? I will not be kind. These people are supposed to be tough. If you want to be a wimp, they're not be in public politics. Politics is not for the weak. It is not for the weak. It's for people who are strong. Because people will come for you on all sides. You're exposing yourself to the public. Whoever you call yourself, Josiah, you know you're not what they call ball. I'm not going to go back and forth you. Elijah, how many times I call you? This class here is for people that can understand. I like for people to be dull. Makalor, my brother, knows me. He knows I don't like dull people. My whole life, I don't like dull people. I like people who can be able to understand and be able to take in. Did I tell you anything about, you know, Liberian people voting for Ambassador Boaka? We are discussing Ambassador Boaka's pick. So stop being dull. If you want extra study class teacher, we can bring that study class teacher to help you in the class. So let us know. If you're not catching up with the other students, we will know and we'll bring that extra tutorial for you, yeah? Okay. So, yeah. I noticed that Liberians, thank you, Sammy. I noticed that Liberians like for people to sugarcoat it for them. But you see the new breed of Liberians now coming up. They will be bombastic like me. They will be in your face. They will bring politics in your face. They will tell you what is right. As long as I'm not fighting to be minister, I'm fighting to be this, I'm fighting to be that, I am free like a bird. I'm free like a bird in a bat. I'm going to say he will pay for your study class teacher. I am free to speak. Stevie, you can't say, yeah, there are people there, yeah? You got to, listen, you can be dull. River says, you're running all over the place and stuff like that. And you can be dull. People can be dull. They get people you got to, you know how many people are not trained in my life? Over and over. I train them. I train the basics and everything. They stay dull. They couldn't catch it. And every minute I got to go back to be giving them refresher courses. So don't tell me people can be dull. People can be dull. I know George Bruce said no child left behind. But we'll get there secondary tutorial. That's what we're doing in America. We'll get secondary tutorial. But I'm just trying to tell you before I bring people on that let me say this to you. I'm telling you that all of these people that boycotted their godfather because they call the Ambassador Boaka their paps. All of them that were in his face and in his space that boycotted his program. You have exposed yourself to the Liberian people. You have told the Liberian people that if they do not choose you, that you will not play. It almost like to say, when my nephew was small, when they used to go play on the field, I said, you know, when a pa used to provide all the jerseys in Liberia and the footballs. And when somebody score or he getting the ball, he will go run He was small at that time. He would run and take the ball. Give me my ball. Give me my ball. And my power ball the ball. And in fact, give me my ball. That's the exact replica right here. So they decided that they will not play. What are you welcoming Riverside Pro for? Riverside Pro came back. He did not acknowledge us. What are you welcoming him back for? He came back. He acted like to say he was talking to, Superman. He came back and God opened his eyes and he decided to ditch George Weah. We've been saying it over and over. He ditched George Weah now. He did say, he don't want to get the rail course to clean the courthouse. So he got all the people there running behind him. Roof, the people was all to put it on paper. They was all to tell the man, say, we can only support you. You're right. We can only support you because we supported you because we want to be vice president. And yet the man gave the man the opportunity to say, okay, yes, you the one will choose. But that was that. So I'm telling y'all, and rare shoes, Abraham. I'm telling y'all, y'all like to placate people. The English word is placate. P-L-A-C-A-T-E. Y'all go look it up in the website dictionary. Y'all like to placate people. Y'all like to sweep things under the rug. I will come here. I will be bold to y'all. I will be bombastic. I will open my mouth. I will stretch my throat to tell y'all that all of these people that that boycotted that program, y'all boycotted the program because y'all had your ulterior motive. Y'all, they want you make the comment of the day. She said Riverside Pro came to he came to come to Jesus movement. Hi Daniel, how are you? And stuff. Riverside Pro, you withdrew. I call you on this show over and over. I never heard from you. I saw that I had no way to contact you. I saw your second page. You myself, we know your second page. Your second page was still active. But since you didn't put it out there that you went in hiatus, but you are still spying. I like to keep people secret. Now not my business. Don't can't tell your secret out there. So I was like, when Riverside comes back, even my brother-in-law was asking for you. Say, but what Riverside? I said, oh, my brother-in-law that we are man. I told her, I said, but Riverside not change. So Riverside claimed the court horse. He wore a red suit and red shoes with a grip, and he went to the top of the courthouse to top of justice. He brought down Cummings' flag. He said, this is the man I'm going to support. I'm no more supporting Weah. But I'm telling y'all Liberian people that y'all like for people to soften things for y'all. Life is not like that. Life comes in hard truths. Y'all need to get the hard truth. And the hard truth is that these people, y'all look at them, y'all do a secondary look at these people. These people are advocates. These people are leaders in the communities. But y'all look at their behavior. Y'all look at their behavior. Y'all sit down and y'all look at their behavior. It's just they show themselves. I'm not making things up. This is fact. You a week before the mayor announced, y'all told the world, the Liberian people that you're behind the mayor, y'all knock your chest. Back. We behind this man. Whether he chose Mary or John, we behind him. By the time your phone on he didn't choose y'all, which was his right. Y'all went in hibernation. Y'all put up your protest vote. So what y'all want the people to say? What y'all want the people to think? What y'all want the people, y'all think the people will not take a second look at y'all? Not that y'all will not get people, not that y'all ain't get followers, but people will start looking at y'all in a different light. They will say, but the people who can think, I always like to tell you about Chris Rock. He says that you must think, and everything that you hear, let it swirl in your brains, and so you can be able to make informed decisions. Don't just get up and say X, Y, Z. Don't just stop because you want to talk. Just sit down. Take the time off and say yes. Okay, yes. Yombly was disappointed. Yeah. And Costa was disappointed. Okay. But what is the ultimate mission here? What is the ultimate mission? That is what you're supposed to think about. What is the ultimate goal? And in management, you learn about long and short range planning. So you get your short range and you get your long range planning. Your long range planning tells you that this is the goal, the ultimate goal. And you look at the price, and the price is what? Your target is the people in position. Your target is not opposition. But just because you heard that none of y'all were chosen, hey, it wasn't easy. You were there. You're absconded. That's another English word for you again. You're absconded. You went in your corners. So the people will still welcome you because you're in the forefront of leadership in Liberia. But the people will look at you with a side eye. So with that, let me bring whoever requested, let me bring them on. River said, you better make sure your stuff is, today I had to update my Facebook. All right, let me bring the next person on. Hold on, River says. But since you begin the comments, man, hold on, let me bring the next person. Since you begin the comments, man, you acting more diplomatic with glasses and everything and stuff.
Oh yeah, I'm the hottest commodity in town now. Ever since I joined Cummins, everything falling in place. So I brought good luck to Alexander Cummins.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I've said my part. Can you control the dog, please? Ladies and gentlemen, I've said my part, and I throw the floor out to this esteemed gentleman, Reverend Pro, that the original man for this show. He went to come as Savannah.
See, that's what made me vex about you, because of original. When I come in, I know you do your introduction. Okay, sorry.
Let me finish talking before you deal with me. He was the behind the same man for this show. He went in have a nation. You know, he was there, especially the tour for Joshua. They come to Jesus movement, but what to wanna say, and he decided to follow our permits. And our esteemed brother here, Wesley, he always comes in, intermittently. He left plenty of book business, and then my brother Macalor, which he's doing his part with his advocacy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Queen, thank you very much for having me. You know, when I was away, I took a little break doing some stuff, and unfortunately I did not see, I did because I'm doing some sociology lessons. So I did a little test to see the amount of people from different political parties. It's called symbolic representation to see, and I did it, and people reached out, like went into my inbox, and Queen, I'm an original member of this show, and I thought, like, remember this bastard guy, we all sat on the show, and after 2-3 days he was dead. Remember that man? I said, Queen, I was on a show, but people be tagging me to Queen show. I said, I'm not going there, because why? It's not just your show, don't get me wrong. I wasn't on Facebook since February, something I left, but I was a little disappointed that you didn't try to find out what was going on with me. So that's why I didn't want this whole thing to be about people want when you appear on show, then that's why they're like, hey. Then when the next day when something happened, nobody cares. But anyway, you my sister, so this is my show. But I
But,
joined
but
ANC.
let me take 2 seconds to, to rebut what you said. If you know Facebook and if you go off Facebook, there's no way that you can be contacted. Do you agree with that? Secondly,
no, my messenger was working. Queen, you must have talked on my messenger before. My messenger was I only deactivated my actual Facebook page, but I left it with messenger, so people were reaching me via messenger.
Okay, all right, but if people people that Thomas there and Macalog that are regulars in the show, we've tried asking about you, and Thomas said that you were in hibernation. You didn't use that word, but you took your time off to to hibernate, and we respected that. I didn't go into your messenger because I noticed that you were on Facebook, and I assumed that my assumption that you were off that too. But I saw your secondary page was still active. Okay. You were still fine. So I apologize if I didn't go to the second wave, but let's get on to the people's business.
Yeah. Queen, look, I joined ANC because I feel Alexander Cummings. I joined Cummings, not ANC. Particularly, I joined Cummings because I know he's the right person, and my goal of coming back is to counter the present administration and Joseph Boakai, who I see as a deceptive old man. I know you were talking about the people listening. Joseph Boakai, this thing should not be just about removing George Weah. And you see, that's exactly your point. Let's move it, man. We all get together. No. Joseph Boakai, what he did was a complete sense of betrayal. And Joseph Boakai will pay because the Bassa tribe, and Ellis know that, they are the second largest tribe in Liberia. When we got Grand Bassa, we got Grand Bassa, we got Riverside, we got part of Magidi County. And when you talk about Monrovia, Bassa people are like 30 to 40% because I lived in Monrovia, so I know that. And Joseph Boakai put these people under the assurance. Now you say, he never promised it. You don't know. Costa is an educated guy. Nobody Kanga Lawrence, the lady, is educated. There's no way nobody Kanga would just assume that, Joseph Boakai would take me in. No, there must have been something, some insurance given to that lady. And then worst of all, you got men like Prince Johnson. That's what disappointed me about the whole Joseph. Look, I ain't got a problem with appointing or Jeremiah Kuhn. That's not the point. The point is you got guy like Prince Johnson popularly destroying the integrity of a decent woman. Talking about one of the reasons she was not taken because she spilled water on somebody. Prince Johnson, you are a murderer. And Joseph Boakai, and I believe he said that thing to Joseph Boakai's approval. Because who is Prince Johnson that he should disgrace, talk to somebody like Nyobli Kanga like that. So Joseph Boakai is trending in the wrong direction. His association with Prince Johnson is going to be a serious problem, and it might cost him this election. And I know Alexander Cummings is going to be the next president because I already did my calculation based on a lot of things that will come together, and hopefully they fall in place so we can have a decent president that we can rely on a person like Joseph Boakai because he is not good for Mama Liberia. Thank you.
Okay, welcome.
Queen, I want to say thank you for bringing me on this afternoon. It been a while.
Yeah.
If you can remember the last time I was on this podcast, you tried pushing me against the word to speak, and I told you I would not speak.
Yeah.
You remember when the name of Henry surfaced, and you had Aaron on the show. Everyone was saying, everybody. I told them, I said, look, I'm from the Unity Party camp. Moreover, we have an elder who is very wise. We don't just speak like that, but at the end of the day, you will hear the name of the person that will be chosen. If you can remember, I said it on your show, and you people were saying, you already know the name, why you don't want to say it? I told you this is not the time for us to speak to it. Now, let me say something. You said something earlier that I really admire. He stated that Joseph Boakai is somebody that will not be pushed around. And I want to assure you that statement was one of the best statements you have ever said. You have
No,
ever made, I mean.
send my money by send wave. Send my send wave. Send
Okay.
my money for speaking the word was in your head. Go ahead.
You know, this is not somebody who can be pushed around as expected. But you know, it is unfortunate. Before I go on, let me just rebut what my dear brother who spoke earlier said. He said Joseph Boakai is very deceptive. I was writing when he was speaking. He said the Bassa bloc will not vote for him. Nobody must have heard something. Let me know. You know what they call deception? They just Boakai promised anybody. It was a political arrangement. In an arrangement, in a political arrangement, there can be differences. But those differences can be solved.
It's time for you to talk, yeah? Your dog then making noise.
Those differences can be solved. Okay? And this is the reason why I am not again going to attack anybody on this show, because at the end of the day, when we must have solved our political differences, you will be the same people to come out and say, oh, we did not see this coming. So in every political arrangement, there is always differences. But Joseph Boakai made his decision, and you talk about Prince Johnson. It's now today that you know Prince Johnson is a murderer. When you people supported the ruling party and Prince Johnson was your darling boy, but today, because he's no longer the darling boy of the ruling party, and now you look at him as a murderer. This is so unfortunate. Now, Queen, let me just say this to you when it comes to the issue of Costa.
But I like Prince Johnson, a murderer.
Exactly.
No, I would.
He's a murderer.
Yeah, he's a murderer. But when you call him a murderer, you should have started calling him a murderer when he was supporting the CDC. You should have been in the vanguard yesterday to also to voice it about. Now when you must have left the ruling party, then now you look at him as a murderer. This is shameful.
Okay, I got you.
Shameful. If Prince Johnson is a murderer, I know that yes, he did kill a ruling president. And we all know that, yes, but you must now wine and dine with him. Then today, after he refused to wine and dine with you, then you say, no, he's not good. This in itself is hypocrisy. Yes, but this in itself, the comment from my dear brother is hypocrisy at its highest level. You will give me a chance to speak. When you are speaking, I listened keenly. I was not shaking my finger and thing. And this is why make the conversation to be beautiful. So give me a chance to just leave.
We just on the platform so we can go around. You know, you gotta finish everything.
Yes. So what happened is that having said that, let me just pause because I don't want to manipulate the show. Okay. Let me give my other brother the chance to speak, and later on I will come in again.
I told you he left plenty of ball. My brother, I highlighted you, raising the issue about the winning stuff down there. You spoke extensively on it, and I told it why to lift that conversation for you. Although I was going to speak on it, but I have to give you kudos to it because you keep firing, and I'm in sync with you on that.
Yeah, Queen, I want to thank you for always allowing me or giving me the opportunity to appear on the show. As I said, every time I appear on the show, I learn a lot. Every time I tune into this show, the Queen Abby Show, I learn a lot. It's educative, it is rewarding, and informative. And I always encourage my followers to please come subscribe. And I fired the other day because I was in spirit. I said, what will Queen do today when she was on the show today? She was fired like this. So I dragged them. That's what I said. I use your word, man. I dragged them that day because it is sad. It is sad. And sometimes the word sad again. I don't want to use it a lot.
Titi, your time will come now. Where, Titi? Your time will come.
Titi, I'll come over and you come. Titi, you
Go
come.
ahead. Sorry,
So
sorry.
I want to use the word travesty, instead of being sad. Because, as you alluded to what I discussed the other day, and, the women of Liberia, they are beautiful, they're smart, but they're so complacent and hypocritical, and that's what it is. So they sit there, and no man's supposed to be able to put a woman or no picture or video on the internet. No, nada. Astagfirullah, it's not supposed to be. But they had the perfect opportunity that day to shut the government down. That the government would know that they should protect women in the country. That no man will ever do that. They had the opportunity and they refused. So let's go to the topic we got today. My thing again is that I want to see Liberia recover. And Joseph Barker, I asked the question, why is it that people are saying today, oh, it's Joseph Barker's time? And when they say it's Joseph Barker's time, I disagree, because Joseph Barker is an honorable man. He has served this country with diligence. He has served, he gave everything to Liberia. He's tired. That's what I think. He's tired.
He what?
He's tired.
That what he did?
That's what I think. No, that's what I think.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yes. Because
why you
this
think
man
so?
served from the 70s to this
No,
time.
you said that what you think. Why I said that you think so?
Because he came to the spotlight with everything he has. He came to serve.
But everything or what? I didn't understand.
Everything he has. And he served as ambassador, minister, and manager. And to me, he brought everything. So there's a new day. There's a new day. This is not normal time.
But then, I will hold you there. If he started from the bottom, Drake song, we started from the bottom. Now, yeah. So the ultimate position is the presidency. So that means that he hasn't gotten to that stage.
Yeah, but then I would disagree with you respectfully again that he had 12 years with Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing that Joseph Barker put in place. Joseph Barker made a lot of money. And they claim to say Joseph Barker is a poor old man sitting down somewhere. That is not true. That is not true.
Okay,
There's
so
nothing...
I will engage you before you finish your stuff.
Yeah.
If you said that there's nothing he put in place, just the basic service in Liberia, the vice president's position is a ceremonial position. You understand? So you know that you are there to propound the views, everything about the president. Basically, you're the president bag, but the president will send you. If the president is saying you ain't get no job, your only business is to break the tie in the Senate. So if there's nothing to break, you just hang until the president gave you stuff to do. So are you trying to say that him in particular or the government? Are you talking about the government of Ellen Johnson and Barker, or you talking about Barker particularly, that he didn't do anything?
Both, because Ambassador Barker spoke about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf extensively, that they were good friends, and that he trusted her. So let's just use this scenario in America. Joe Biden and
Kamala.
Harris. Yeah, Harris. She has a lot of how do you call it, assignments that Joe Biden gave her. So she carried out this.
But you use the keyword assign.
Yes.
That's not a constitution.
No.
She had nothing to do. She's ceremonial too.
No, I understand that. But the way Joe Barker speaks about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, which means they came to lead and it's supposed to be in one accord that, hey, you got a responsibility, and you got to carry out X, Y, Z, so you can be relevant in this government.
Paul, we'll bring you on. Just hold on. Go ahead. Sorry.
So if Joseph Burger spoke about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in a manner, I expected him to have some functions that will throw light to the lifestyle or improve the lifestyle of the people in Liberia. Let me ask you one question. The group of 77, we know that the vice president, from time immemorial, is responsible for the group of 77, the disabled people in Liberia. What did Joseph Burger put in place for the disabled people in Liberia as a vice president? Because since I was a low board, I knew that the group of 77, it fell under the vice president.
Absolutely.
Yes. Joseph Burger did not do nothing for the disabled. Nothing.
Okay.
Nada.
Okay, so Macalor, that is for Joseph Burger people, because when he gets on the road, those are the questions that they will ask. I'm not on his something playing in the background.
Yeah,
Can we
so if I may go quick so I can get the honorable chance. I'm sorry for cutting your queen. Now, Joseph Burger picked Jeremiah Combe. The people of Nima County deserve better. To me, Jeremiah Combe has not divorced himself from George Weah CDC. How can a man that sat down for over how many years now and was in bed with George Weah?
When you say in bed, can you be specific?
He supported George Weah in every way possible. He was George Weah.
It is not that. In which way now? That be specific.
Yeah, but
I like to engage people because when I hear certain things and I know differently, that's when I engage people.
I agree.
What is support? Is it in the Senate or at president or
everything? I ask other people.
So
in the Senate,
but my brother Macalor, it's on paper. Some other guys, something going on in the background. Can we mute that thing that's going on?
That is not me.
Not me though. I ain't got nothing going on. I'm in my basement.
It's kind of like I don't know. I don't know. It's it for me, but something playing else in the background. But anyways, on paper, from what's his name? Jeremiah Combe supported Ellen. The records are there.
On paper. That was 12 years ago.
No, I'm giving you paper for y'all. I see Leo watching. Leo is the man. He always asks me for the paper facts. So on paper, he supported the Unity Party for Ellen.
I was there.
Joseph Burger was running again.
That was then, right?
2017. He supported Joseph Burger.
Then.
So I do not know when. Maybe that was before Emmy that I have no clue of. But he on the last two elections, he because what's his name came from the LNP party, and United Party and the lab, they kind of merged. So that's why his support has been for the United Party in the last two elections. So I just want to say that if you say in the Senate that the different things that were put out there in the Senate, that he sided with the President Weah, whatever, then that's another look we got to look at.
Yeah. So that's what I'm
do
talking
you
about.
guys agree with me on that?
I'm talking about present. So if you speak about Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is not in office no more. You're talking about president. Then almost 6
I'm
years
talking about the elections. That one we broke it down.
Oh,
We
okay.
broke it down to presidential elections.
Okay.
There's one election with George Weah. He sided with Unity Party.
Okay.
The one before when George Weah was still running. he sided with Unity Party. It is on record. I am saying that maybe if you want to speak before that time, I have no information about that. If you want to speak about him siding with the CDC in the Senate, I have no information about that. But the information that I have, that the past 2 elections with George Weah contesting, he did not side with George Weah.
Yeah. So we're speaking about precedent. We're talking about 6 years now. Everything George Weah sent to the Senate, Jeremiah Cohn okayed it.
So that's what I'm going to say. I say I have no information about that.
And
I
then,
will take your information.
personally, he had a personal relationship with George Weah, according to my sources.
But when the people say that George Weah God brother,
so which means that this man cannot represent the opposition. Because secondly,
stop with that elementary stuff.
Okay.
Stop with it. You know how many people be in bed with all the different
No, but I am talking about, these are not normal times. I'm not talking about then. I'm talking about now. That's what I'm talking about, Queen.
Listen,
I'm talking about now.
Jeremiah Cohn, I do not know him. I'm just happy that he's a very much younger man. Jeremiah Cohn is not even 50 years old. Jeremiah Cohn has an impressive resume. Jeremiah Cohn started from the bottom. His senatorial, records, I have no clue. But just look at how he started. Go and read about his resume. Do you think that Jeremiah Cohn, that is a young man that is coming, that he has been put into the spotlight, that now he's gotten this opportunity that God, it almost like God opened the heavens, because this man was sitting in the corner. All the people that were thinking were going to be picked, they may check in from in around the blind side. So you think this man will want to, mess up his, his promising career that will propel him tomorrow? We don't know, to be president, and say that he's going to align himself to with George Weah? Come on now.
It was by design. Queen.
No more is that man. He going back.
Queen. It's not about his age. It's not
Exactly.
about his impressive record.
You know what Queen talking about? Age and young. That's not the point.
Rosa Pro, hold on. My dear sister, it's not about his age and his impressive record. Jeremiah Cohn, for all reason unknown to us, just suffix. Now, my curiosity is, I have a tip that Prince Johnson is saying all negative things about Jeremiah Cohn, how he's greedy. I got a tip. Prince Johnson is speaking. Why this time Prince Johnson come and bring Jeremiah Cohn to
that one concern without that Prince Johnson they call it ragamuffin. You know, talk, waste things under your mouth.
Yes.
Prince Johnson talk ragged things about Jeremiah Cohn. Yes. Prince Johnson said that he and Jeremiah Cohn fell off because when he was supporting George Weah for the presidency, Jeremiah Cohn did not support George Weah. So they fell off and they had to reconcile. The politics that gospel, that
no, it's not. But if you allow me to make my point,
politics makes street best fellows.
If you allow me to make my point, I understand, but if you allow me to make
Liberia is a small community.
Wait, when I get you talking about
and they want to come by, you know what? Then. But I mean, I enjoyed our, tete-a-tete.
Yes. So because Prince Johnson, who should not be trusted at all, for the mere fact that Prince Johnson brought Jeremiah Cohn, this that spoke to Burka. Burka did not just get up and say you're going to get Jeremiah Cohn. That is not true.
We don't care. Abraham,
yes.
We're not talking about the process. You're still going back. The process has gone. The thing has taken place. this is the name the people got now. Let's scrutinize this going forward. Who brought who we bring who? Everybody has been in bed with Jeremiah Poole. Even the commies, man, went to go and see.
Sorry for interrupting. Can we just go around a little bit?
I know, yeah.
No, my sister introduced me. I have not made my point.
Let me, I've been on it for a while now. Let's go to.
So, but I did not even make my point, my sister.
No, but
once you're talking about Boaka Queen, when I get you chance, how you know? Yeah, look, Queen, you know, I'm a little bit disappointed. You're talking about the man young, and then you say as far as his senatorial thing, you don't know. Like, this is exactly where we should scrutinize his senatorial position when he was senator. What did he do? What was his achievement? You know what that is because look, the man is going to be a vice. I mean, he's a potential vice president for. I mean, he's going to be a potential vice president for Liberia. Then you saying, well, he achieved. You're not giving. I mean, politically, the only thing that brings the man into politics is a senatorial position. That's what Magalo is questioning right now. A lot of the things that he did, but you see, that's the problem right there.
I say that we should not question. Yeah, when I speak, I don't listen to myself. I'm not saying that we shouldn't question his senatorial stuff. What did I say? I said that Makalon made 2 points, and I told him that it's on record that he aligned himself for the past 2 elections for the Unity Party. I said that for his senatorial records, I have no clue. So it's not like to say I'm protecting this man. I do not know. You know it. You put it out there. But for me saying that this man is young, that I guess I'm going to say it. I'm happy that he's a younger person. That is not even 50 years old. He will fall down. He will fall down. He will fall down. Grab. He will fall down. He will get up. But he's young. So that one of the things I don't want for who would have cared if they had chosen something like 70-year-old vice president. What tell your thing so we go to West?
Yeah, Queen. And then one thing, you know. That's the problem with our politics, you know. This is exactly why I joined guy like Alexander Cummings, because you know, when we talking about moving, we're talking about integrity. Integrity is something that Joseph Boakai doesn't really have. The old man lied on an oath, that's perjury, during the court hearing, that he has no knowledge of Alexander Cummings prior to that case. Now, this is the old man, yeah, seriously. Then you say, oh, you gotta move on the already. No, we're not gonna move on. We're not gonna move on. And then you say, oh, the vice presidential position is I mean, it's ceremonial. It's ceremonial, but look at the length that Joseph Boakai had to go to. Okay, if it's ceremonial, you know what? I mean, it's not that important. Take anybody. But look what's going on right now. Look how many people Joseph Boakai let down, because what did he do? He did a vetting process. Since he said, you're saying it's ceremonial, but now look what Joseph Boakai doing. He vetting people. Prince Johnson coming out to say this man not qualified because of this. This woman not qualified because of this. That's the vetting process. It tells you so much importance or emphasis that Joseph Boakai is putting on the VP position, but yet it's still you're passing around. When we talk about his time, his honor achievement, his lack of you know, his zero achievement, then you're throwing in the whole ceremonious thing. Always
talk about it. Talk about it. You're free to talk about it. And then the people, they surrogates of Boakai will either, you know, rebut you or they will buttress you.
And quick before the brother come in, look, I strongly believe, based on like some of these things, Magalosa, and some of my own conviction, Joseph Boakai will not be a good leader. He will not be a good leader for this country. Joseph Boakai will take this country back 50 years. putting this country into Joseph Boakai hand would be the worst thing to do. I think Alexander Cummings, this man has proven he has a track record with Coca-Cola, with other entities, and his character, it speaks volume of him. So if you want this country to move forward, if people want this country to move forward, there is no logic choosing Joseph Boakai over Alexander Cummings. There's no logic except that you want these old hands to go back. And
we can ask you a question.
Yeah.
We can say, do you know Cummings went to Kumu to be a VP?
Okay, good point. Now, that's the difference. You can't have two wayward children hanging together. That's a no-no. If you got Jeremiah Kuhn, that's the thing when people say, oh, but Cummings wanted this person. Remember, Cummings, he had one of his one of his show, and I personally asked that question about aligning with people. Cummings said, yes, we know these people character. We are aware of them. But we're going to have a system in place that monitor these people.
No system will be in place.
No system. What? Let me tell you, no system.
Why you're associating guilt to Kuhn? I do not understand this.
Why can't we let these people run riot? They will no. Queen, I'm telling you, these people will run Boakai over. They will run Boakai over like a movie dream. That old man will be under there, and they will be stealing. So if you get
that the same thing I would do, I'm just being a devil's advocate. How can you?
You Unity Party, I get that devil advocate. You can work with me. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, man. Look, Queen, if you get Jeremiah Kuhn, any of those guys, like, I was one of the persons that questioned this Louis Brown and everybody. But Cummings keeps saying it. He said, these people, yes. There's a company before, brother, 1 second, there's a company in this place called Lowe's. I don't know if they got it in your state. There's Lowe's, what they do, they will hire Magalhae, for example, they they hire people who been to jail and theft and other things. But what they do, they will tell you, Queen, yeah, you supervisor for this division, for this department that Magalhae working. So at the result, they get a lot of supervisors. Nobody even know how many supervisors. They will make me supervisor over you, you supervisor over my brother over there. That's how they do. So that people started telling about, oh, that man stole back a nail. That man stole this. Cummings is going to have a process in place that's going to monitor those people. Joseph Boakai will let them run riot. I'm telling you, they will. Look, Liberia will be like a $2 Panera. That Mexican thing with the fucking knock and something. That Liberia will be a free thing. Joseph Boakai will be sleeping, and that country will go behind. Look, while I was away, I've been speaking to people in Liberia. Look, I spoke to several people. That's one of the things that really brought my decision to Cummings. That really changed my decision. I spoke to people who are not even politicians, just regular people. And these people tell me that a Joseph Boakai government, it will be worse than a George Weah government. And I believe these people, because they had no political affiliation, they didn't want no scratch card for me, they didn't want no data, they don't want nothing from me. But they spoke their mind.
All right, that Wesley coming.
Queen, I kept on laughing.
Hey, come in, bro. Queen, you want me to step aside a little bit so Tita can come in? I can step aside.
No, Russell, I just want to analyze your statement before you can go, because I will soon be leaving as well. Okay? I kept on laughing when Russell Pro was speaking, and I was trying to look at the self-contradiction when he kept on speaking, Let me just analyze his contradiction before I can come to my dear brother, how you call him, Magalhae, because I took your names down, because I don't want to continue calling your brothers and so forth. Even though you guys are my brother when it comes to nationality. I listened to Russell Pro and he contradicted himself sufficiently, and that what kept me laughing. He said that under Joseph Boakai leadership, there will be Liberia, there will be no good leadership. In fact, there will be a high level of stealing. Then he later said that when it comes to Joseph Boakai, you people bring in the ceremonialship of the vice presidency. In fact, Joseph Boakai does not have any system. Those are some of his words if I rightly quote him. But he failed to realize that when Joseph Boakai decided to vet, he said it's not a system. What is vetting intended for? It is a system put in place to get the best among the best. Okay?
We want vetting.
And you said this man
this thing was not a vetting. The man already had Jeremiah.
Please, I listen to you. Please allow me to erect the chapter on your contradiction, please.
I don't call that contradiction.
Yeah, give me a chance to erect the checkpoints. When you were talking, I was writing. So I will advise you to take a pen and write. Okay? When Joseph Boakai decided to have, when the list came up, you had Nyombli, you have Costa, and the rest of them. He had to vet and know who is the best. But this is the man you say he has no system. Or man who waited at the dying minute, who could not let the cat out of the bag for the whole country to run with it. This is a man that you say he has no system. Or man who said, hey, yes, I work with
you say you couldn't let the cat out of the bag, but how could Prince Johnson announce it? So y'all keep saying nobody knew about it. But Prince Johnson announced it days before it even came up. So why y'all keep trying to make Joseph Boakai that you are keeping it secret?
You will give me a chance to speak, my brother. Yeah, this is how I do my thing.
Sorry,
and this is the reason why when you guys speaking, I listen. Okay? Everyone went with their own suggestion and nomination to this man. The same way Costa name came out and everybody was running with it. It's the same way when Nyombli name came out, everybody was running with Nyombli. It's the same way Jeremiah Kun name came out and his own kinsman. So Prince Johnson is the kinsman of Jeremiah Kun. Dara Delon is the kinsman of how you call her, Nyombli's Kanga. Costa, the kinsman of that of the US party, and everybody ran with it. So don't sit in your own chair and try to level allegation. Okay? So anybody could run with the information. That's the first thing that's the first clarity I want to make to you. So I could come out and run with Costa name and say, oh, Joseph Boakai told me. So Prince Johnson has the right to run. Everybody had their candidate in the process. But Boakai, as a sound person, as a wise man who intends to lead Liberia in the right direction to enable Liberia to take its place among the community of nations, decided at the dying minute, I will come in. And he did Liberian justice by vetting. Politics is numbers. Let us look at the number of Nima County. That's the first thing you should look at. Let us look at the establishment of the Nimbayan when it comes to voting their senator, the senior senator and their junior senator. Let us look at it. I don't want to go the route you guys want me to go, but comes the campaign, I will go those routes. But I will not accuse anybody, because right now we need people on board. And this is the reason why I'm not going to be attacking people who stay away. Now, Queen's talked about the boycotting. Queen, do you think the boycotting was wrong? I would say no. The biggest question may come up. You support JMB. You are a Unity Party partisan. Why would you say people boycott the naming of the vice president and you say no, it was not wrong? That was a good thing they did, and I welcome it. You know why I welcome it, Queen?
No, go ahead.
I welcome them boycotting the naming of the vice president to show that Joseph Boakai does have strength. When they boycotted, the crowd you saw there, they are present. Will it have changed the crowd? I said no. This tells you, yes, we need you guys on board, but even if you do boycott, we still got the number. The numbers are there. So for me, this is where now the bigger politics play. This is where we go into the negotiation. This elections. This election will determine the way forward for those who will be leaders, who will be future leaders. This will tell you as to whether these are people that tomorrow when there is a storm, they can stand firm for the country. Today is about national interest. It's not about an individual. It's not about me. So let me just bring in another issue. You know, after Jeremiah Kun was named, I saw on one of the individuals who is always on your show, a friend of mine by the name of Otumete. He immediately posted, I moved to how you call him, Kumis.
Kumis.
Yes, but now.
Why are you calling that boy me? That boy
No, listen. I just want to come in. I just want to come in.
I gauche à droite, tout droite.
You know, then this is where I started laughing. This is someone. Then he posted yesterday. He posted Costa picture and said God is in control. Then I said hypocrisy at its highest peak. When Costa name came up, this brother was one of those. Who is Costa? He was tearing Costa apart. But when Costa was not needed, he posted Costa picture and said God is in control. Hypocrisy at its highest level. I just can't cope with issues like this. Now let me come to the issue of JMB. Now I listen keenly to Macalaw. He talks about the nudity. Okay, but then it surprises me that today nudity is an issue in the Liberian community. Let me say, I'm not against women's rights. I have 3 beautiful girls, strong women, very strong women. I love them to the moon and back. But let me tell you, when it comes to the Liberian community, our women have not done us justice to protect their interests. They were there during the Ellis regime. This is why they say posterity with Joshua based on the decision we make today. During the Ellis regime, on the bachelor eve of the current senator of our county, Edwin Melvin Snow, he paraded a woman naked. And none of the women got in the street. Okay? Yesterday, the picture of one of the prominent men, he was in the early regime, he passed already. His nudity and a female photo was put on the internet. Nothing was done about it. So when I see people crying about nudity, oh, we arrest the man. In fact, for me, I don't cry that cry. I fight the battle when it comes to my girls. Because what I see in our country, the hypocrisy is very, very high. When it is not you, but you could see when it came to class. When it came to class,
hold on, before you continue. You fight for your girls because you're behind them to fight. So that's the reason why Macalaw is asking these girls that are victimized, they have nobody to fight. I know you're saying that the women that women have not, lived up to,
the expectation. That's the right word.
Expectations of yours that they're supposed to band together. But that's why we're shining a spotlight on it, because we feel that the women are their brains are wired that they can only go in the street for prominent people, and not for the average man.
Not cutting you because I don't want to take long. There are a lot of people wanting to come on your live. I'm just trying to wrap up, then I leave. When I say they haven't lived up to our expectation, especially me, when you on this blue app, I'm one of those who watch mostly all the podcasts. When I'm even working, I got you people on and I'm watching. When Liberians, sorry to say it, our women, we have teared down each other on this blue app, nudity, using the highest level of profanity. And none of you speak. It beats my imagination that Macalaw then won't speak to this issue. You have this platform.
Well, other communities do that too. Other communities do that. It's not a good thing, but what is happening? Yes, people. I see people causing this and other. I told you that I like to watch or listen or read things that will elevate me. I don't just pass by a bar.
No problem. Now let me come back. Let me come back to Macalaw's statement he made.
Like everybody else. Well,
he made a statement. I analyzed Russell Pro earlier. Macalaw, I don't want to. Please let me just.
No, because if you say because you want to go, and you take like almost 13 minutes now.
No, not 13 minutes. Macalaw, you spoke for long. Give me a chance. You spoke for long till we had to even ask for time. So please, just a minute. Macalaw, wait a minute now. Magalore, wait. Not because now I got a pen on you. Not because I'm bringing all your point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Magalore made a point again. You know, when every one of you talking at Jordan point, when I come to you, scared. He made a point. He said, Joseph Boakai is a tired old man. And then I laughed. Then I tried to wonder who determined the strength of an individual. And you know, it's, when I worked 30 years, you will sit in your corner and say they made tired. Can you imagine that? Hatred of faith young man who is walking, and you have another faith man leading a great nation like what we find ourselves in, and you look at this young man and you say this man is tired.
You become a national. You become a national problem when they take you to the hospital in America, because you are a public figure.
You see,
that's when we get concerned, because you're supposed to be our president, and then all of a sudden you suffer minor stroke.
Now this is what all of you guys are promoting. We need to stay here for long, which I don't want to do.
Your health is questionable.
You see,
it's not rocket science.
Queen, look at that kind of thing. Then this is where you want to be ashamed that when an individual is sick and they have to fly him out of the country to another country, they tell you that you have a broken health system that you need to fix. So that when a man is sick, you will go to hospital, because we all get sick. You can't tell me that you haven't gotten sick.
12 years. 12 years. Why he did not break the system? 12 years he was in power.
You will give me chance. You will give me chance.
Never says we got young people. You know, that died, Mona Young Blood. She died. She was in the she was very young. And you understand? Other people were young in the Senate and in government and in Liberia. We got president that were very young. They passed away. We do not know the lifespan of an individual. We can't say that. You should be able to talk about a person, ability to do the work.
Right. Let me finish the 3 points. Let me finish the 3 points of Magalore. Then Magalore said,
exactly.
Yeah, I just want to finish. As I go on that point, they get mad and they prolong the time. Magalore said, Joseph Boakai worked for 43 or 42 years. I stand to be corrected with the numbers. And he said that people look at this man to be a poor man. You see what I'm talking about again? Because we build politics around individuals. So we try to determine their wealth as they come to the presidency. But you fail to realize that if the wealth of an individual should enable them to become the president or not, at the end of the day, they dictate to you. But when you can put sin in their pocket, when you, the individual, can determine that, look, because my fasting is there, this man will not depend on your wealth. This is the same thing you did when you brought 85 million men to power, and today, the 85 million, we know what he did with it. So please, Joseph Boakai, for me, he didn't get fasting. And I don't want to see him fasting, because tomorrow when we put him in power, it will not seem that he had 50 million when he was in Ellie's government. That's the one thing I want to make. Now, you talk about the disabled community. Look, let me jump kind of stop. This is why I said, like Liberian, we got wickedness in high places that exist among us. We continue to say one person, this person is responsible for the group of 77. Let me tell you something. I acquired my first degree. I am still going to school. I'm still acquiring additional papers. If I'm opportune, save this. If I'm opportune tomorrow to become a leader in my country, let me tell you this. The group of 77 will be dissolved. There will be nothing called group of 77. These are people that were supposed to provide education for them and provide them job. These people are supposed to work. You live in the country, they ain't got nothing called group of 77. They create the opportunity for the people not to depend on handout. We continue to make our disabled people in our country to depend on handouts. So at the end of the day, you don't see these people working. Let us start calling these people group of 77. Let us try to create the opportunity for them.
We'll listen to you.
Magalore, let us create the opportunity that these people will not depend on handout. And when this is done, we will not have to blame an individual based on what he did for a certain group of people. And this is the reason why when I saw the short people going to the vice president telling her, oh, we the short people, you don't do nothing for us. I was like, what? You even though you are impaired in height, but number one, the program should are being created. These people must be professional people that will be able to work in society. Then they'll be waiting for Maca law to tell these people. Now,
wait, short now that impairment, and people that are they will impair. Cheers, my people.
You say what?
I say short now that impairment, and then people that are
visually impaired, handicap, all of them. Myself, they short people. So let me tell you this. Let me say this to you. Come this election, we have named the vice president. I will say to the people of Nima in my closing statement, it has been long since you came this far. History tells us in 1985 you have one of the best presidents who is called Jackson Hebdo. I never saw him because I was a kid by then. Okay? 1985, you have one of the educated elite of Nima County that rose to the pinnacle of leadership in our country but was not given the chance. This is the time for the Nimbayans to amalgamate forces behind their own son, Jeremiah Kun, and John JMB, a man who believes in the future of our country, a man who believes that before you get a job, we must do a background check and make sure we vet you. Now, Jeremiah Kun's story is just the story of another Liberian, a man who came from down the dream to raise to where he is today, and people want to castigate him. I want to say to you people, Nimayan, we are asking you people, come this election, join us. And you know, before I leave, my brother talked about Cummins. The man got experience with Coca-Cola factory. And then I laughed. Because you know what I mean, Queen? Queen, you know what I mean? Queen, I got experience. I rose from the position of lab technician to quality control manager. So then today I'm a living president.
Wesley, you're not even striking your national tune. You addressing your particular tribe. You talk about Nima people. Instead of you trying to galvanize the nation.
Listen. When I say Nima people, when I say Nima people, listen. You have not gotten me. When I say Nima people, remember our country have been led, number one, by different groups. Like from the 80s, when we had war, it was the Southeasterner. Come to Georgia, it was the Southeasterner. Now we are saying the people of Nima, despite the fact we've been needing the vote of the Liberian people, but the people of Nima, we don't want them to be divided because it's the division. We saw on the day.
Hold on now, Makala. Thank you, West.
So I want to say, Queen, I want to say thank you for having me.
Thank
you.
You
took a lot of the time of my daughter's basketball. I have to carry her for basketball practice. God bless you. And we'll come back on these shows.
What I want to say is that
and those who are politically disenchanted, we are calling them back to please come and join us for us to move this bandwagon.
For your disenchanted people, but what I want to say is that Cummins is opposition. In psychology, you talk about redirection, right? So we will redirect our stuff to the targets, and as we are.
No,
so
absolutely, you are right.
Cummins is qualified. Ambassador Baka is qualified. So we sometimes we all get carried away, but we gotta, somebody gotta kind of redirect us to say, hey.
And this is the reason why those that were disenchanted and left, I am now going after them because I believe it's disenchantment and we can mend our broken pieces and we're going to mend it and come back together to give this president, to give this CDC government a one-10 leadership within our country.
They need to go for a place to sit down.
Yeah, that would be the voice of Queen, but it will not be my voice because I don't look at them to behave like that. I look at them as people are disenchanted and we can still mend the broken pieces.
I personally care. You fighting for that girl. Let me see you fighting for that girl. Not because you got a little Bruce Lee, you go be crying all day. People can hear. Go sit down in your colorful chair in the corner. But thank you, Wesley. Let me be somebody.
Have a blessed day. Thank you.
You have a good time. All right. What is it you said?
So I can go ahead now.
Go ahead,
yeah. So I begin this by saying that the choice that
Hi. How you doing?
Yeah.
I saw other men there in the queue, but I brought you up because you're a lady, so we can kind of like balance it a little bit. and stuff. For all the
My
all the
ANC
members,
sister there,
Yeah.
you know, we gonna
thank
put
you.
forces together and
And
go
we
back.
pray that you keep around. Now, Magalon, before Magalon say we keep, we just interrupting him.
Yeah. So
Go
Benjamin,
ahead.
we're gonna bring you on for your parting comment, Benjamin. So yeah, hold on.
Oh no, Benjamin will be the last. No, you'll be the last.
But I was saying that Connie and Wesley spoke to the Nibanians. I want to even say before I go on, the Nibanians knows better.
Same father. They sound like a lot. They host here. I can fire that fire gonna come from above. The host here is not indebted to any political party in Liberia. I always say that I have partiality, but it is none of your business to know who I'm partial to. But my advocacy is overall is for the Liberian people. I will bring my camera up on Broad Street. What the Matela Nipo, what they lie. I will be firing. What the Prince Johnson when he bazooka doing the war. Go ahead, Makalo.
So the people of Nima County, they deserve better. They got one of the greatest sons of Nima County, which is Tewon Gongro. When they talk about integrity, this man has been talked about from high school days. Maybe in the next coming days, you will see me with a group of Nibadians from Nima County that I spoke with, and they're going to come on this program, and they will tell the world about Jeremiah Cohn. Jeremiah Cohn is not the finest of Nima County. There's a man called Tewon Gongro. There's a lady called Edith Gongro. When we talk about integrity.
Everybody in Liberia know about the Gonglo family. They're families of integrity. Everybody knows about them.
So for this country to be rescued.
But can Edith Gonglo bring people to, practically win elections?
Yes.
That's, I mean, I know people say, oh, this and the other. You have to win before you govern.
But
you do have to win before you govern.
Yes.
You can have all the ideas. If you do not win, you'll be on the sidelines and you'll be sitting there out there.
So if you disagree with me, my dear sister,
I don't disagree with you about Gonglo being integrity.
Okay. So if you have, I would ask you, please, if you give me a couple of minutes, I can go ahead and later on you can come.
Go ahead. You know, I know you're away from the show. So when you're talking, it's almost like you and myself talking behind the scene. Go ahead. Yeah. I got to be able to control myself.
Yeah. Okay. So now, Tewon Gonglo and Alexander, Jeremiah Cohn, they are kingmaker from Nima County. The same crowd,
Kingsman.
Yeah, the same crowd Jeremiah Cohn can pull up, Tewon Gonglo can pull up the same crowd. They can bring the same people to the table. And even after JMB announcement, many people that I spoke with this morning from Nima County, they're angry already. Let me put it out there. They are not going to sit there for Prince Johnson to come and then baboosle them anymore. But
one second before, why would the people from Nima be angry against their son when they're sitting in Mayans that are voting Prince Johnson back into the Senate?
No,
I digress. Go ahead.
No, you save this video.
But who voted the men and senators from Nima County? Who voted him back?
But no, save this particular video. Edith Gongro
that's not true. The people from Nima voted. The people from Nima voted Prince Johnson back in the Senate.
I will be for.
Yeah, but
save this video. This coming election.
Okay.
Edith Gongro gonna beat Prince Johnson this coming elections.
Oh, she running for senator?
She will run for senator. Save this video.
Oh, No, but I see anything I want to ask
Okay.
you.
Okay. Save this video. We will bring her out to run against Prince Johnson, and you'll know that she has the numbers in Nima County.
Okay, Papa. The Buffalo family, is indisputable.
Yes.
They are a fine family in from Nima and
Yes.
Liberia at large.
So
You only get nothing, no die on our family.
yes. So we are going to go to the length and breadth of Nima County. We started this morning or yesterday. We started the campaign, and we're going to reach the Nibadians. We say if, because this whole thing is about numbers now, and the county which you come from. Once you got numbers, you can bring any ugly person from that county. They can be wicked as anything, because you got the numbers, you can bring them out. But we say no to them.
Okay.
So the best son of Nima County, which is Chevron Gongo, is going to pair with Alexander Cummings, and they're going to sit down, they're going to discuss who will be the first and who will be the second, because these are not normal times. We need credible people. We need people that has integrity, people that will put institutions in place, people that will prioritize education, because our young people, the future leaders of Liberia, are way behind in Africa. They are way behind.
Okay. Thank you, my brother.
Yes. So I want to, on this note, I want to say that the people of Nima County deserve better, and it's not Jeremiah Cohn. So I respectfully submit, and I love you all. I'm going to leave and let somebody else come in.
We are coming in to Magala before you leave. I know, Magala, thank you very much. You know, I remember those days when Magala had those rough edges when we go on this show, we argue and things. But Queen, thank you very much. You know, you were part of Magala. You know, I let his conversation now. He become more refined. He hating it. You see, got that mindset. He not going for all that numbers thing. Yeah, you know, he go back. You see, he talk about integrity. This is exactly what we want for that country. It's not just because we won't follow crap, but the integrity. Thank you very much, Magala. Thank you very much, brother. Yep.
All right, Magala, we're talking behind the scene. Let me put somebody on your hold before Titi speak. All right, Titi, shoot.
How on that Benjamin you bring it here though?
Hey, you can't talk. The people that in the land, they put it in the land talk.
The person I wanted to talk to, he left Wesley. You know, the thing what we do. Eh?
Seven
all right, but let's see. That Wesley I wanted to talk to. They travel thing when we continue to preach. What they're talking about because now, what they call it because JMB got Jeremiah Kun. So now that JMB will do that. You know what we need to do. We all, like I said, everybody got their own candidate. For time to time, River said, you know, I've been supporting Cummings. I never change. And that person I stand with, and that the person I will continue to support, win or lose, I will support him. But to me, where JMB pick, where he just pick, people say, oh, he left Yomli Kanga there in suspend. I believe he did too. Because the last time when I saw JMB went to Buchanan when he visited Yomli Kanga father and all of that, I thought they were going to seal the deal. You understand? Seeing when we saw the pictures. But I don't know what the purpose of him.
And actuality are two different things.
But you're a user, man. You're a user. That woman is a user.
Exactly.
He can't use Costa.
No, I disagree, but go ahead.
He came here, he used Costa. Costa took that woman all over. Did stuff with him. Carried that, even that the picky bang or whatever when here when they were raising that money. What was that? That was called. What was that? That was called a picky bang.
No, I saw that thing. It looked like laundry. Like one of those things you put your laundry stuff in.
No, that woman said, "Oh, the man never told Costa. Costa, 100% sure he will come and be the vice president. Costa carry on a Google to the Liberia. What are you talking? I saw Costa to some press conference. And the boy was, I didn't know Costa was even, he had British too. He like, with the man. The boy, yes, you don't
So
see that.
let me ask you before the other guest comes on. You
You do what?
talking about? I said let me engage you first before we switch to you talking about JMB.
Yes.
You know, being publicly, you know, betray these people. What a man, he coming up with his VP pick soon. So
Yes.
all the people who align will come is the people who are shortlisted. You know,
Yes.
it doesn't appear in abstract. These are things that are worked on behind the scene. So they shortlist people. So all the people that are shortlisted, they should come on and say, oh, we supported Cummings and Cummings.
No.
And let me see. We supported Cummings and Cummings, betray us. We had the understanding, although Cummings didn't tell them, he chose who he wanted to choose. Or we had the understanding that because we were, aligning ourselves, we were close to him, so we expected him. No, they did not choose that and Cummings anybody. But let me say something before you finish up. The guy comes on. J.M. Costa aligned himself with JB even before his COP or the Friends of Costa decided to put his name forward. So that means that when you look at it in chronological order, Costa had already given his support long before his name was thrown in the ring. So if you know your name was thrown in the ring, and you know that this is a competition, and you know that one person will win, and you did not win, then you want to go cry me on river. I do not care. So that is not what you call betrayal. Honestly.
It is betrayal.
Okay.
Can I finish that? You see, in America, I remember when Joe Biden was running, right? Joe Biden have a list of people that he bet before he picked Kamala Harris. You understand? In Liberia, the point is, Mr. Cummings, we need to know who are you talking to. People just throwing names out there. They just throwing names. But with Baka, they were throwing names at the same time was singing with the people. You understand? And according to where they said, the reason of Baka picking this man, because of financial reasons. They said because of financial reasons. But let me say something. The point here is, that's my thing. That's my whole thing with Baka picking Jeremiah Kuhn and Prince Johnson being the one that put his hands up to pick him. I asked somebody who ordered and who be insulting Mr. Cummings, even Pazawi. You see the video, you can see it. I asked the question, so what becomes the World Economic Council situation? When they still preach that? You understand what I'm saying? When they're picking this man, this man was feed.
Titi, is Jeremiah Kuhn on the list for everyone Madonna George?
No, it's not like he on the
Queen, 1 second, please. 1 second. The difference between you talking about the people that come in shortlisted. Look, Cummings will not get personal like Joseph Boakai got personal with these people. Joseph Boakai was personal with Nobly Kanga Lauren. Going to beginner, meeting the father. Personal with Henry Costa. Joseph Boakai put these people under the insurance. Look, when Cummings, let me say, Joseph Boakai put these people under the insurance. Look, when Alexander Cummings had a list of 35 or so people, nobody knew. Everybody expected the diaspora people. They thought you are sitting there, you were going to be there. So they made blindsided them with different names. That's how committed, that professional behavior. Joseph Boakai told everybody when he goes to he tell the other person or how they call it, I got you.
River says, I don't know whether you worked on any political something before. If you work in politics, and if you know that somebody is shortlisted, you have to go and be personal with them. You got to know their lifestyle. You got to engage them because guess what? You want that person to be aligned with you. So you will go and see what they're passionate about. You will go and visit them. You will visit their family. You will speak with them. You will talk to them behind the scenes. So why is it strange that this was something that happened?
My supervisor doesn't go to my house. My supervisor don't know my family. The company that hired me don't know my family. They only look at my resume. They look at my job qualification. They ain't got nothing personal with me. So I don't know what you're saying, Queen.
Please stop it.
Let me finish first. So they said,
wait, Titi. Please do not bring your daily working, with presidency to control a whole country. So that's Apple.
Oh, those things start from there.
No, it can't stop. It ain't starting from there. When let Japan speak, we
no,
you'll come back. Let Japan speak. The problem is quiet for a while.
Okay.
okay,
Look, let me come back. Wait, I will come back.
It's okay.
go ahead, my dear. Go.
Come back.
They put the out part in the full second round. You know what happened? Queen, thank you so much for bringing me on, and thank you for the show today. You ready firing? Why Robert said go? Robert said I wanted to ask him something because
they will hear you.
yeah, Robert said they just a little bit, hurt, So now when you with a Jew, she doesn't know you're important. She doesn't know you're important. She will push you around.
Someone that bring your personal life in.
Hey, wait, the man gave me an analogy.
Yeah, exactly.
But
So that's not important. Really move around until you go, you find one American Jew and they say, oh, let's put it and let them come together, however. So that what happened to Mr. Kumi? Mr. Kumi had the opportunity to work with Ambassador Bwaka. And it was highly recommended by most of us Liberians, okay? And Mr. Kumi came to the politics by saying we can do the same thing and we get the same result. And I was one of those persons that alluded to that, to that acronyms or whatever. But the thing is that Mr. Cummings, he had an opportunity, but he needed to work with everybody in the country. I heard people, criticizing Prince Johnson. I have a problem with Mr. Johnson myself, but the truth is the truth. Right now, we have a calamity. We have a disaster now. We have a national disaster, to me, in my opinion. So we need everybody that are sincere, everybody that are adequate to engage the process. Mr. Johnson is one of those that had a record for standing out for what is right in our country, believe it or not. Even though it could be one-sided, but you have a history of that. And he's been very outspoken. But in the case of Jeremiah Kun, for me, I don't know why we're trying to put a whole Prince Johnson in Jeremiah Kun. Jeremiah Kun is an individual that had nothing to do with Prince Johnson. They just happened to be a part of the same political institution, and he was recommended to be the head of that institution. So, if we all believe in Ambassador Bwaka and his wisdom, we should give respect to his decision. In my opinion, though, because look at some of the factors around the Jeremiah Kun vice presidency. I mean, it's justifiable, man. He's from a very rich county. That's one of them. He have the resources that we need. I mean, even some of my colleagues in the opposition committee that were assuming to have the position Mr. Kun have now, they themselves know that the financial constraint that in those areas. We've been on the opposition thing for years, and we all have gotten that resources in our own weak ways. And we need some power hard now to go to the finish line. So the decision for me, I welcome it. I just urge Mr. Kun to work in line with what our constitution prefer, and not just it's our time, or maybe I'm from the county that need to be represented. That's just my fear. I want us to be nationalistic. Let me get up put on now.
All right.
Thank you,
my brother. Welcome. What name?
Yeah, thank you.
The names are going too fast.
I'm Eddie, and I join you from Vancouver, Washington.
Oh, okay. Hi, Eddie. Let's hear you. You see Titi on the action.
Thank you.
Be here to the end, so don't worry.
Thank you, man, for the show. I think it's a good thing for people to share their view on this Blue app. I see our people, our ANC brothers, then trying to make the thing look like JMB have made a worst decision ever.
You know what I'm saying?
You guys, see other great people out there, and you want to go for them. I would say I can go for them. But in my mind, GMB made the right decision. And if I were the one in GMB position, I could have made that decision even 100 times without regret. Yombly was a favorite. If you ask many people from the cycle, they will tell you Yombly was a favorite. But the single reason why Yombly never made it to the finish line was because her house is not in order.
Yeah, legal obligation perhaps.
And
Yeah,
and this thing it keep going from one court case to another court case. So as a result, the old man have to choose somebody. And if I were the old man also, I have no reason choosing Costa because I assumed that Costa's name was in the race. And at the moment he heard that his name in the race, he started attacking other people, calling Jeremiah Kun names. It tells me that his ambition is too strong. You have to be moderate and you have to be a professional person.
Thank you, Rose, for the stars.
If I was in the I was in the position of GMB again, I couldn't have chosen Costa. Costa have made war with so many people. Costa don't let anything to pass. Another thing that I could not have chosen Costa is this. One time Costa went on the same Blue app, announcing to the world how he spoke with George Weah. And oh, George Weah coming. George Weah coming. The same George Weah that you basting here and there is the same George Weah you coming. What are you wanting? Look, that's all the information. If I were in a position,
we can't say that just because the policies of George Weah was something that he lambasted does not mean that if the man call him, he can speak to him. Why
let me address that. Let me address that, Mama. Wait, I will tell you my point, right? I will give you my point.
But if you're to finish,
the way you were analyzing,
let me then you come in. What I'm saying is that there is no reason why when you're in the political space, George Weah call you, even if you lambast him, you against his stuff, you will pick up the phone and you will speak. Thank you, Rose, for the stars. You will pick it up and you speak. You will still have your resolution. You will still have your integrity. You will still have what it is that you believe in. But by you speaking to somebody that you disagree with, there's nothing wrong in it. That shows maturity. So
I agree. I agree, man. Let me make my point. Let me make my point, right? It's not a bad thing for him to speak with George Weah, right? It's not a bad thing, cool. But if you come up publicly and say it, and this sitting down in here, the first thing I would say that this guy looked like a Costello. It looked like he come here and say one thing and then he go on the other side and do another thing.
But then
that is a message. That is a message.
If you think that way, I engage you now. If you think that way, it is my business to educate you. Because that is an uneducated thought. So that's the reason why we will have to if I'm mature in the political field. If I come to a Casa or whoever say,
let me help you, my brother.
Let me finish. If I finish it, I like to engage people when they say things. I like to pause and engage them. If you think because I speak to someone I disagree with, that means that I'm in the person's podcast, that means that you do not have an educated thought. That means that I have to be able to educate you, to let you know just because I disagree with this person, you understand? Based on policies, that does not mean that I can't engage that person because we are from the same country. I'm not going to go and say I will be a seller, but if that's how you think, it is my duty and my position to give you that education. Continue.
All right. Okay, good. Thank you.
Let me come in small. Bob, please. Please, just 1 minute. Let me tell you something, right? I understand. Let me help my brother here. The thing my brother saying is that I agree with him. We all support Mr. Costa. And Mr. Costa, I believe his intention for Liberia is well. But to be honest, where the true element put it there, the political thing we on now, the political system we in here. Okay, in a political system where you will be talking to the man, they may be talking to you. People dying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah? The people that over there, they killing people. And even I was in Liberia, I was terrified. Okay, I was terrified. In certain places I couldn't speak. In certain places, you know, I have to be moderate. Okay.
If you what about me?
All right. Let me continue with my point. Okay. Let me say this, Mama. You made a good point, Queen. You made a good point. I agree with your points made. But let me tell you this: according to statistics, 85% of our people are uneducated. So the level of reasoning, I come in. The level of reasoning, even among educated people, the level of reasoning is quite different.
That's your opportunity.
The level of reasoning is quite different.
So, pushback. If Custom has a big platform and you put that out, and people think the thoughts that you putting out there, it is his responsibility. Just what you said. People will not reason the way I'm reasoning. Then that says reason to go and educate the people. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that we look at trivial things and we say things. Yes, what you're saying, people have those thoughts. But if you're in the national space, it is your responsibility to give the people education. And that is what you and I are doing on this podcast here today, is to educate people. And it's because I'm not in the pockets of anybody. I can speak freely. I can I can fire from different ends.
And we respect that.
Let me tell you something, my queen. I want to call you my queen, but queen. Let me tell you something, right? when you cause a damage, when you cause a damage to correct it can be very difficult. That's why things fall apart. He said, when things fall apart, rather, when things fall apart, the center can no longer hold. When you do certain things in life, it creates an impact, and for you to erase that impact, it becomes very difficult. Now, I was just outlining reason why, if I were in the position of JMB, I couldn't have chosen Costa, and I listed a couple of reasons, and this was the last reason.
You are liberty. I'm not pushing. Yeah. I'm not giving you pushback.
And the next thing I want to say is this: some people are pointing finger at why Delon was not there. I support the reason why Delon never attended the program, because Delon boss already released a statement. Delon belongs to an institution, so Delon could not have overshadowed his boss by going to that identical program. So Liberty partisans that stay away from that program, I salute them. I respect them as it is. But one thing I can say is that JMB made the right choice. No matter the condition, no matter who Jeremiah Kun is. Some people say he's corrupt. Some people say he's being bad with the CDC. It is JMB idea that he is selling to Jeremiah Kun for Jeremiah Kun to buy and join his team. That's why Jesus Christ said, "I'm going to make you fishers of men." It is not Jeremiah Kun idea that he's selling to JMB. It is JMB idea that he's selling to Jeremiah Kun. So Jeremiah Kun is buying into JMB idea to join the team. And at that moment, my brother who left the land talk about Nimbalian, he was only calling on all Nimbalian to be supportive to their son. That's why he was not being so tribalistic here, but he was only calling on them that they should not miss this golden opportunity. It's a golden opportunity for Nimbalian. And they should seize this moment to make sure that this man becomes the next vice president, and hopefully and prayerfully he becomes the next president of Liberia. I want to say thank you, Queen, for the time you gave me to share my idea. Have a blessed day.
Your beautiful articulation. It's just that I had to capture that little, stuff so that we can we could, do some sort of education on that. You obviously you have a train that you own, and you selling, you on the train, and you selling.
I own the train. No, I own the train. JB train is not leaving me behind. I own that train.
Good for you. I was just, I listen to people, and then if I have a little, stuff that I need to engage people on, that was what I did. But everybody's free to to say what they want to say. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. So we can bring someone else on.
Thank you.
But Queen, before this, as somebody coming on, right? There's something the brother said. There's something that the brother said that me and I in line with. I don't want to beat the dead horse now because the horse is already there. But I think they attend for Mr. Costa. Everybody that refused to attend that program was to sabotage the entire program. For me, it's just that, you know, sometimes when you dress the devil and you carry the devil outside and you want to make the devil sheen and the devil can really dance, you just say you can't do nothing no more. That's why the devil could dance. But for me, that last minute decision, it was too crucial for them to handle it the way they handle it.
That
for
was
me.
it.
Because we all have begun this advocacy here with the general group of Liberia. And besides that, Mr. Costa man, he, you know, let us tell the truth. He now put too many things. Costa now put us, the opposition community, in a lot of things. Because we have supported him, we all rally around him, and we put him in front because he
us in opposition in a lot of things. Please expand.
Yes. You know, we had a CPP. These guys say I want to
man, cut it
listen.
off. That pastor broke out your CPP. You're still not better than go to court to testify. He no better to no, but tell you not even bring it on. You better start talking about Costa. You never know your man need him.
No,
so you better leave it alone.
See,
you better leave it alone.
Wait small, man. Then the man finish.
Nobody wants to talk to CPP.
For me, I believe in Costa, and I know everybody needs Costa. But my thing is, what the true Elmo put it there. We had the opposition team. That thought he was the fuck person that bring all the whole Mr. Kumi Bennett.
No,
okay, we follow him.
That one will stop you. They told him to yeah, but quick, all right.
Titi, wait small, man. This thing is a dialogue. Japan, when you say that,
they're talking to my boy.
Titi, wait, please, man. When you say that he brought this thing up, don't forget that CASA is part of the ALP. Hold on now. Mr. Ure is the one that took Mr. Cummings to court. So CASA is being a part of the ALP. He had to speak about what was happening in his party and everything that his party chairman disagree with. So yes, if you are the first to bring it out, it's because it was from his party. They were the one that
for me, I believe the languages that he used to express that were too strong, and he left no room for negotiation. And anyway, but like I said, we're not going to beat the dead horse. That was one of my things. But for me, I believe it was even legitimate because the document that was falsified, it was authenticated. So and Mr. Kumi took a scam. That was one. He came back to us. He said that he wanted to be a senator, and Mr. Costa said that he don't want no appointed position in the government. He wanted an elected position. So he declared his senatorial intention. We supported that. We all supported that. All of a sudden, again, last minute of time, somebody recommended him to be a VP pick. That God doing. Oh, that God doing. So the God doing here now. So my thing, you know, my thing is,
the man got saved. What do you want?
Yeah. So my thing is, now all the things God can do for you sometimes and finish it. Sometimes something God can start and get away to hold it. So
but you know, the man got saved. The man said that God brought you to the one finish.
So my thing is, and then besides that, he said that he support the old man. He believed in his wisdom, and that he said that if for any reason anybody
remember that.
So my thing is for them last minute of time, even if they had any disagreement with the decision, they should have still attend the program after the program, then we'll face that in-house. But if you look at the statement, even my own country sister put us out, Miss Renewably Kanka Lawrence. It was very derogatory to me.
No,
you know.
In America, we say it was shady. That statement was shady. Anybody who can read English and interpret English and dissect English, they know that it's shady. But that Nelly comes in and come in. You know, Nelly.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Nelly, we hear from you for a long time. Where you been here? Nelly.
Yeah. How you doing?
Nelly, you freezing, oh?
I think you are freezing. It is you.
I don't want I freezing.
Anyway, you hearing me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, y'all tell me, am I freezing?
Now I felt it came from you because I saw your photo there. It was like it was freezing.
No, I want to ask Japa and Titi, am I freezing?
I don't want to believe that. It was coming from you, but you okay now. I want to believe it.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Nelly.
Okay, anyway, excuse my sabu here.
Beautiful.
It's been very long. It's good to be back again. I just want to throw my little input on one or two things I heard. I've been listening a lot of time, even when I was sleeping all and gather. But my concern was quotes. This was
you're breaking up.
Jeremiah Kuhn relation to Prince Johnson. I just, the Liberian politics is good that all of us are learning. Majority of the people are involved now, and we are learning. What I do know, what I do hear, and what I learned, and what people are working on is, I think some of the problem we got with Jeremiah then is they don't speak out. They just sit and let everybody, they don't speak out. But I think the way we are looking at him, he's not actually like that from what I heard. What I heard, Jeremiah is a long time UP man. He was with the UP, but in Liberia, right? The Liberian politics, now like on this side, people flip-flop and all that kind of thing. So I heard even in 2017, during the second round, when Prince Johnson went to the CDC, Jeremiah Kuhn did not go to the CDC. He stayed with the Unity Party. I heard a long time. So come to the crime for here, Johnson. When the time comes, Johnson, we all see the example with CC, right? There are people that international communities don't want to be around the CDC. They make way and they dress back as Natalia Maggie and other people. And even in few days, we are things that have not happened. All of us are worried about Jeremiah Kuhn relationship with Prince Johnson. Whatever Prince Johnson is doing, he's always doing it. I think he's doing it to satisfy himself. But when the time comes, he's not going to be nowhere around. And besides that, in our Liberian politics, what we do need to know, all of us, the people back home, they are not the people on social media. On social media, we do our own thing. When it comes to the real politics in Liberia, the people got a decision makers in the corner that we don't see, we don't know. They will listen to us, but what they see is best for them is what they do. And in Liberia, when it's time for election, people look for the votes, which county. Let's start with Charles Taylor when some of us got involved. Who Charles Taylor went for? Who was his past president? Where did he come from? Why do you think he did it?
Well, because he needed the manpower. Okay. He needed the geographical strength. Yeah, he needed the geographical strength. Because that's a strategic error right there.
Then the thing are coming in. So when Ellen Johnson came, who did Ellen Johnson go for?
Ellen went for Joseph Boakai.
Why do you think she went for Joseph? Why do you think she went for Joseph Boakai?
want to believe because he was older with the experiences and
No,
then
because Lofa, Lofa, big county. That's how it is. Those are things that, as Abby is saying, we need to learn these things because Lofa is a populated county. One upon we are came, who did he go for? Joel Taylor, because she's from Bone County. Bone County is also populated. So people look at strategic counties. The way we look at it on social media, they don't look at it like that. People were saying, oh, Yombly, all this, but the real decision makers, they were making their decisions in the back. And nobody cared to find out what were they saying. So that
I want to say something here. I'm going to say something, you're going to keep me. Oh, I think it's time for her to get a country to 2 men, man. Because they one man, one woman, they're not working.
So you think this is what I'm trying to say? People will say a whole lot of things. People will explain. We only want to know who Jeremiah Kun is. For me, that's my point. But whether we agree or not, when it comes to the presidency in Liberia, people look for the vote-rich county. They will go for it, no matter what happens.
Let me respond to David. David Golo.
Who you not fair to me?
No,
I can't speak.
I just want to respond to David. Titi, you are sitting on the theater. We close the theater. You don't blame them for their show here. So I don't even know what you're talking for. David,
I got to answer some question.
David Golo, you're talking about they can separate Kun from Prince Johnson. That Kun kept people during the war. Prince Johnson and Kun are they Siamese twins?
Of course, that's how you say about it, but
now, I can't hear with two people talking. Are they Siamese twins? You sitting down, cool, sat down. He did. If you say you can separate, look at the history of Cool disobeying Prince Johnson in two elections. And when you is Cool, you talk there, you can separate them. That Cool that are named on the list, the sanctioned list. What is wrong with you? But anyway, so everyone can stop crying. Everyone crying on your name.
The thing why I understand why you keep saying oh anybody ain't got vote. The last time I checked with you, we had the census, they hit on lower the population. And you get more
when they say the woman promises it aloud, we can wear the now more. Don't worry, they ain't go ahead. They ain't cheat the population.
Hold on. Why you not say that I want to be about woman? Why you can say man?
Well, when they say the man useless and you say he not useless, when a woman leave, I think they can find out.
I'm born for you.
Titi, everyone say you are making a leave so he can come up.
No, you're not born the time leave.
Let me just lay. So these are the things that we need. So let me just lay. Yeah, so these are the things that we're supposed to know in the Liberian politics. Even this time is a lesson learned for even the Costa himself. It's a lesson learned for Yombly, our sister herself. When you're doing politics, it's not only on social media. The mean people are on the ground. As long as you don't, and that's the reason why people going, when they go Liberia to do politics, be there, all these people, they are all corrupt and killers. You messing yourself up. Once you go, you don't reach to the people and you start throwing talk at them. You messing your future up. That's how it's like. And don't, never mind. You will say, hey, they won't say a word, but they keeping it. They will not answer. They will not say a word, but they're keeping it. These are things that the young people don't know. There's two different things that people missing, or they think to be an activist. When you're an activist, meaning you can be a politician, you can be any politician. No.
That's where it starts from.
Because an activist, you will not compromise, you will not compromise, you will not say anything. I mean, an activist, you will not back anything. Anything you see, you say it because you are in the interest of the people. Wherein the politician not offer that, that is not. So you cannot be When you want to be an activist, just be an activist. But you say you are an activist, then later on you say you won't be in politics. I
No,
won't be
but
represented. I won't be.
let me get you a little pushback before you leave.
That one come from.
Hold on, Auntie. I told you I like to engage people. My yes, certain things that pique my interest. You know, you know, it all depends on the individual. So we cannot do any relegation to say because you're an activist, you can transition to be a politician. If I want to be a politician, I will be a very good politician because we'll shit. But you know, I digress. So you know, it all depends on the individual. Some people, I know what you're saying. Some people can just be an activist and they sit there and they continue to be an activist and they're comfortable with that. Some people want to transition to hold power so that they can be able to make that difference when they you know they actual power, they have actual power, so they can be able to have the different policies they propounded you know implemented. But I understand what you just said.
Abby, wait. Abby, do you know that this is what Costa is suffering from between you and myself? If we want to analyze, we will see that most of the time, he you know, things are happening, the wrong things that other people are afraid to say. He's bringing it out. And because he's bringing it out, this is why he has a lot of enemies. You know that, right? So you think.
Yeah.
This is why he has a lot of enemies. So after he finished rooting all of those things out, just instantly among the many enemies according to them, because all of the things he's saying they don't want him to be out. You think just within that he can just transition and go into number 2 position? You think it is that easy?
They're going to be dangerous for him.
It's not dangerous. It's not dangerous.
In Liberia, it is. In Liberia.
You ask me a question, hold on now. It is not dangerous. It is, he's already in the public space. The people already know who he is. It all depends on the person who wants to choose him. And in this case, the ambassador decided not to go with him. But I don't think that it is a hard transition. Honestly, because you in these United States of America, you know about Kamala. You know that during the time of the how you call it, when they were debating, you saw what Kamala on Biden. That thing there, it dropped Biden approval rating and stuff because she tied it to Biden. That was a huge thing, but Biden still chose her because he felt that she was a fighter. He liked that spirit, and he owned the African American community based on
and they gave people do.
His stuff.
But can that happen in Liberia? Can it happen in Liberia?
Anything can happen because our minds are not closed. And we're not absolute. Politics is not absolute. Politics is, you know, it's grand. You know, if you want to use the French people, it's grand. So it's open, and now you talking, you know, what's it? Reed's talking, the TC talking, I'm talking. People are opening their minds. We opening the minds of people so they can think away from now. They can have the one track mindset. Yeah. But you know, Kasa he's qualified.
But Miss Abby, Miss Abby, what she's saying is
VP did not choose him. My thing is that the VP chose you. You said that you for the Liberian people. Yes. You said that this man has integrity. You said that you were still with him, man, whether he chose you or not. And that goes for our sister Yomli too. And then that decided to not show up. It's a statement. You made a statement. You don't have to speak, but your absence made a statement. And then you made the Liberian people to feel bad. For the Liberian people to say, oh, that man is supposed to be in our corner.
They may say he's fighting with us, for us with this papier here. And because he's not chosen, and then he treats us like this.
But Miss Queen, you know the thing the business is saying here, let me tell you too, right? The major kind of advocating, like if you remember when Costa had the show,
other people want to come. Let the others come in.
He was on the side.
Thank you for your contribution. Don't be a stranger.
He was on the side, right? He was on the side. He was having a lot of power when my brother Costa was in the advocacy. He was having a lot of strength. No, not that. Not that, but he had a lot of strength, like from the beginning, before the June, the June and the January put the order that he had a lot of strength. But when he went in the political space, he had a lot of challenges. Because I believe when he had the COP, the council picture, he said, "Oh, when we did the CPP, he said, well, we're going to make a statement. We're going to write our points down. We're going to anybody because that time we're doing the voter consent, we're doing the concession, or we're doing the survey, voter survey, whatever it was. Whatever means we're going to determine the standard bearer. He said, whoever standard bearer that comes from out of the account, we're going to make our points. We're going to jet down our point. They're going to sign it, and they're going to make sure to implement that. But then all of a sudden we switched again, and then we went back into the political space. So when he went there, he had a lot of challenges. So that's why my sister is saying, and then my thing is in the particular period of time, the particular season, if he was meant only for the Liberian people to be on the outside, to just hit everything that inside there, everything come outside, he was going to be in a very, very good position. Why do you think he can't stay in the country? Because he's my own brother. He's my own brother, but he can't.
My thing here is, Reeves, I do not like for people to relegate people to a certain space. That is my thing. I'm very liberal.
But there's a time and season for everything. There's an evidence on it.
Your season may not be his season. I don't like for people to think that a person cannot try their hands at different things because or people think that they have to be in this space. He has every right. He qualifies. There's one of the qualifications to be vice president. He fits that qualification. But again, my thing is that the person supposed to make their choice. And they made their choice. And the reaction to that choice is the one that is very, very, it shows that they were angry. And they show it. So why are you going to go tell the people tomorrow that why you didn't show up?
Exactly.
What excuse you want to give the people? I want to know that excuse. I want to know the excuse. Why you didn't show up? The week prior, you were there singing song on this man. What changed in a few days? I want to know.
What the hurt is so much? What the hurt is so much? I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm hurt. That's it.
And you say, whoever said they said that when they pour, I'm not seeing your request. You keep telling me say I should bring you on. Amos, let me say Aaron. I don't see your request. You ain't get your request yet. So
one of my brother argument have been that before you go in any major presidential race, you should have a base. That was one of the reasons that he didn't even support Mr. Kumi from the beginning in some of his conversation. That Kumi didn't have a political base from Sando or Riverside. So he decided
he's a politician.
Listen, I got my dresses or my suit or whatever I will wear already. But I'm sure that I'm working inauguration. Either Joey or Cummings. You must stay down there.
Oh no, wait, if I go to Joey, no, you see, Ms. Queen, let me put out a disclaimer.
You've been talking ever since I got to talk. I said I got 2 dresses or 2 suits. Either for coming inauguration or Joey inauguration. And that's why you need to start talking about Costa. You never know you might need him. You got to order your elevate or Costa to Eric. That order your elevate Costa arrogance. Order your.
That's true.
But you just said when you were putting the COP agreement together, because you didn't know the difference. Whether he was advocate or he was a leader, because some of you are calling leader. Y'all were going to show, y'all were calling leader. So all of you are the one who created your own monster, so y'all start.
But
So
nothing. He's still a leader to the
But I
people.
want to say, so he shouldn't say nothing, and you can't tell somebody when they should join something or when they should apply for something. He can keep trying everything. He can make it like
I don't see any request from anybody who say they requesting me. There's no request. So if they think they're requesting me, I'm not seeing any request. So they can go out and come back in and request me. So
it would be a shame. It would be a shame. It would be a shame on anybody that know the deeds and the happening in the government to say that because I don't find my space or I don't find my position in the opposition arrangement, so I'm going to go support the administration against the government. It would be a shame for any individual to do that.
Oh, you don't understand like brand politics. It shouldn't be, but that's what it is. In America, when we vote, we don't vote because we figure out we get our job. We vote because we want change.
Feel the people.
When y'all vote there,
we have feel the people. He has proven to be a criminal. He has proven to be somebody that can take people's life for power, grief. He has proven to miss money. No, let my man talk. Go ahead.
No, another thing again, I was trying to say without God, I left Wesley. He said if it were him, he would dissolve the group of 77 and Queen had to correct him. In America, we got disabled people and all those things. The group of 77 and what we heard the disabled people, why were you dissolve them? Why were you put them talking about you will create jobs? In America, we work in group one, we work in all these places. Those are the people that they have in the places. Why that your citizen? Why you can't do the right thing for them?
We don't have the resources that the country have.
We have it.
We don't have
yes,
the
we
structure.
do. We have it.
We don't have the structure.
We have
and what he was saying is that he was saying that we can put it in different categories where they can be meaningful to society and to themselves.
How can you send that to work? You can do something for them in America. They got programs, they got other things they put them in to keep them functional and half functional. So why can't you go work and you put them in? So you just find job, throw them out there all, send them on the farm like usual. You always say they must go to the farm. That player was saying.
But not all of them disabled power where they can do nothing. Some of them they slow, they can do something with their hand.
When people mentality you must be deformed, either your body parts or something. You can be disabled mentally too. Just because we don't have that's correct.
Okay.
Who's that Ben? Who's that? That Ben?
Okay. Yeah.
That Ben, how you doing?
If I catch you crying, you know wait, Benjamin, hold on.
Queen, you almost talk to you.
If you are man and I catch you crying on this blue app on my show again, I will keep you out. I do not like for men to show weaknesses. I want no men crying.
You want men crying for weakness?
Back to back. Businesses, they kindergarten businesses. Talk what you want to know.
All right, let me speak. You know, I've heard a lot of things, and some of my friends some of them from Nimba, I think they are making a mistake. And here's why.
Thank you. Hold on, come in, I live for your analysis. That's tomorrow you and Eugene back on with because go ahead.
Even if I was from and I had somebody from Nima that I to support, I'm not going to do it in a way that it shows that trap.
Yes.
Most Liberians, that's you know, and Prince Johnson is so notorious about this. Oh, all the people that is a very bad trend. And Prince Johnson's man is an evil and a that wants to save his life. Anything to survive. And that line that he has been carrying on is very dangerous. Let me guys some things to think about.
So Ben, that now you know that Prince Johnson is evil. When he was with your president, they were walking around, and now he's evil.
Who president? You know something?
Yeah, No, man, it's not sedition.
Oh, that man that he got George, we are here.
I got too much.
But I'm so funny, like Joe, we are for me.
To support George, to be someone who support George, my man. Please. Now, let me go to the point. Like Rescue, proud to the 1980
Thomas.
proud to the 1980 coup. Do you know who was the majority people in the army? They were Liberians, and then followed people from Grenji there. But guess what?
Yep.
But guess what? But because the way in which the army was structured, it was not.
Thank you, Thomas, for coming.
So
Tom.
The army was not structured to be based on tribal. So nobody was able to raise those issues. That and then they besides those two tribes, the people from Lofa was another group that was so many were in the army. But guess what? The reason why this thing is that Prince Joseph is bringing, if we start to go down that trend, then people say, you know what? Look at that. Let's see who are in the army. Why are you having more crown people than Gilbo? Why are you having more than that? On competence and not tribal sentiments. These things are dangerous. It's the same thing that brought up. Why are we going back to AA? Even if I want to support the one Gongo as a Liberian, I'm not going to say our time is very dangerous, but people, we should not look. President is on a threat. This man is doing everything to survive his last life. This man, that's all he's doing. We should not follow him. If Unipart wants to take
you send him in the sleep. That reef's coming, man.
Jeremiah Coon.
I know. I want to tell the guy something. I can't listen to him.
The other thing,
Ben, that's a poor. Let me tell you something. Everything you say here, it's not in a poor. First of all, you are accusing a group of people. You are accusing a group of people.
No.
You are accusing a group of people to be dominant in the civil conflict. You are accusing. Wait a minute, Ben. Wait a minute, Ben.
You talk.
Wait a minute.
Just wait.
But wait a minute. Wait a minute. The discussion has been about
no.
Let
me finish. You talk. Let me finish. The other thing are saying that, you know what? What has Jeremiah Coon to do with Prince Johnson crime? And let me tell you why he has to do with it. Jeremiah Coon did not kill people. But I want you to know that when it comes to international relations, they look at who you are connected with. Why do you think America will have allies with different countries, and when you finish with other countries, they get mad at you to say, "Why are you with those people?" It's because of your connection with those people. The Americans will frown on you. And right now, as it stands, if Liberia starts to do serious business with Russia, America will frown at her.
Okay. You see, Ben, I got a point right there. But this is your hypocrisy right here. You right here, and we have been recruiting all ex-rebel general. He has been recruiting all the criminals in the country. He has been mobilizing them, empowering them to torture people. You have never spoken against it. But this is a man now that goes.
Listen, because if you have followed me, you have known that I criticize Rita for Prince Johnson for all of the rebels that just got him.
Okay, let me ask Ben a couple of questions. Benjamin. Benjamin, I will engage you other people. Yeah, I asking you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Thank you.
So, in essence, what you trying to say? You were saying that. Let me ask you. Are you saying that Ambassador Barker should not have chosen whom? Is that what you're saying?
Because the people are rebel.
One at a time, please.
No, but I'm finishing the question for you. I'm finishing the question for you the way I want to.
I'm having a dialogue with this man. Are you saying that Ambassador Barker should not have chosen whom?
Yeah.
Okay. you're entitled to your stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, just give me a few seconds, 30 seconds. Why you against Ambassador Waka choosing Cool? I want to hear your rationale.
So,
30
yes,
seconds, because I got another question for you.
yeah, so because we, Prince Johnson does not hide anything that he's trying to do. He telegraphed everything. So when the American government hired Prince Johnson, when they forced to resign from his position in the Senate, and the pressure was building up on Prince Johnson decided that I will leave my position and give my position out to Jeremiah Cool. Then he made Cool his chairman. And he and CDC said,
Another thing you never hear again.
Then imagine they're talking about that we got checkpoints we can erect.
Talking about that, man.
Reese, let them talk.
Then he had a problem. When he and CDC had a problem, he came on egging. He didn't hide it. He said, I will go and speak with Mr. Waka or Mr. Cummings. I will speak with everybody, and anybody who needs me, I will go there to support him. That was the exact line for which the American, for which he is sanctioned. It was for this pay for play, because he said, my people are not getting jobs, and I need jobs for my people. He was not even saying I need jobs for Liberians. It was again his people. He made that very
Okay. You're not talking for more than 30 seconds. If Prince Johnson is the senator, I don't know where you're coming from. This man is the senator of Nima. He's the senator of Nima 5 before the whole of Liberia. So
but
wait now. Don't wait. So if that man is representing the people, now the people, the whole Liberia voted him. The people of Nima voted him. So he said,
when they talk about political arrangement, when they not talk about Nima Kandepende, they are making the thing look. We didn't wait in collaboration with CDC. People not get joy. He said Nima people.
Jabba, wait. I like to engage people, other people watching this show. I want us to be able to engage people when they say things, and I want to quiz them on it. But as I'm saying, Prince Johnson is not. He's the whole Liberia did not vote him. He's the senator of Nima County. So if utmost, first and foremost, is to the citizens of Nima, he had to make sure the right there in extension Liberia. So if Prince Johnson was crying and saying that what the TV said, pay for play, your interpretation of pay for play, it's not Prince Johnson crying that his people are not getting what they're supposed to get. The pay for play is saying that Prince Johnson received money. So you gotta go and read that dossier properly. But let me finish. Let me finish. But what I'm saying is that Prince Johnson, if Prince Johnson advocating for his people, whether good power or indifference, that's not my contention. My contention here is that if you crying that this man who is a senator of Nima County and he's talking to his people that he's representing, and I send him there to go and represent them. Let me speak. I will give you the floor when I'm done. And if they say to represent them and to put their issues forth, and if he's there representing them, crying and putting the issues that they brought to him forth, how is it that is any different from what the people elected him to do? They elected him to do that. Secondly, when you talk about being tribalistic, nobody is being tribalistic here. But the point of the matter is that this Jeremiah Cool is from Nima County. The people from Nima County will celebrate him because that's the region he's from. And in extension, the other people who, want to basically that believe in him and wants to vote for him. How is it tribalistic from the people that coming from that particular region to be happy that their son is from Nima County, is the vice president? You know what achievement that is?
Wait, I'm so hard to believe that you're doing that. I'm putting the people as if I said the people should not be happy. Why are you doing that?
Well, you talking about him being tribalistic when the guy was talking about Nima County.
Yes, but it has nothing to do with the Nibarians. It has something to do with an individual who thought it wise that I will say this thing only because this is our time. Then we question, this lady, what her name, Joel Howard, was to use that same slang, which said this one is our time to eat. The problem is that we are just not our criticism. That's why some of us, we like, look, how many times what I've not said about Georgia and his cronies. We said it because we're not afraid to say it. But sometimes we get confused that the people in the party for something just forgetting what it was for war crime code. What they have, I mean, like I was telling you, man, Queen, here was the biggest piece I want you to know today. You know the guy that called Thomas Fala from CDC. He is the chairman of Ways and Means. Yes, do you know who is? Do you know who is his deputy?
Jeremiah Queen.
Queen, all of the crimes that are committed in the Senate that Thomas Fala initiated, Thomas Fala and Jeremiah Queen, they all the money has through their hands. Queen, what are we? And we can't see. It's the same thing as doing today, and nobody sees anything. Why? Why?
Yeah, listen. Jeremiah Kuhn and Thomas Fala and all of these people in the is Thomas Fala a senator or your representative?
He's a representative now.
He is a representative.
Okay, but why are you connecting I like to understand things. I know that
because the legislature has a Ways and Means committee.
Yeah, but the committee it doesn't interlock. You are educated. I am educated. Things come from the house before it go to the Senate.
Yeah.
So don't connect the two.
Wait. Okay.
Why are you connecting the two? Connecting the two? Who is? I'm not disputing who be on the Ways and Means.
Okay,
but why are you connecting the two? You were saying that to educate the people. The house is from the Senate.
For the sake of my own sanity.
No, for the sake of you getting it right and you be corrected.
My sanity. Let's
They
forget.
are not on the same committee. They cannot be on the same committee.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So we are moving on. Yes. If you were here earlier,
I agree.
Said, okay,
please.
Wait now. Wait. If you were here earlier, I said that I do not know the records of Jeremiah Kuhn in the Senate. So I don't want you to think that
Wait, hold on. Queen, do you need anybody record in the Liberia Senate to criticize them? That they are all
No.
Do you have any TSA report on Queen? Do you have any TSA report on Queen? Do you have any TSA report on Queen? Do you have any correction, allegation, or scandals, or whatsoever on Queen?
Let's see. Taylor is doing a good job. Youngly is doing a good job. Paul Charles is doing a good job.
That's true. They're not doing no crap thing.
But okay. Let me finish it so I can go to the other people. I am telling you, if you listen to me, you will not be over speaking on me. As a moderator, I can engage you, and that's what I'm doing. If I engage you, then you speak. So what I'm trying to say is that Kuhn as a senator, I do not know his record. I'm not here to pour his, to defend his record because I do not know his record. If you listen to me and you don't just speak over me, you understand. I'm not defending his record. But when you were making mistakes, I had the right to correct you because you are talking about two of them being on it in the same committee. I want you to know that they in different committees. I don't know whose record, but I will not across the board just let me speak. I will not deal with everybody across the board because I know that few shining stars in the legislature. You understand that? But you say that you have the right to say that JB shouldn't have chosen Kun, but I don't know what business it is of yours because you are ADC, you are CPP man. You ain't got no business in the Unity Party people business, and you are up in arms talking about it.
Let me tell you what. Let me tell you why I'm concerned. The reason why I'm, if for any reason, even though I know when I have it, but if for any reason by accident, if Mr. Walker would have become a president, we will go back to face. We will face the same international hurdles that we have with the government.
All right, okay, okay. We hear you. We hear you. Jabaka, you know.
Ben, thank you, Sis Queen. Ben here, he don't even know what he's talking here. Ben came here, he's just knocking everything in the building. And none of them are making here. He not a pata, he not a bucket, no noise. My thing is, I heard you talking about the people from Nima, they were mostly dominated in the civil conflict. Well,
no, I did not say that. I did not say that. Please. Please.
Okay, please tell me what you say.
I said
what you say.
After the 1980 war, the dominant forces in the Liberian army were people from Nimba, Granger, and Lofa. Why is it the other tribes were not?
What I say different now? What I say different?
No, you said the civil crisis. The civil crisis, my brother, that was rebel time. You cannot do that to me. I'm not talking about rebel time. I'm talking about regular army. The regular army.
Okay. That hold that constant, right? Okay, you saying that the people that were in the army. Ben, first of all, we all are Liberians, okay? Our problem, if we had to fix it, it had to be holistic. We can't do a sectional repair. That would not hold water. So one of my things to you is that this ticket here, you are saying the man that's supposed to take Kun. I am going to tell you he's supposed to take Kun, and I will tell you why. Since you have not been able to tell me why he shouldn't take Kun, I'm gonna tell you why.
I told you, but you just would not listen.
What did you say? Why you didn't take Kun? Why you shouldn't take Kun?
He wants to say that Kun and Prince Johnson, the Siamese twins, they joined together. For a man, who's supposed to be a free.
But Queen, hold on. Queen, I come in before where we finish. Before where we finish, I come in. If you can go to SK TV yesterday or day for yesterday, they played a tape. They see when he preached Johnson, who brought a Kun, he make a tape say Kun corrupt. Go get the tape.
The politics.
Oh, yes. Okay, now politics.
But anyway,
the politics.
But me, for the all you, if that's the thing, then you already answered that.
Corrupt people in our brain, he gave Prince Johnson school 50,000. He talked about the corrupt people.
He asked for help for a school. He wrote foundation.
Yeah.
That was before election. That was before election.
But he knew who Prince Johnson was. He said
the Prince Johnson. He fell into the school.
Stop it, man. Stop it. But can sing there. Yeah, he gave it to school, that Prince Johnson school. They want to Prince Johnson. check what in Prince Johnson did. I'm just trying to tell you that we have a lot of recycled politicians in Liberia.
Prince Johnson asked for help. He didn't just give it.
Even comments, check your audio, TT. Even comments are with certain people who, if there's Benjamin, oh yeah, he came and he was explaining exactly point. He didn't like it, but the people still were comments. You understand? So whatever the case is, the cool people are showing and all of these questions that Benjamin got, they will have to answer it. Go ahead, Jabba.
So Ben, what I want to tell you is, if we say that Prince Johnson Bele Kun might not be vice president, then maybe Miss Queen already answered you because you say Queen or Mr. Johnson. And I'm going to tell you now today that Mr. Johnson, before and not Mr. Johnson today, Mr. Johnson have been transformed. He has changed his life. He's a preacher. He's a man of the gospel. What?
Oh my God.
But wait a minute. So let me tell the guy. Prince Johnson have been transformed, okay? Prince Johnson right now is a senator.
He's a killer. We all know he's a killer, yeah?
He was a person. What President profession? President is a military man.
But don't say after all the people he killed. Don't do that.
So what you're trying to say is that the party, don't interrupt me. What you're trying to say is that the party that Prince Johnson belonged to, that have thousands of Liberians, you understand? So you're trying to castigate all of those people too because they're in the party. That
no.
The party. And then the head of the party, you castigating Benjamin.
Look, people went behind Prince Johnson because I think that man still got that energy to where he takes the war. Prince Johnson ain't like nobody no more, but he's still a killer.
Queen, this man.
I'm not just agree with you.
He's a preacher. The last time I saw him was in the church preaching.
You won't go?
Yes, not to anybody of late.
You want to leave?
Who have killed
Why you will not even be to the inauguration? No, Ben, no worry. Let's just prepare also.
All right.
Either for your we have inauguration or coming.
We're waiting in 2 weeks time to dissect the vice president of coming to because the fire will be coming from above.
Let me tell you how deceitful people in the UP are. You know quick that I don't get it for Costa. You know I don't get it for but when
you don't be looking for attention for Costa don't pay attention to you. All day you be looking for attention. The boy he do right, he doesn't pay, he doesn't pick you or not lay you down. And I see your attention seeker.
Hey, my sister, let me talk. Listen to me. Let me tell you. When that man's political career was in the toilet, as Darryl Dillon was said, it was that who resurrected it. Where were these people in the UP that today that are here making all these noises around? Where were they? That's
elementary talk.
From point A and point
they're not coming to the man.
That's elementary talk.
No, I am.
The man belongs to a party, and the man is still with a party. What are you talking about?
So JMP taking, and just when I want you to listen to me, I am speaking about his decision making. Costa was carrying all around this the president. Even Costa came on air to say, yeah, JMB and him have already talked about this whole VP thing. He tore Nyongli Kanga all around the place.
He never said that.
He even went to a farm. He went to a family.
Stop lying on Costa.
Look, Queen, I'm speaking to this man, decision making. That's what I'm. That's what I'm. And I. When
They
I
never made a right
Okay,
decision.
listen.
You know the thing, I first time disappointing people, right? What is concern you with the decision the man made?
Listen.
I first time disappointing people. No, let me ask you, Benjamin. What is concern you? You're not voting for Ambassador Waka. You're voting for CPP. What is that concern with? They're thinking that they trust.
I want Georgia out. So
then focus on your party.
Hold on now, Queen. You ain't
focus on your party. Focus on you. You don't even promote no. You talk about Buraka so much that you don't promote your comments. Talk about comments.
That's the thing too. That's another thing.
What you want to put out there? Why you concerned with that woman's party?
Wait.
You bring elevation to another man's party. You for CPP. I don't hear you promoting Musa Belete.
I don't need your advice.
I don't hear you promoting Musa Belete. Why are you not promoting Musa Belete? He in the hierarchy of the CPP. Why are you not promoting Cummings? Cummings is a qualified man. He in the head of the CPP. Why are you not doing that? Why are you so fixated on Ambassador and the UP people? Let me hear you promote Musa Belete. I gave you the floor. Talk about Musa Belete.
Thank you.
Get the promotion.
So when it comes to decision making, Waka has very poor.
No. I'm stopping you. I said promote your own people. Promote Musa Belete.
No. I'm not going to do that. No, Queen. Give me my time to speak.
No. There's an engagement. You don't I'm engaging you. You belong to the CPP. And let me tell you, you can't pour a wool over my eyes. You belong to the CPP. We will drop water so you can promote the CPP. I gave you the floor.
Yeah, Queen, listen to me. Again, I would say Waka has a poor skills.
All our people
and
this one.
Here is why.
You will lose. Your man will lose all the opportunities that they bring in your way.
Wait, let me tell you what good leaders do. Good leaders, at the time Mr. Waka knew that this thing was going to go to
Benjamin, you're sending me to sleep. You are here. You believe in. I'm not going to. I will stop you and will bring you on. You here. You believe in a CPP. I will stop you and I will fight you. The reason why I will stop you and I will fight you. The reason I will stop you, I will fight you is because I'm a fighter. I'm fierce. I'm fearless. And I'm combusted. I'm in your face and I'm in your face. But I'm telling you that no. I'm telling you that you are CPP man. Nobody's opportunity to promote the CPP. Forget about Waka. Why are you not taking the opportunity?
You support Waka and let me.
Why are you not taking the opportunity? You see why you be showing once around like here? Why are you not taking the opportunity?
Let me see.
The floor is yours. Why you feel on Waka? Waka. Promote CPP. Promote your
let me tell you what we have done. As a leader,
I take you from the floor.
That man better than the way that you are supporting, man.
Who man? Did you talk? Who man better than Kawian?
Joseph Boga.
This man.
Yes. This is making.
Well, but let's see. I rather don't care where you pick. I just told you. Well, guys, you're killing it. But I'm not trying to talk. I'm talking about my own. I'm not talking about your people.
But why is true that I am taking cool? I need the two of you to join us. If you have had that meeting with these three people, good leaders.
We hear you.
Benjamin.
But how do you know? How do you know?
Hold on, Benjamin. Did you wear your glasses?
Acosta.
I pay my friend car.
What was there?
You're supposed to be having glasses everywhere.
Costa.
I got the other one in my car too, but it's raining outside.
I have one pair of glasses to see in the car, in the office.
Like
one in my car, the one I carry with me.
It's done, and that ticket was that ticket have.
Okay, Benjamin, can you pause for me to say something? Benjamin, please pause. Take
Benjamin,
you are drinking water. Take a sip of that water. I'm telling you that. You put everything out against this Waka and whatever. But you told us that you believe in comments and you are about comments. I am giving you the opportunity. I'm redirecting.
I don't need it.
The what?
What? I don't need it.
What do you mean by you don't need it?
I don't need it.
What you?
Right now, I want to tell you about the
you already
say about
said it.
No,
you already said it.
We're talking. Allow me to speak.
No. You don't say it. And let other people walk out. We need to. They say the man with a green hat off. I'm just trying.
Yeah, he been that long. No, not bad. They want to tap it. That's too long. Yeah, they on that show for started, man. He on this. Big and say, let him go.
Jala say you noisy and incoherent.
Yeah, let's tell him go.
That's so much. The people.
I have to.
We can't when I do Joseph Baga people against them. Let him go. I prefer Sidisha coming and he just stay.
Don't listen.
So I want to ask something. When coming for the Baga second round, will you vote Baga second round or you go to Jowia?
Who, me?
If I come and say you go Baga second round, I know Baga going for second round.
Why would I want to vote for?
Yeah, come and say you
we are not voting for Baga. I can't do it. Let me tell you some of my reasons. Don't get me wrong.
The man said Baga is inside around you.
Mr. Comey said it. He said he will. But Mr. Comey, I'm not him. I support him alone. So you won't go for a second round to vote for Baga.
You're going to go against the parliament? It's a parliament.
No, it's not parliament. The Comey don't pay my bill. I support him. He don't pay my bill. Here's the thing. Check the other day. Chair alone to the place. Listen, if Mr. Comey said it, whatever happened, if we gotta go to second round, whoever is in it, he will support. That's him. He got bigger hand than some of me. I got nothing against Baga to say I wouldn't do it, I'll do it. But I feel like my time will be wasted. Why should I do it?
So why were you not for? So why were you say much of an evil or less of an evil? Because
we are not evil. When do you see we and Baga leading the rest are two evil people? So why not let them run? Who cares? That's what we're saying. The Ome sneaky. No one the Ome just backstab all your friends there. After Delon went in the kitchen and sat on the floor, Delon leaned out to him. Delon shook his hand. All the three people did, and you still went and took somebody else. Delon can't get the ring and all. What you talking? Delon gets his ring. Delon knelt down to him. Yumbi went there. All these things. Yumbi went there. Copy on Sir Joseph for a business. So what all the Mr. Cummings.
I want to bring noise to the blood, man.
He carry your picky bang all over the place. Even talking to the barber shop. Put suit on him when he came here. Those suit. Look what he said to the boss. No. No way. He's not gonna get my food.
All those go to that Costa Borough, I got all the receipts.
Now I know that was sent on suit. You know that was sent on suit, then they were putting on. You reality I was my vote when I opened jet here. They were not me, but I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed. You remember, he even got into a Philadelphia. You saw the fire truck and all. He introduced people on the fire truck. He introduced to the people on the fire truck and all. Why you on the fire truck? took picture. Then he backstab the people like this. Man, please.
It's a rescue
Yeah, go
mission.
ahead.
Titi, when I go too far, I got 20 more minutes for the show to end.
Let me
Titi,
get my closing.
wait, Titi, hold on. The same thing, I know you see people woman. I'm saying that instead of focusing on another opposition, focus who's in position because that's your target. You know, what I'm telling you now, you have to flow. You got your leaders. You got Musa ability. I want you to promote Musa ability. Talk about him. You got comments. I want you to talk about him. That's what I want you to say.
Talking about Mr. Comey, it take more than 20 minutes. So what I'm going to say,
No.
let me do my closing. I take more than 20 minutes. Let me do my closing. I will wait when Mr. Comey speak as vice president, then I will talk about him all time. But 20 minutes cannot make me talk about him. But right now, one person.
You don't have to advocate for Mr. Cummings, wait for him to have vice president pay.
Yeah, but right now I'm hurt. All my other CPP members, I'm hurt. So right now I cannot promote nobody until the vice president is paid. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Why you did to them? No, they're not. Well, they will come home. Trust me. They will come home. That's shame. They will come home. But I'm hurt over why you did to them.
But
this guy they call was Thomas. I see why these kids can be blocking you all over the place.
Yeah. Thomas got problem.
Nobody
is Thomas.
I black Thomas. You're quitting with it. Fib.
All the black way. But look, let's be honest here.
La pena in the best
your fellow CPP were talking now.
I want to say, let me get my closing.
Okay.
I know Mr. Cummings. If Mr. Cummings become the stand-up bearer, he pick a VP. Trust me, he might not bring you go and diamond, but I think he will uplift like bro better than Mr. Boakan. Enjoy, we are. So I told all my family, I telling all my friends, I will promote him. Mr. Comey is the change that we need. Mr. Comey is the way to go.
How will you feel the same
Musa Belete really. You said something.
The more finish it.
Musa Belete, I have it really. I know the choice that he made good choice until, like I said, the vice president has been picked. And we scrutinize everything, so I don't have anything worse to say about him. They say he corrupt.
Political party, if they believe in a particular person, they don't wait for vice president's presidential pick before they extol. I
believe in Mr. Cummings. I believe in Mr. Cummings, and I believe Musa Belete make the right choice. They say he corrupt, he was FIFA there, but we got no record.
Not true. So they will wait for vice presidential pick before they can promote their candidate.
I'm promoting him now. No, the one telling me Mr. Cummings is the best. That's it right now, Liberia needs. Mr. Cummings is the best. Even Joe, we have said it. Jefferson Koji said it. All these people said it. But like I said, Queen, there's so many things I could say, but I can't say it right now because I'm emotionally hurt for my other party members, the CPP. But until then, I will leave it as it is. But I always say, well, backstabbing and conniving. I want to say, you know, people underestimate our woman. When our woman was sleeping, they didn't know you were calculating what to do to them. Thank you. Go ahead. He evil. Go ahead.
So your friend can come.
Nobody coming out. The one on the top will log on. We will close the show. Ben myself will stay. He should go.
Ben not say
no, but he should go the one the time. Ben don't move. No, I'm not moving. Ben don't move.
Ben moving.
Wait, listen to me. Wait, let's talk.
Finish up this so I can get you up, Ben.
In which political establishment have you seen in the opposition that the ruling government, that key elements in the ruling government refer to, look at the person, the person is running them, and they tell you that we look at all the way we see this person is competent. Where have you seen? That's a plus. A plus.
Yep.
It has not been said by one of.
No, I understand what you said first. Repeat, I beg you.
that, and what I'm saying is that
you got your stuff going in and out.
okay. So what?
The man said because the rap press Kumi, so Kumi are the best man. That criminal that prison somebody.
So what have you seen?
It's okay.
Why you say I didn't catch you?
So what I'm saying,
He said the rap Kumi are good president.
Speak, he not bobo.
He said he makes a good president.
And Joel no good president for now.
Maybe. How you got proof Joey as a criminal yourself?
If the way I'm watching the stuff, if you're talking, there's intermissions, so I don't catch people conversation fully because all the different talking we stop it stop me from hearing. So go ahead, Benjamin.
Again, I said to show how good of a person Mr. Cummings is. The ruling establishment, as bad as the CZ government is, people in the present government, every time we in the opposition, one person to keep making reference to, and that person is Mr. Cummings. That's the
we all know why.
Hey, Jabba!
Don't worry.
I said when more than one person talk, I like to listen. I don't want people to think that I'm sitting down here, I don't listen. I like to catch what people say. I don't let them answer no repeat. When you finish there, you will talk to now. Talk. When Benjamin finish, he's going.
I'm not best.
Oh, you go. You finish talking. Go finish.
We're not going nowhere, Ben. Don't worry.
Oh, he going.
No, I'm not going to listen.
Benjamin knows me. When I speak, I speak. I speak with authority. I don't flinch. I'm not indecisive. I'm a very decisive woman.
Then we need you in Liberia. We need a senator or a representative like you.
Listen, in America, I'm money my children in America.
That's
I
it.
will sit down behind the screen here and advocate. If people get me working in Liberia, I will be a freaking drill sergeant. I will clean house. And at the end, you will come and you will explain your position to me. You will tell me your job description. Every week on Monday, we'll have a meeting. You will
you'll be on time. You will be on time.
What you done? What is it that you done to move the agenda forward in whatever institution we're working at? Yeah. I want to see your work. I want to see whether you reach goals. If you have not attained the goals that we set up for you for that week, and stuff like that, we got you on a suspension basis. If you can't do the people's work, let someone else do it. I do not care. The people that know me to the places where I don't care. I make friends to where I work, but when it comes to work, if I'm supposed to, I'm on a team, I make sure I do everything I'm supposed to do. I clear my work schedule. I ain't gonna be playing. You think people here to play? And if I was somebody to work in Liberia, I wouldn't want to stay there for more than 1 year and a half. I want to go and put things in motion, set things in motion, and give it to the next man that learn from it and go and do my business. I won't be traveling. You think I come be sitting down? I let to travel. I let to get on plane, go places, go all over the place and stuff. I don't want to be doing it on Liberian people's dime or time. So all of these things there, we got set structures where we work. So it is ingrained in me. So Liberian people there, they can't handle me. I can't you that. Because if I get there, you will tell me what you're there for, what you're making that money for, and stuff. If they're the company's car, show me in the policy what the company say. You must take, the ministry say you must take the cars to your house. If that's a ministry car, you're supposed to use that ministry car. You use it for the work of the ministry. At the end of the day, you park it right in the yard because of government property, not your personal property. But don't digress. People like me, they will not have me in any of these places there because they will be talking, you talk, that your business. I want to see your productivity. If I don't see it, then we will put you on, we'll put you on warnings, and we'll see whether you do it, elevate yourself and see. You can elevate yourself, then you don't fit for the position. Move away and get other people.
You know what? Let me speak. And I think a lot of times this thing.
You go in you go in I need to take you off.
No,
the network finish.
Hear me?
Yeah, but your audio is in there. I'm coming to be string my ear. You coming to bust my eardrum just because I need to hear you.
Okay, now listen to me.
I can hear you, baby.
Right. I think the mistake she don't want to tell me what I do that?
No, I told you in and out.
No, you lie. You won't tell me
no, I'm lying. I'm telling you the truth.
Queen, as smart as you are, why you won't be supporting the old man? Queen, this is hurt man. Queen, why?
Benjamin, I'm not attached to you. Your personal relationship with things. I do not do personal things. I don't operate all evil feelings. I'm not easily. I get too cold hearts.
Wait, I can see
for things to be done. You talking about me for support? Listen. I'm putting out information there, and you jumping and saying, "Oh, you supporting this person 1 minute as I honor cover this the next minute." That your business. I'm bringing the information to you, and we dissecting the information. We in 2 weeks time, we will bring the comments information. We will dissect it, and we will be going forward. So I support the opposition. Me, I can call about the same wavelength.
Queen, how do you feel? Under this weird government, the government cannot get any foreign aid because of the air preparedness of this weird government, of no connections. There's been said Prince Johnson will be close to power. When last has it come to our attention that DPP will take such a sensitive?
Are you asking me a question? Are you asking me a question?
I'm making a statement with a question. Do you know why it's deep? You know why?
Just one. I know. If you ask me a question, I will open my wide mouth to tell you that Prince Johnson supported Ellen, and Ellen still got all the support, the international support.
Thank you.
Ellen still got the international support. Prince Johnson supported we are who immediate corruption. They to not get support. Stop the thing, man.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you, Queen. Thank you. You check that man right there.
Prince Johnson is no Ellen Johnson. Ellen Johnson had a whole lot of things working for her. Number one, she was the first female president on the face of the country, Africa. There were a lot of things that were in her favor. Prince Johnson can never be the toe of Ellen Johnson. So don't even make that comparison. The same thing that people said, Georgia had money, Georgia had this, Georgia had that. They will see it. It was all lies. When we go sit down there again and can go pour Joe Bwaka, with Prince Johnson, are you kidding me?
You ready?
You know, man to be close to power. You know what you're talking about? People, you guys are behaving like see this is when they were in opposition. That's how you guys thinking right now. Open up.
Ben, you talking about two different styles.
With your children,
Ben,
with your 5 years old child.
Okay, Ben, what do you expect us to do now? What do you expect us to do now?
Please, don't waste our time. Don't ask about what somebody is going to do. That better recommendation somebody is going to take seriously.
Let me hear your opinion.
Joyce Bernard from Malawi. She was the first female president in Malawi. She did not get the support that Ellen Johnson got. So she made history too.
Say that again.
I giving you education. I won't call you the small children and kindergarten bench. You talking about Ellen Johnson was the first female president. Joyce from Malawi. Joyce Banda was the first female president for Malawi. She made history. She did not get the support that Ellen Johnson said. My people, okay, jump out because you get people chance.
But what I want to tell Ben
Then you need to go here out.
No,
Titi, you going for dinner again?
Ben, what I wanted to say is,
Titi, yes, you going for dinner?
Interview.
Yeah. You
gotta go do something.
We need to go for dinner too, so we can go now.
I know. That go my closing. Okay, me get my closing.
What?
I come in one. Let me get my closing.
I thought you finished your closing again, Titi.
Did I?
Yeah, you get a closing.
Oh, yeah, but he asked me a question, right? If at all, at the end of the second, when we come to a second round, who I will support? What did I say?
That Jabba asked you.
Yeah, I told him, he said right now I'm still hurt. So let him give me time to breathe. Then I will get
but second round, you can go and get part of minute because the scanner barrel of ANC that you support extension CPP.
We make a pledge to him to support him and vote for him. I didn't say I will vote for Breaker after.
But before you leave, man, I want to ask you one question. I want to ask you one question.
So,
don't you get hurt over the thing of Kumina being able to work with Ambassador Boaga? Don't anything that gets to the people?
Why am I coming work out to can be on somebody? Why Boaga can find somewhere and say that? You think I'm hurt? That woman needs to be retired.
But,
You think
Chapa,
why you gonna put that man on a workout and then the way you're gonna treat your vice president in that country, he must just said that some mumu, he can't move, he can't walk, he can't heal. The man won't be the man said, and a clear statement when I go to all a program. He said you are not white people. He said the vision that he have. He have to be on the top in order to implement it. He said you are not white. He said why you calling all that period. I never get Baka he will do a vision. Baka vision is sleep with Labra, wake up with Labra, eat Labra. That's all I see on his slogan. Man, please. Call me when I go on in front. I want to stop coming closing right there.
All right,
Mr. Coming not desperate. He will run and he win fine. He win fine, but you will not be provide. You will not go, you will not just give up and say, oh, let me come honor you. That's why you have backstab those people like that for. Please. Young man, what's your backstabber? I see you. I gotta go do something. Let me get it. I come here. Let me go.
They're calling you go.
Yeah.
Bye.
No, Japa. You see, I think what I realize from you and other people who support Mr. Waka is that some of us said over and over when Georgia was harboring those criminals that he has with right now, including Prince Johnson, we are on record of saying it was bad and that he shouldn't have done it. But that's why I don't see I don't see.
Okay, wait, Ben. Ben, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, please. I agree. You make a very certain point right there. You know, let me tell you something. We all wanted to hold Prince Johnson and all the other guys accountable in the country. Okay, every one of us, and we wanted a transparent leadership that would bring to bear all of the accusation, all of this inquiry, all of this assumption we have from past administration, XYZ. But look at this guy that we were depending on, the president of Liberia right now, Ambassador Weah. This guy went and harbored, matter of fact, he recruited and organized all the criminals in the country, and he had it on his side to intimidate the public with his leadership. If possible, to even intimidate to the extent of he coming to power against our will. In this case, how can we stand up to this man? We need people of the same caliber. You understand that? We need people that have balls. And in my opinion, Prince Johnson have the evidence, he have the experience, and he authentic right now when it comes to the conversation. So by he coming in the general good of the country, I have no problem. Because you know why? And listen to me. You know why? At this point, I don't care where the rescue is going to come from. If the rescue will come from the devil, I'd rather be rescued. I don't care who's going to rescue me at this point, because we are in calamity as a nation. We are in calamity as a people, and a disaster that people that will respect, the people that we used to call big brother or daddy, uncle, and will be putting on here and be begging or and be crying just for little or nothing. Okay, and we have to be constrained here to have to meet up to the obligation because we are part of our society. So this is the reason. Okay, so I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Ben. I understand. We need every dead medicine. Every dead soul need dead medicine. John, we are the dead soul now, so you need dead medicine. That Mr. Johnson
talking about. We are creating a society that will be Bible of the fittest. That means nobody. It's me who with strong rules. Is that what you want?
Press conferences have been released. International committee that made intervention. International community that released press conferences on warning on the government against their injustice and against the misgovernance. There's nothing have been done. People have gone to ECWA court. Their complaint have been in those. So at this point, what do you want us to do, man? Do you think we're going to sit here and allow Joe we have to bamboozle everybody around like the way you bamboozle your citizen people around? Look, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something. Even if Benjamin you tell sell to come in our country and say you want to support Joseph Baga, I will put your hand up.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow, yeah. We jolly around with them and come from the grace of the can. Yeah.
I don't know how
go want to get rid of that food out over there. I'm damn serious. Yeah.
Ben, we can hear you again. You go mute them.
Yeah, it's following time.
Let me get to my brother. 6 years ago, we were at this same junction. We were supposed to make a decision when Mr. Walker should have been elected. And people said no. They went the other way. They said anything other than the party instead of what was best for the nation. We said anything in the party. And this is where we are today. Today we haven't learned anything. We're still saying anything, George. We are. What is it? Why are we not learning from our mistakes? Why are we not learning? This should not be for anything, George. It should be anything competent. That's what we need.
You said anything what? And yes. I say anything. I say if that skeleton say anything but just we are, because you know what? In politics, you know that I've been sitting now. When I'm sitting now, when you're speaking, and I hear one or two things, if I try to bring it, don't stop me. Let me bring it out, and then we talk about it. That's how I like to moderate. I'm telling you that, yes, we say anything but George Weah, because you know why? You can sing Tabata, you can sing whatever song outside. If you do not win the policies that you want to implement, you will never be able to implement it. You have to, why you can't give me a chance?
Okay, all right, speak.
Why you can't give me a chance when I'm speaking? It is infuriating. I like for people to understand. Okay. I will never go on your show, and if I speak and you tell me to hold on, I will hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Anyways, I am saying that yes, we said that way. You know what the Englishman call tongue in cheek? It's tongue in cheek. That's what we say. Anybody but George Weah, because at this point, whatever policies, the people, you think you're the only person that got one party is the only party that wants something good for the country? No, it all depends on who the people align with. Everybody, when they come in, they come with the intentions of having something good for the country, and people gravitate to them. That's the actuality, that what matters. But I'm saying that in politics, you can talk from now to doomsday. If you do not win the policies that you want to implement, you can never implement it. So you have to be something trivial. Politics is about winning. Politics is about numbers game. Politics is about interest. Politics makes streets bedfellows. So, you know, I know that I'm here. You sit in your chair for me to educate you.
I know.
And I decided to give you that education. So you can talk. Let me finish. You can talk from now to judgment to say, oh, you're saying you don't want to move judge. Yes, we do.
Now
we will speak it out.
Let me read some of the things that you said and make sense out of it. No, Queen, whether we like it or not, this election is running away from us, from our hands. Whether we like it or not. And let me tell you how it's
going where, man. I don't believe that even in the interest of Liberian people, Ben, you're in the interest of John Weir and some other people that are, you know from John Weir.
I don't
you know.
I tell you, in the first place, what has highest stats of all of the. Do you know why his stats is so hard? Because even his immediate cycle doesn't have grip over them. I mean, the people that was.
Yeah, he got grip over them. That's the reason why most of the people that wanted certain people and he chose the people. Come on now. You need to stop it.
Let me speak. Don't get in your feelings now. Let me speak.
I'm not in my feelings, but if you know the space of moderating, you know the moderator can interrupt the guest. So the moderator is the unilateral person that is supposed to interject.
Yes. I went over my sister to see the go before God knows you're talking for this, but let me tell you, we are behaving crazy in the opposition. Look, the division is not just in one place. It is in places. And I can tell you, PDP has bad things. They are good when it comes to doing bad things. They're very organized. With all the noise that go on, these people are organized. How many they're not saying much and they're just allowing us to justify ourselves? Why it is true that the opposition divided themselves? Baka divided Baka. I mean, Baka separated himself from Baka. Can you imagine of all the people that on that day?
All right.
No, hold on.
So Ben, you draw your conclusion from the people not appearing to the program, right?
Yeah, I'm about to
you draw your conclusion from the people not appearing to the program because none of them people have come outside to say, well, they made it not call a vice president, we're not going. So, but you know, but Ben, you go at that. You go at that. You go at making your own story and believing it to whatever level and just carrying it out there, you know. But the thing here is, Ben, Mr. Kumi cannot be president right now because it is an evidence that people of the field administration are in bed with Mr. Kumi and some of his key lieutenants that are advocating for his presidency. And it is clear that this government needs to be held accountable for their action in government today by the next administration. So we cannot jeopardize the chances of that with Mr. Cummings. You understand that?
All right. I coming to get my closing now, so we can.
Me too. Yeah.
Wait. Japa, get your closing so we can bounce.
Yeah. My. Ben, we can hear you.
No, we can't hear you.
No, let me end.
No, I said we can't hear you, honestly.
No, everybody give me thumbs up here.
No,
you.
Benjamin, I'm not playing. You going in and out.
Oh, they can hear me. Okay, let me end. That give me 2 minutes.
Check your audio.
You can hear you, Ben. We can hear you, Ben.
No.
Ben, you can hear you. Ben, we can hear you. Oh.
Now.
Ben, we can hear you.
Okay, 2 minutes. Listen to me now. Oh, Jabba.
We can hear you, Ben.
This is the... So,
go ahead. We can hear you now.
Yeah, good. Now then. But now
Benjamin, Kuna, you gotta go in and come back. We can't hear you. I'm talking. Joyce. Joyce. Hi, Mama. And he be in and out.
That's a lie.
No, true.
I can hear you now.
Go back data. Go sell up more bad data.
I'm already done. What Waka could have done after he that he was going to and cool and have a big practice. Give me leave the room and said to them, look, guys, this is a teamwork. And in fact,
Man, your network is terrible, man. For some reason, man, I can hear you, but I'm struggling, man.
You breaking in.
He will come back. I already talking. I know he think I'm lying to him. Joyce, Mama, tell what you got to tell you. We close.
I just want the opposition taking for Gary we had the election.
Okay.
Wow. Why you say that?
The reason is, you know, Jeremiah Kone knows people in Lima, not Monserrato or other places. And you made Jeremiah Kone your running mate. And his political father is Prince Johnson, which everybody have, not everybody, but have stigma. Do you think you guys able to take him to other places to run campaign like that? Because they need to see you people.
Yes, he speaks 3 languages. Oh.
I don't want to know whether he speaks 3 languages or not. So, Gary, we are in election for the 2nd term. I really appreciate you guys. And thank you very much, because you had the best option to go back to Cummins and settle your problem and give opposition good thing that people will say, oh yeah, these people are serious. But you can't bring on seriousness to people and then you say there to be the steering, say, Jawia to steering Liberia. You think Liberia like Jawia problem? Now we our own problem in Liberia, not Jawia. Because so that we can add that we know what we want, or we know what we're doing. And things that will affect us in the long run, that if we can do. So yeah, thank you, man. Y'all start making noise around here.
No,
I personally disagree with you, Joyce. You're entitled to your opinion. I disagree. I feel that the train had left the station when it came to Mr. Cummins and Mr. Bwaka. They both couldn't settle their differences as much as people outside wanted them to settle their differences. They just couldn't settle their differences. But they see the Mongoji. But as I'm saying, the CDC, the Mongoji. But what I'm saying is that you said that only Nima knows Jeremiah. Or I can tell you that if you don't say only Nima knows Jeremiah, the rest of Nigeria knows Bwaka. So that's what you're supposed to take into consideration. And then you're supposed to take into consideration, in America we have what we call the electoral college, meaning that there are small states like what's the state name right here? I will get the state name. It just escaped me. They have a large. It's a very tiny state. Inconsequential, but the electoral college is big. So people are be running just to come and get the votes for that state. And then in America, it is not about votes and head for head, like how Liberia and other countries do it. Hillary Clinton, she won by 3 million votes. But America is divided by electoral colleges because places like New York, just New York and California, those 2 states alone would have determined the cost of every election because of their size and because they are predominantly liberal states. So that's why they came up with this whole electoral college. But I'm saying that Lima is a very big, how you call it? Lima is a very big county. So if John Michael can deliver Lima, trust me, that will put a dent into the other people because you need you need those votes for that a large county. But if you say Jeremiah does not know also Lima,
he cannot bring Lima because he's not the only person running in Lima. And not everyone in Lima support him. He had to join other people to get Lima. As Jeremiah 2017 election, 2011, he first came when he was running against President Mawia. It wasn't easy. So he's not the only person in Lima to say he would deliver Lima
I'm not in their political camps, but let me engage you. At that time, was he not a new person that were coming into the lawmaking space? Was it not? Was it not his maiden, election? That was his maiden election. So obviously he will struggle like any other person.
Yeah, but even his second time, was it easy for him too? He cannot deliver Nima. Nima is not for one person. Like everybody claims to have Nima or have the other places. You have other people that runs in those places too. So you cannot say everybody in that place supports you.
No, it will be fun to say for anybody to say that.
Even President Johnson know that he cannot deliver. There are just few people will support President Johnson. And Nima for one person. So you have seditions in Nima. You have ANC people in Lima, you have people there. So I like the way it is. Now you can talk about that breakfast because you be wasting your time. You're taking for giving election to CDC. Congratulations. So
Joy, you can say that. Joy, you can say that because the
current ticket that you have, you cannot win election in Liberia. We will come back here after election and you will congratulate you. We are right here.
I agree, but you're entitled to your opinion. Well, what do you have to say?
Hi, what's up, man? My name is Morgan G, and I'm calling from Minnesota. What I want to say is that, the Joseph Walker you guys bluffing with today, George, we have beat him before, and George, we are going to beat him again. The Jeremiah Kuhn that you guys praising today, if it wasn't for CDC, Jeremiah Kuhn wasn't going to become a senator today. So I just want to tell you guys, this is the easy ticket for President William.
You see, but I mean, you are in camp, I mean, I let you talk to. Phil CDC that you talk about. Okay, so if the CDC was to cover Jeremiah Kuhn to be senator today, why is it that he got to go be senator to be vice president to a party that CDC is afraid of? Just to say that that you're afraid of Broward ends. Why is it that you go there?
Some of you guys just come. You guys don't know the dynamic of real politics. Some of you guys just
come. Tell me the dynamic. Tell me the inner name. Tell me it.
Just talk. Well, when you look at politics in Liberia, there is no way Jeremiah Kuhn, young people are coming to be better than Jeremiah Kuhn because
no, we're not talking about who better here. You said that Jeremiah Kuhn was made by CDC. Okay. So I say if Jeremiah Kuhn was made by CDC, why is it that he's not with CDC right now?
No.
Because CDC is criminal.
No, I did not say that. I said that the senator Jeremiah Kuhn is today was CDC that made Jeremiah Kuhn senator because the collaboration between Jeremiah Kuhn and either either Congo, it was CDC that helped Jeremiah Kuhn to become senator today. And the race was very tight. So that's what I was trying to say. So at the end of the day, a man who George Weah
but please explain to me, Morgan J. I want you to I caught that, the race or tie, so CDC help. I want you to expand on that, so for the listening audience.
Right.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the collaboration with Prince Johnson political party and the CDC, when Jeremiah Kuhn ran for senator, it was the CDC that helped Jeremiah Kuhn to become president and to become senator today, because due to the collaboration and CDC.
Oh, okay. That's what you said?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So at the end of the day, Liberian people should not be fooled and say, oh, Jeremiah Kuhn have the number. Jeremiah Kuhn do not have the number.
Okay, but then the Liberian people too, we know that that's true, Mongo J, because I know you are stalwart of the CDC. You and myself have fought many battles on these internet streets, so I know you. Your first time coming on the show, welcome. And I got a black Bobby last week on Blackie, so he can carry he's spitting his tapeta again. And when he tried it again, we'll black him. But whatever the case is, you talk about Jeremiah Kuhn and people the wrong ticket, normally would have been the right ticket. That is water under the bridge. The man already chose Jeremiah Kuhn. But let's read that. Let me finish. Let's redirect ourselves to the governance of CDC. That is the thing that what the Liberian people are rejecting. So you remember the typical time. The people say it's an awful slogan, but the people were resolute. They say you kill my mind, you kill my power, will vote for you. The people did not want anybody else. Josh, we are telling the people say you know Paul. You know Paul. We will vote for you. And then you got when reach your comments, so before you think I'm biased. We're talking about the people who now announce the people. But Ambassador here Waka, the people say when you're working with Stego, you sitting there in wheelchair, we will vote for you because we are tired with the suffering. So the whole thing supposed to be, we're not going to put it on Baka. Baka is running. We want to put our attention on the governing body of today that has led the Liberian people destitute, that are getting the Liberian people to their knees, that giving the Liberian people extreme poverty, that is crime in corruption, that is stolen from the Liberian people.
Yeah.
You see,
people suffering, but they're not suffering.
Do you see the thing about him? I just got back from Liberia 3 days ago. I would say this. When you guys come on social media and say like
direct come on, you won't yell at me. Come on in.
Yeah?
No, the tell at me.
That nigga people anybody. Mongo J can be for anybody. It can be man or woman. Mongo J
the person are talking about man.
For your business.
Oh,
man. We know the person behind the
Mongo J. So because I have a sweet and beautiful voice, so you're telling me that I'm not.
Argue whether you are Mayu or Gayu. You know what I mean? That's right.
Okay.
All right. So you man, we will respect to you as a male, as a man. So Turner.
Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to politics, like you guys sit in the states and think that people suffering like
you live in America. What do you mean by you guys? Because we live here, that means that we shouldn't participate.
Well,
you live here, you can go in and out of Liberia, and I can go in and out of Liberia.
You guys are the one who crying more than the bereaved.
No. No, why would we
nobody is crying more than the baby because we the here and we will be calling your America to say mobile money and cash app beat the scary, you don't say.
When I
The
say when I say crying, one of the bereaved, when last Liberian people have ever enjoyed in their life, when last everything is bread and butter in Liberia, this president is developing our country. But all you guys do on social media and bash our country. You guys do not carry no investment to our country, no investment. You guys don't do nothing. But all you guys
because opposition gave Jawia election 12 years. For you to come say that I play what that and I come from that 2 days. Now small day in the street, you can't go to no ministry that I don't say that I can't tell the thing what people now here. Now because opposition gave a place to say now. Don't do what are you?
Okay, let me ask you, how can you say Liberia is a dirty country when the government dump trash area all around the country, but you guys eat your chon your there right in your yard? Like the
culture you eat before you get up in the morning, the garbage truck. Keep that in front of your house, your garbage cans right on the main street in front of your house. Do you the garbage company wait for the dye to be 2-3 weeks or 4 weeks before they can pick it up from there?
Let me tell you, Liberian people.
The culture you wait in the garbage company wait for that garbage to reach 2-3 weeks before they pick it up for you.
Let me tell you, Liberian people, we got big mouth and we uncivilized. Can you imagine? You see Liberian people, decent Liberian people.
For a house for 4 weeks before the garbage company can pick it up for him. So now you're telling us that the people in Liberia are so dirty, they're on 7 lives. They know nothing good for them. They're over the death from the bush. Nothing.
So for me, 7 lives. We supposed to advocate for the Liberian people. I don't know which part of Liberian people.
I don't know which part of Liberia you live in. Is dirty for where I stay in.
I live in this United States of America.
Yeah.
You say you're coming from where? Hold on. You say you just coming from Liberia. Yeah. I go in other Liberia too. So not I have information that I know. So you're not the only person that can go in the other Liberia. But for you to say, you guys, we fall on this platform. If you want to talk, you be correct.
When you talk I see the thing I can come to you. You guys said I got to say we on 7 land. Are you 7 land? I want to tell that you can go nowhere in our country. You can go anywhere you want to see.
When I say people are uncivilized, how can you eat? You throw trash right in your yard. You cooking, you cannot sweep, or you want for government to come and sweep for you. Let me tell you.
Don't lie. People live, they clean a yard. Mongo just lying. How somebody will let someone they will not clean the place that won't put in a bread for even in and anywhere they go. The first thing they know say the places they live is always clean. They always want to live decent places. Stop lying on Liberian people.
But that's what I'm trying to tell you. I pass all around like Monrovia. I did not see any trash on the street. I said, maybe the community.
That will visit you in your sleep on that. That day you say you see him Monrovia, it will visit you in your sleep when you lie.
They make you see no day in
I did not see any dirt on the street. He's doing a great job. He's cleaning the city. He's cleaning the city. So if you sweep your house and your house dirty, and you say the country dirty,
but guess what, you say you live in Minnesota. Yeah. When you make trash, what you do? Every week you put the trash on the main road.
Yeah.
The waste management comes and they take that trash and they carry. Yes. So if the people in Liberia, if they clean their yards and they make the trash and they go and deposit it where your simple minded certain mayor that says that they get 17 continents and using the long in front of people, and if he does not know his work, why are you talking on the Liberian people?
No, I'm not talking on the Liberian people. I'm just saying that everywhere in Monrovia got a dumb, how you call it, a dumb, it's like a dump truck area.
Okay.
You
Are they
go,
cleaning the dump
you
truck
clean
area?
your yard, and you walk with
Central
your
Street,
trash and go and put it in that area, and the truck come and pick it up. But if
Mongo
it,
J, you can get the cars there on Central Street. You gotta wait for one car before the other cars pass because the trash it's still 85% of the road.
I never saw that in Monrovia. I just passed Central Street. I never saw that. That's not true. That's not true.
Okay. Mongo J,
Yeah.
I'm happy that you living in your own reality, your fantasy, but that's not the case with everybody. Liberia is thing and it's dirty. He doesn't do his job. But you can praise George Weah for not to doomsday. It will not help George Weah. George Weah government is involved into extrajudicial killings. George Weah government, they are thieves. George Weah government has made the people destitute. George Weah government is highly corrupt. So I don't even know what kind of good name you want to come again for George Weah.
Before I leave, I want to say this. You the opposition, you guys, every one of you guys say the same thing. It's like a recitation that you guys learn every day. Every day when I come on your show, you say the same thing that Eugene Fango said. When I go on another show, the person will say the same thing. So they'll kind of recitation.
Don't worry about it. The election coming. The recitation will get. Don't worry about 2023 will tell.
You will learn. You will learn the how.
Yeah.
If you say we are regurgitating things from the other people, what will you say about yourself? Because you are jaded. You are jaded the same way all the CDC people are jaded. You got wool covering your eyes. You cannot see reality. So what?
Yeah, I let a woman today, man.
Everything you say, Mongo J, is being transported to all of your citizens. Your book, let me tell you, I know how you play your book.
That's how it is, man. I like that.
You get your talking points. They give you your talking points. You come out there and you speak those talking points. Trust me, I know about all of these things. So the talking point they gave you, that what you put out there for the day. The next day, you will register again in your group. They will give you new talking points, and you will put them. But this time around,
at least we got a talking point.
They will not stay.
Continue to do a recitation.
But you doing more than recitation because if you get a talking point, all of you're spitting out the same thing. So what will you call another person? Stop recitation. And then you call yourself stop. The talking point is all over, all of y'all. That's what you're saying.
I don't know what it is.
No.
What did they find you? What did the CIA open for?
Well, yeah, for that reason, for that question, you need to go and ask Eugene Fango because Eugene Fango is the CIA boss. But let me tell you this.
Don't worry. And Eugene Fango, who was still in further in the chair. Don't worry about
it. Lincoln just said he just coming from Liberia. He said the country is very dirty. We are
Lincoln, the place he was living, then he said the place he was living in the community.
He said, Marco J, hold on. He said he visited the Omega Market. It's very dirty. He visited Peace Island. It's very dirty.
How you want Market?
It's dirty and stink. He said that. He said you are. You are a liar.
But they don't know clean play for the village. So when they come around, they look at Morel, look at clean play. You know, Mongo from the interior, you know clean play. So they don't play that clean play to Mongo J. Mongo J from where you remember said the time Morel, you see the small, they play clean. You know, I
No,
swear.
sorrow. And you are telling us we on serial life.
No, let me
Serial
tell
life.
you, Queen,
No,
Queen, let me tell you this. The country we have, Liberia is a very beautiful country. Let me tell you, if you
But
go
it's dirty,
to
son.
Ghana, who you know that when you enter Ghana from the airport all the way to your hotel, anywhere in the country, they got prostitutes standing all along the road 24 hours.
Mongo J,
I
you
come on, I
gotta
want to say something.
stop because in Liberia, the underage girls, they are prostitutes to all of
Let me
these
say
men.
something now.
It is in clear view. So please don't talk about it. I travel to Ghana all the time. I never travel to Ghana and see prostitutes on the road from the airport to my place. Maybe if you're talking about nighttime and night workers and stuff like that, they got it in Nigeria, they got it in Ghana, they got it rampantly underage in Liberia, they got it in Guinea, they got it in Senegal, they got it all over. So when you try to point finger at Ghana, all the 4 remaining fingers of people.
You know what I want to say. For Ghana people will never.
Your thought processing because it's not.
He's trying to say because Liberia, we shouldn't come on social media to say Liberia.
But Liberia is not dirty. Liberia is a very clean country. Only the mayor, Liberia is one of the cleanest countries in Africa right now as we speak. Our country is very beautiful.
I gotta go, man. I gotta go. I gotta go. My bad.
You guys come on social media and say every bad thing about this one country, Liberia, and that's why President.
Why you keep by yesterday? 3 days ago, you should stay over there, man.
You guys, 2023, come October 10.
Okay.
Election 2023, I just realized that opposition gave power to him to win.
But I thank you for your contribution. You said George Weah will disgrace people and stuff like that. Whatever. We will know whether the people of Liberia got strength versus George Weah having strength. Let me finish. Let me finish. The October 10th will tell us whether the power is invested in the people, versus we are. Whatever the
President, we do have the people.
Whatever the case is, we are not a singular vote. We are the power is in the people. We are needs the people's vote. But for the way we are has managed the country and make the people destitute, the people were stray away from we are. He had the opportunity and he did not make use of it. Yeah, but I gave you 1 minute to close up so we can bounce.
Yeah, okay. My 1 minute is that today we Liberia will sit and we don't appreciate this president, everything he's doing for our country. But if we Liberians will cry on other people and say they are rescue 1, they are rescue 2, and we cannot appreciate President Weah for all the development he's doing in our country, and we say it's a bad thing. If all the development is a bad thing, then I'd rather support that bad man that changing our country. Liberia, the face of our country is not changing. Liberia is becoming beautiful, but we don't know. We don't know.
When you going back home over there? When you going back home?
I will be asking me when I'm going back home.
They play when you be going back there?
When you buy me
completely,
I'll go back home.
I don't want to buy plane ticket. You got you a good plane. You want to go live there? You're not going to live. I don't want to buy plane ticket.
I will tell you today, this person is doing a great job.
Okay, Mongo.
And we appreciate him. And we appreciate him. And we will continue to support him because we love him. We love the great thing he's doing for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mongo. It's always good for us to have several conversations, even if we disagree, and stuff. I want us to have several conversations, even with our disagreement. Mongo J looks like, I know you say Mongo J not me, Mongo J not me. Monka J is a pseudonym.
I'm gonna make my
I don't care what happened. Monka J is a pseudonym. Monka J is a woman behind the whole man something, but at least Monka J getting to be civilized now. Before Monka J used to be all on the platform cursing people. So you know, Monka J, I know Monka J footprints on these internet streets, always cursing people. But at least Monka J came out to talk about the I don't care what Monka J said she meant. Listen, Monka J no man. Monka J get big deep voice. That I mean, if somebody see me talking, they will see a man. Yeah, no, true. People, when they say, okay, sir, sometimes when I'm in the mood, I can correct them. Most times I do not correct them because I do not care to correct them. But Monka J is a woman, and for whatever reason, I really don't care because she doesn't want to show her face. She supports me and she don't curse people. But I see that she getting a little bit mature, and stuff. And she took the cursing business, and she prepared to engage people, which is civilized behavior and stuff. So, connected. I don't know what happened to your internet.
But yeah, since point, I'm gonna make a little party comment. I got here. I've been here a little while. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you for everybody that have been watching. The situation that we come on the platform for are very important to some of us, and it's not because we just want to, gain relevance or maybe want to get any public recognition, but our country is heading somewhere that is very, very devastating. If care is not taken, we're going to take years upon years to come from that place.
12 years.
So,
12 years.
What now?
12 years.
Oh,
I know, right? So yeah, but however, we headed somewhere. We headed somewhere that's very devastating. So we say we want to be a spectator in the economy, but I want to be. We don't even have an economy. Okay. I don't know where you came from with that saying, but we don't even have an economy. And they think the man saying he said come like bro. Myself, I wanted like bro. I always tell people this story. I said we were there. They posted together running water. The water caught up in my apple. So were there. I always tell people. So I had a lot of horrible experiences over there. I couldn't even go out after 6 o'clock. Huh?
Hey, you want to be the Americans only to the poor? They want us
to right. So these are the problems. So my thing is, for me, I know Joy said that it's hard that Mr. Barker going to be successful because of a assistant pick, a VP pick. But for me, I think that at this point, Liberians, anything now that they get it will work with it because the people tired. The people tired, Joy. So we work with it. We work with it, man. We work with it because for me.
Tired. Let me tell you, la people are tired. La people, when they be telling you making noise, I say, oh, hey, I can assure you, 2023 October, la people will vote for Josh Weah.
They will vote obviously, he's an incumbent. They will vote for him, but I can tell you that he will not win the votes. You cannot support people like this and think that,
So yeah, but I carry on. I'm gonna be in the back. I'm gonna be watching the show.
And you were saying stars now, Japan.
I know. I'm trying to do it, but you have to put a credit card on the thing. I want to believe, so I have to read it. I've been trying to do all this.
You're in an advanced country. Go and learn how you can send stars now, so we can get an excuse from you tomorrow, Japan.
I understand that.
You know what? I appreciate you. You held your own. You held the ground and stuff like that. We got somebody on the line and connected dots. Yes. Connected dots. Being struggling to come on, but the internet
finally a large connected dots to come on. Connected dots, what you get to say?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, hello.
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 The Joyce.
Yeah.
I sure you have followed the elections, right?
Yeah.
So we all know that CDC in her full force, they have never made more than 39% of the vote.
Okay.
And we do know that it's always in the second round
that
they are propelled to above 50%, 51%. And we all know that people say that Prince Johnson, the vote in Nima County is divided. But whenever Prince Johnson is on the ballot as a presidential candidate,
y'all listen, y'all take pen and paper on that information. Minister, she's on his story, she gave me your information. Everyone come back on the line. Sorry.
At the end of the day, Nima County with 95%, hands down, vote for Prince Johnson, the NDR. And this process always puts Prince Johnson in the driver's seat to become the king's maker in the second round. No other coalition in the Republic of Liberia is more important than Nima County coalition in the second round, because elections is about numbers. So I come to announce to you that it's only politics that will say Ambassador Boycott did not make a wise decision. CDC is not hurting because Nima County vote that takes them across the borderline is now in the hands of opposition.
Jesus.
It is very sad that opposition do not know what to do with the vote, but fortunately, Ambassador Boycott know. Now, if the Liberian people say that they support the opposition bloc, they should be celebrating the major vote that will be coming out of Nima County to the opposition bloc. That is a supportive winning vote.
Jesus.
It is not a joking, it's not a joking vote. And on this platform, I want to tell Queen, thank you. I want to tell Queen, thank you for allowing me to say my piece. And I want to say thank you to Lofa County for taking Nima County along to the presidency. And no politics will stop Nimadians from performing. Nima always perform, and we will perform. And you see, I put a we there, so I identify with the performance.
Performing or not? I did not say.
You're interrupting your Joyce.
I thought you were done.
No, I'm still giving you education.
Continue.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So a major vote has come to the opposition bloc that needs to be celebrated. Yeah, now let's check the history of the 2 times Ellen became president.
We talking about now what is ahead of us, or are we going back to history?
Actually, if you don't know where you're coming from, then you cannot decisively talk about now.
I know where I'm coming from, but if you are talking about Ellen 2 terms and you want to compare the both to this present one, that means CDC will win.
When Ellen 2 terms happened, Nima County supported Ellen, didn't she?
She did.
Okay, and Ellen won. When CDC first term came in 2017, and CDC went head on with Unity Party, Nima County supported CDC overwhelmingly, even claiming President Weah true identity as their own. CDC won. And all this happened through Prince Johnson NDR. Now we are not going for senatorial election between Jeremiah Kuhn representation. The people of Nimba going to support Jeremiah Kuhn to the presidency. For too long in the Republic of Liberia, the Southeasterner has ruled the country in minority numbers, and the majority has supported them. So the cheap politics that when the two majority with all their coalition come together, that serious fucking loading for CDC.
That's why
the lower county just watch and see. But I can tell you today that Nima County has already mobilized $4 million United States dollars to begin Jeremiah Kuhn delivering Nima County.
So
and it's not about bribing, it's about mobilizing because they are already because they are already ready.
Joyce. When you've done that, Joyce, ask her questions.
Let her ask her questions more.
Yeah, she will continue.
Ask your question, Joyce.
Do you really believe of all you have said that because you support the past regime in the second runner-up twice, that this time around you can do the same?
Definitely.
How?
And even more.
How? So wait, in just what you said something. So now it's only Prince Johnson that owns Nima County. Are you going to vote based on Southeasterners being ruling Liberia for a very long time, or you are going to vote for the Lord of Liberia?
Okay, now I will understand your question properly. I gave you an education about the majority of people supporting the minority to victory.
When you were talking, sorry, I'm not cutting you off. When you were talking, you said the Southeasterners have held the country for a very long time. So now the Nimadians have generated a lot of funds to give to Jeremiah Kuhn to deliver Nima.
It's unfortunate that you are not paraphrasing exactly what I said. But let me. No. We're not going to argue. After the show, listen.
But you said that, right? Am I lying to you? No, okay, wait. I will give you
moderator. Am I protected? Because I won't answer the question.
Be protected. Don't worry.
No, but I won't answer the question. However, when you phrase the question, I won't go to the question.
But you said that, right?
However way you phrase the question, I want to go to the question.
Okay. But I'm not, listen now. I'm not phrasing your question. I just want you to be.
If you're not phrasing my question, then I mean you will have to record this show.
You said
and play me word from word. And I am saying you saying something else, and I am saying something else.
You said right?
Okay, so Laura said, Joyce.
You cannot lure me, Joyce. You cannot lure me into your paraphrase. But I understand your question, and I'm about to answer your question.
Okay, but you said it, right? I asked the question because you said it.
It's how you understood it.
Did you not say that the Southeasterners has
So allow me to repeat to you what I said.
Okay, continue.
I said to you the Southeasterner in a minority, in smaller numbers. I'm even adding that on now because I didn't say that before. I said the minority, the Southeasterner has ruled the country by the majority votes of other Liberians. How now that the two majority tribe or people will come together and don't win the presidency?
What you are saying now is not what you said before. After the show, you can listen to yourself.
Okay, when I listen to myself and you right and I wrong, then I will agree with you. But for now, I believe that's what I said.
So for now, I'm telling you.
When you bring your question, you can bring your question, and I think the statement answer the question for itself.
You can answer my question now because you just said.
But the statement answer the question for itself. The majority of people
taking over for a very long time. You did not say in a minority form. No, you said they have taken over the country for a very long time. So and now,
are you saying to me that
coming?
The first statement I made, I never used the word minority in it at all?
You did not.
Okay, so let the minority, let the moderator hold that down.
No,
let the moderator hold that down for future conversation.
Okay, because it's a live show, so we can kind of go back to
for future conversation.
You understood it as her saying the Southeast, and she's trying to explain that she, basically the context was in the minority or whatever. Honestly, I wasn't really paying attention, so I was reading something else. Well, what other question you got for the historian Joyce?
My question, I asked for the first question anyway, and then what I want to know is me. I don't have a voter registration ID, so not because I'm talking, but
you say you can still talk. That's where you coming from.
Okay.
All
right.
Let's Liberia just because you're not flying, to Liberia to go get voters, ID.
So you said that CDC cannot win the election because the force that you guys have. So that force that you have is just in Nima. And Nima is not the only populated county that we have in Liberia. We have Lofi, we have Monserrato, we have Bon. So only Nima alone will kick CDC out of the presidency. That's what you are trying to say here?
No.
So how will you win election? Because you say you have Nima and...
Okay, so let me answer that question for you. How will we win election?
The second term.
Answer that question for you on how we win election. You finish answering the question.
Yeah, because we all want a betterment of Liberia.
Okay, we'll tell you how we win the election. When President Weah came to power, Civil 7 that make out more than, I think it's about 56% of electoral votes. They were making reasonable and livable salary above minimum wage. President Weah, in his own speech, said that 15,000 Civil 7 are making below minimum wage. So multiply that 15,000 there exponentially because they are all connected to others adults. Then the other numbers of Civil 7 salaries that were cut almost 68% off.
Thomas, the people that doing history class here, that Joyce
They
history
are
here
also
for.
not happy. So those are votes for the opposition bloc also. Then the constant stealing, lying, and killing, they are also votes for the opposition bloc. Then the delay in implementing former President Madam Salif projects that finances were already secure for, and those finances were stolen, and the projects are now delayed and are substandard. Those are all votes for the opposition bloc. All the projects that the ruling party government said that they were going to bring, every single one ended in fiasco, zero. If it wasn't for Ellen Salif projects, then they would have had absolutely nothing to do. That's the votes for the opposition. Then the printing of the money and the devaluation of money constantly not being accounted for even by central bank. That is even more votes for the opposition. Then the fraud that says that Liberia has a surplus in its budget and waiving millions of dollars to companies, then going out to go and beg for loan. That is the vote also for the opposition. A lot of disregard for family value, allowing the proliferation of babies to be raped, and nothing can come from other aid, but you prioritize conversation you had with Avatopa about your wife. You put people in the streets to go and talk about and support your personal agenda. That is also vote for the opposition bloc. For you to have somebody that formerly lived in a $20 room, possessing mansions and estates and property and financial independence exponentially at the expense of taxpayer money, that is vote for the opposition bloc. Taking county development funds, receiving money from companies that exploiting county resources and not giving back to county development, that is the vote for the opposition bloc.
Okay. So all you have just said, you think, like you are explaining to us here tonight, you think that the Liberian people back home going to listen to all you have just said to vote?
Are you insinuating? Because I understood exactly what you just said.
No.
So, but I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Yes, you said
that's saying that we in Liberia don't understand the purpose of life and the desire to be elevated?
It's just few people in Liberia will understand what you just said. Let's be real. Just few people in Liberia will understand.
Disagree with you. I disagree with you. You know why President Weah was voted for? It was because of the perception of elevation.
Well, you think like President Weah was senator before becoming president, right?
I just told you the perception of elevation.
Yes. So that's what I'm asking. The reason I'm asking is if he was senator before becoming president.
That is something completely different you're talking about. I answer your question. I told you it was because of the perception of elevation. Because you said that all that I have said is not being understood by the day-to-day suffering of the Liberian people.
Yes. It's not. We here, I pray after the election, we will come back here. I pray that you will come right back here so we can have our history class. Because the thing is,
there is no way.
You
In
think
fact,
that
the opposition need to celebrate Joseph Boakai for making that decision.
I don't have problem with opposition celebrating on that. But what I want you to understand, the way you understand it is different from the people on ground that are going to vote for our future, our children's future, our grandchildren's future, because you people are already dead. It's us that remain and the other people to come behind us. But for others that don't understand, you think they're going to vote to say, oh, because President Weah did not give us our civil ceremony, companies are leaving, things are not easy. You think that they are going to think on all these things? Only few people would think about that. But majority of the people in Liberia will vote for money. For little or nothing, they will give their vote away. It's only Nima. We shouldn't look at Nima. They have other populated
completely disagree with you. And I can give you
we're talking is like, oh, we just need to have, but if you go for election today, Josh, we secretary.
Joyce, I completely disagreed with you. And I believe that is politics you are talking. Why I say that, I will give you historic example. When wait, I want to tell you how intelligent the Liberian voters are. When Fanny Sherman came to power, to elections, he came with a lot of money. He had his funding in place. The Liberian people collected the money and they voted differently. When Reverend Sandy Kennedy came, there is nobody who have spent money like Reverend Sandy Kennedy. Liberian people collected the money and they voted differently.
That's what I'm saying.
So you cannot say that Liberian votes. No. So you cannot say that Liberian votes can be bought. They will vote the way they believe is the proper way to do. And from the announcement that was made at the UP headquarters a couple of days ago, it's a clear indication on where the minds are going to vote. It's clear that they know that CDC cannot shoulder the responsibility to move the country into development.
But this, we already knows that, but the same people will tell you, say, oh,
are you going in circle? Are you going in circle? As for me,
no, I'm not. The same people will tell you that. Joshua is not
I don't support any political party. What we are doing now is analyzing the current shift in the political dynamics in Liberia. And so this is my contribution. Like Queen said, we are all waiting 2 weeks from now to see and discuss and analyze what happened from the coming scam. Then probably another 2 weeks later, we will all be embracing what will happen from the Gonglo camp and other people camp. So, but for now, this is my from now. This is my analysis of what has just taken place.
History teacher,
I really appreciate you explaining. But what I want you to understand is
Joyce.
Yeah,
I'm coming back.
Okay. Just what I want you to understand is just what you educated us on this show now.
Yeah.
Not everyone in Liberia is thinking on that. Not everyone in Liberia is thinking on that. Some people that even register 17, 18, 19, you ask the question, they even know what to vote for, they'll tell you that they are voting for CDC. So what I want you to understand is, and your thoughts is different from the people that are going to the ballot box. Because if second round, you say, oh, only because Sharia did not do this, blah, blah, blah. These same people will come out and tell you, say, even we get the contrary to opposition, they will be corrupt and Judge Ria. So the best thing that get a man chance, that a man complete what he was doing.
I want you to understand that I completely disagree with you.
Okay. No, me, I ain't got problem, but I pray we come back here after October 10th to congratulate the winners.
I completely disagree with you because my own analysis of what has just happened is completely different from you. And I see the Liberian people in a completely different way.
So
the people you speak to in Nigeria are not the local people.
So if I may.
Yes, you're welcome.
Please. I want to thank you for sharing this platform.
You're welcome.
The dear lady connected the dots. She spoke eloquently. She educated us about the history of the Liberians, Nima County, and the history of Liberia's elections. So what I understood is that the people of Nima County, because of the population of Nima County, they have always been very, very important. And he is right. Nima County talked behind every belief for 2 years, 2 terms, and she was successful. But the day of old is gone. The day that Prince Johnson was stand in Nima County, because as I speak right now, I have spoken to people this morning, so I stand here to announce, to connect the dots and the word of the Liberian people. Now, Prince Johnson, because even before today, I have other great sons of Nima County came on my platform and said that Prince Johnson no more control Nima County. The days of Prince Johnson just getting up and say, oh, so-so one, so-so all is gone. And where I would disagree respectfully with this young woman connected dots is that the son of Nima County, which is supposed to rise or take Nima County to the presidency, is not Jeremiah Quinn. A man called Tevon Gongro, and we're talking about honesty, and we're talking about integrity. The conversation has started last night in Nima County, and it's going to continue. That the people of Nima County deserve better. Tevon Gongro is the man that is going to take Nima County if Nima County should stand up to be represented in Liberia, say, okay, so now is Nima County time to put a leader. It's not just because they have a population, but because they put forward one of the biggest, I'm sorry for the noise, 1 second.
No.
Because they put forward, I'm sorry for the noise, okay? Because
okay,
the best son, which is in Tevon Gongro. I have had conversations with many Liberians too and people of Liberia. They talk about Tyrone Gongo's history. Tyrone Gongo is not a tribalist, just because he's from Nima County, so everything will fall under Nima County, like Prince Johnson would say. Tyrone is married to a woman from Lofa County. So the Lofians and the people from Lofa County will know this man has stepped or reached across the county line or tribal line to marry one of their own. So the conversation now is that the day of Prince Johnson, because Prince Johnson, back then, most of the people of Nima County accepted him because they said he rescued or he fought for Nima County. And my argument would be, yes, he did. I hear from Nima County too, from the Mano tribe. But Prince Johnson defended Nima County, and he left Nima and came to Monrovia. He killed a lot of innocent people. Prince Johnson is the same guy that stood up and told the Nibadians, you gotta not be Nibadians, they're not stupid people, told the Nibadians that George Weah was bad for Liberia. If George Weah, a senator to the presidency, was going to bring war to Liberia, George Weah was the best of everything, but it did not translate to anything in Liberia. He did not do nothing for Liberia. This same Prince Johnson sat there, key and opened his mouth and told the whole world, I told after kid. The next few weeks, the same Prince Johnson came back. So the people of Nima County have understood that this man, Prince Johnson, is not an honest person. It's not an honest person. So the greatest son of Nima County, which is Tyrone Gongo, is going to represent the Nima people. If the Liberian people are going to elect someone from Nima County, it should be Tyrone Gongo. Jeremiah Cone is corrupt because I'm still putting my dossier together and the information from the Senate that all these bad deeds that George Weah is enjoying today, Jeremiah Cone is in agreement, which is bad for the people of Nima County to say, oh, one of our sons or our son is the man that's supposed to pick us if we will lead this country to show that the people of Nima County can lead, and we have proven it. It's not Jeremiah Cone. It's not Jeremiah Cone. So I want to disagree with Connected that this brilliant young woman that I learn from every time when she comes on this platform. It's a new day. The day of Prince Johnson, because Prince Johnson had lied to the Liberian people, lied to the Nibadians, and he brought George Weah upon us. So people have accused Prince Johnson for receiving bribes.
Yes, Cyril.
Because the American people said it, because the decision that Prince Johnson made that day to come back to the Nibadians after he and George Weah went to Nigeria. What was discussed between he and George Weah? Only the both of them know what it discussed. And Prince Johnson came back to the Nibadians after he said everything that was accurate about George Weah. He came back and told the Nibadians and said, oh, that my son just vote for him. Because the people of Nima County felt at that time that this man redeemed us when we were prosecuted during the Civil War. But the people of Nima County have even understood that in war, there's laws and rules in law. And you cannot leave your territory and go kill innocent people outside of your territory and you defend.
Makala, let me interject for a second. The people of Nima County knows that Prince Johnson left the war and he went and killed innocent people. But what happened? Where did they put Prince Johnson? Did they banish Prince Johnson to, to the outer land? What did they do? They elevated Prince Johnson to be a senior person to represent the county. So that means that the majority of the people in Nima County still thinks that Prince Johnson is their quote-unquote savior. So we understand that. I will never tell you that I have, there's no long loss between me and Prince Johnson. People who knows me, privately and stuff, they know that. But there's punishment. There's two types of punishment. When you on earth, there's, the laws of the land that punishes you. What did the people of Nima County and in extension in Liberia did? They elevated Prince Johnson.
That was before, Queen. That was before.
Wait. You said that was before. The man just won another election. Prince Johnson, how many years Prince Johnson been a senator? I'm just trying to tell you that Prince Johnson, the law of the land, if the law of the land does not prosecute Prince Johnson, then there's two ways of human beings that we know they're wrong. Then the Almighty God is the next person, although we will not know that when that person meets the maker. You understand? But if the country, if Prince Johnson did bad to the country, and the country prosecutes Prince Johnson, and the country, I said country, Nima County, Nima County is your historian is Nima County the second largest county in Liberia?
Yeah.
Okay. If the second largest county in Liberia goes there, do you know the margin in which Prince Johnson or has been winning in Nima County? This is a man. Let me tell you this. It is not even relegated to Nima. This is a man that went for elections. They're making talents. Do you understand? You think that only Nima County people voted in Prince Johnson? He came tied in the whole country. Macalor. Then the man, the communist, that is an intelligent man that has achieved a lot in his life, that is coming to you and telling you that things are now going right. I can help to fix it. I was with Coca-Cola for 20 plus years. We started from the bottom to the top. The Liberian people still put him to the 5th place. So,
Wait. I am saying to you, you're talking about before. Everything is here is right. I'm not disputing it.
Hello, Queen. Can I come in?
What I'm saying to you,
Queen, can I come in?
If you allow me, is that the literacy.
Macalor, you have talked for a while. Can I come
No, but
in?
I want to conclude. I came here and I listened to you for over 30 minutes before I joined the conversation.
Okay, Macalor.
I'm going to conclude. Let me conclude.
But I'm just trying to tell you that when you in statistics, right, Macalor? In statistics,
let me conclude.
If you have a statistical numbers here,
yes,
based on those statistics, what do you do with those numbers?
Because it was then.
No. I'm telling you in economics. I'm telling you in economics.
Okay.
When you have numbers, you use those numbers and you factor those numbers in to be able to predict. That's how people do it. That's how they do it in mathematics.
But people's mind we're talking about, it's not just numbers. We're talking about people remote and people disagreement.
But elections are numbers. Elections are stats. I go with statistics. You got
how you call it, for a statistician. They are the one that will help you to crunch numbers. He knows all about numbers, crunching them, getting them.
Now I understand. So if you allow me to conclude, I will connect the data and just come in. My conclusion is that the people before all these
How
things
many years before? What was the last time Prince Johnson was
elected? When did Prince Johnson win? 2 months ago? Yesterday?
No, I
yes, I'm talking about the conversation has started already.
No. What I'm saying is that when was Prince Johnson? I honestly do not know. When was his last election?
I had a conversation today. I had a conversation today to conclude. I had a conversation today, a long conversation. I spoke with more than 15 people this morning. So I'm telling you that
my brother.
The conversation has changed.
Conclusively concludes.
Yes. The conversation has changed in less than 30 seconds. I will tell you, the conversation has changed.
They gotta bring fire to the conversation. I'm here for war.
The people of Nima County,
violence.
The people of Nima County, the sons and daughters of Nima County, even in the diaspora, I spoke to many of them that they have agreed to go back to Nima and tell the people and show them the reason why Prince Johnson.
Okay, Edwin David said I should ask you this question. He said, what's the data that inform your assertion that Prince Johnson is no longer relevant? Politically.
You're talking about data. The data is important, but I'm telling you of the mindset of the people. Because every time we come,
please conclude, because I want to answer you so that I can give way for others to come on.
No.
Please conclude, Makalo.
Y'all need to send me
Please conclude, Makalo.
Y'all need to order vegetable pizza for me when I'm done.
The moderator just engaged me. I should be done long time. Now, what I'm saying, the same, we sit on the streets, in the streets, or the blue app, and we still talk the mindset of the people like people. This is how they vote. So we want to change that narrative. And the conversation has started that Prince Johnson, 3 months ago or 5 months ago, you're talking about, the people of Nima County now are part of the conversation. They will understand that this man is a fraud. And the reason that the people are changing their minds now, because I spoke with 15 people this morning. I can call the district when I spoke from this morning, or spoke with this morning. And the people now, when they pick Jeremiah, many people are dissatisfied already. Because the best of Nima County, I respectfully submit.
Okay, so I can come in?
Edwin said you shouldn't come with sentimental assertion. He wants you to come with data. He's the data.
I should come in?
If the data you're talking about,
should I come in?
I mean, he's sitting somewhere just talking.
Yes.
He has not engaged the people. He for Jeremiah Coon. So I'm sure that when he's talking.
Makalo, can I come in?
So go ahead.
Damn it.
Okay. Today, I want to stick to the premise. I don't want to be sentimental. I will maybe like 1 or 2 minutes satisfied for particular thing you said of concern, and then I want to remain in context. Now,
that's right, teacher.
Nimbadians were not only killed in Nima County. Nimbadians were killed in every corner in Monrovia since December 24th, 1989. The first death that happened was Robert Phillips, who was not from Nimba. And following that death, the bodies of Nimbadian fell to the ground from Montserrado to Nimba County, from Cape Mount County to Maryland County. So it is not a common conversation. And Prince Johnson did not lie to the people. They got something they call the spoils of war. Now, if I take you on that conversation, I will have to ask Queen to change the topic for today so that you and myself can agree to disagree or disagree to agree or hold our individual stand of what we think murder is and what we think offensive and the spoil of wars, you know, that we have seen. But let me leave that because that's not the topic and will be deviating.
Good.
The topic today is that Ambassador, former Vice President and Ambassador Boycott announced his running mate. And that are analyzed here. Now, why don't you wait for Tier 1 Gonglo to announce his permanent position so that we can also analyze and compare and move forward? I think you're deviating. The whole thing was about what Ambassador Boycott did. So I gave supporting argument and political and scientific data to what he did. I am not going to be sentimental. I'm not running campaign here for anybody. So I'm holding my position and my conversation to what just happened until another dynamics can happen that can offset and bring in more votes on the opposition bloc. I remain. I respect your opinion, but it is not the topic.
All right. Thank you. So, yeah, me, I will still say, Joshua will win this election.
And I still say, I will say that flocking.
What? The market door?
Yeah,
You
flocking
remember
coming for him.
when Bill Clinton said that Ellen flogged George Weah market door is on record. I get you now. So you can go and check it out. It's on record.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. To me, I say I'm not saying it like for CDC or for any opposition party. No, I'm saying it because I know Liberian people. Liberian people, we come here, we think that we're telling them something good to do, but you be wasting your time. I don't say that everybody say Liberian people will think how you know the other person killing the other person and the other person doing things. Liberian people take it on different thing. And our second runner, we will be right here, and we all will come to congratulate CDC for the second term.
But Joyce, you know, you're very young, and I will hope that you will not be pessimistic, because as a young person, you're very intelligent, and pessimism is not good. If you want change, it's if a preposition in English. You're correct me. You know, I've been out of school a long time. If you, yeah, it is school business, you have a, you know, if you want change, you gotta keep the optimism, knowing that in your mind, if you are a person who has seen all of the sides, let me not say all of the sides, but you have analyzed the different sides, and you know that the people deserve better, then I will ask you to look into you not being a pessimist. It doesn't mean that you align yourself with a particular party. You can be just like me, wing, and align yourself with the Liberian people. You can advocate for the Liberian people, you know, and stuff like that, and you do that. but I see that you don't have faith in the Liberian people, in the psyche of the Liberian people. And you know this from your experience. But since I am man and I'm 39 years, and you are a young lady, I'm trying to help you to redirect yourself, to say, you know, to see if you have any reason to have, you know, the Bible verse in Hebrew, what God says that if you have faith as tiny as a mustard seed, but you're not laughing because I tend to be pretty sure if you have faith as tiny as a mustard seed, you should tell the mountains to be removed. And just because of that tiny faith you got in God, and you tell the problems, the troubles in your life to be removed, knowing that God spoke those words to you, knowing that God told you that He is the I am that I am, and He is the God when He says something, it does not come back to Him void. It does say His words are powerful, more than a two-edged sword. So when you put His voice out there, you should expect results. His voice can never go out empty. So I'm giving you that example to say, start, you know, incrementally to have little by little. So maybe your diction would be changing little by little. Say, the next thing you say,
your paper.
So, you know, little by little, I know, I understand where you're coming from. You know, because people experiences, you know, inform their decisions. You understand? So I honestly know where you come from, but I am just telling you to open your heart in this way where little by little, you start saying, maybe on minute, people will be able to think this way. And then gradually it can grow. That my only
yeah.
My argument will be supporters not
Please let me say something before I forget. The reason I keep saying Joshua will win election. What's her name again? I don't even know her name. Sorry.
Connect the history teacher.
Okay. Our history teacher was saying something, right? She said something very educative previously. And I said to her, Liberian people that we know in Liberia will not think the way she's thinking or others are thinking, because you normally say don't go to senatorial or representative election, but I will always go there because there where it starts from. If someone like Emmanuel Tour and other people we have, Emmanuel Tour ran in his district for I think 2 or 3 times. And he paid people's school fees. He helped people that would call him, oh, you know, we need to do this, we need to do that. He tried to help them build bridges and other stuff within his district in Riverside. Those same people were there when, even the time of campaign, they were there, the children were sick, they would go to him. They were not voting for him. His own people in his own town, in his own house, they not vote for him. They voted for somebody else, people that he supported.
But you see, we will come back, Joyce.
People for you, right? There are people that were saying,
Liberia is a unique country. You have to be able to understand the psychic of the people. Yeah, that example you gave right now, that we can give that example to Thomas Fowler. Thomas Fowler had money. Thomas Fowler wasted money. Thomas Fowler, the people thought that he had it in the bag. That's you know, the volume is so low. I always wanted, out of fun, I always want to put it on the shows. You know, how you call it? The shows. What's that thing they call? Anyway, to put it on the show. They said that for herself, she said Thomas Fowler doesn't win. The more if I told the teacher they were teaching to go. She was all life. But what we're saying is that Liberia people have the history of knowing, you know, who they want to vote for them. You can be the nicest person to them. You can give them this and that. If they see that you will not be their leader, I don't care. You can get better during the school fees. You can do this, you can do that. They will not carry you. So, you know, and maybe it wasn't his time. Not that he's not a good leader or anything. I'm just telling you historically.
Yeah, but Liberia, the Liberians, they're just there to vote for something that we always we would not expect them to vote for. We hear saying, "Oh, United Party ticket is the right ticket right now, or it's not the right ticket," but we think Liberian people will vote for that. Liberian people, that big headed ones. If I knew they would get you just like we playing football, what a mess! Oh my goodness, that it is going to get off for election.
So Joyce, so let me. My argument would be, why can we take Joyce? What Joyce said to be statistics too, because the Liberian people noted for the just jealousy with the person with the time. So why the Edward Mayor, whatever, asking for statistics? Why we can't use George's example? Because that's how they say, oh, I'm speaking out of sentiment. Because they say I don't know better. I'm from Liberia. The same thing George is saying. They will get out and say, you came my mom, you came my father, I will vote for you. I will vote for you. Any journalist leave abroad the world, the same Prince Johnson that my dear sister Connect that was talking about, he came with Charles Taylor. He was not just sitting down to say Nima County people just got up out of the blue, he came to defend. He came to kill the same Liberian people with Charles Taylor. So it's not about sentiment. It is not about sentiment. Prince Johnson was not sitting down in Nima County as an innocent citizen and Charles Taylor came to kill. Prince Johnson came with Charles Taylor. So I've been emotional because when people say, oh yeah, don't compare him, Prince Johnson came to Liberia, he killed the Castle Robert. The Castle Robert, I knew the Castle Robert. He killed the Castle Robert. What did the Castle Robert do to him? The same thing he said about Cummings a few times. He stood in his church and said, oh, I don't want to vote for somebody who was for our boys. Then he lied.
Did the people not know all of that about Prince Johnson?
No, but because, okay, let's take Grace example to be data. So it's a fact. The Liberian people vote.
Okay.
But then you agree with our assertion.
Queen.
Our assertion is that you can go up, you come down. Liberian people will vote for who they want to vote for. That is
thank you.
That is same analogy. That's it.
So what you say then Georgia will win. Then Georgia will win because I had numerous conversations with young people. They don't know, they will tell you they don't know who to vote for. Georgia and pay wild fees. And they will vote for Georgia. So okay. I agree with her that Georgia will win.
Okay.
We all better Liberia, we all crying for. But our own people, they got voter registration ID. They have voter registration ID. Make use of this vote. But they're thinking different from what me and you thinking.
I'm not a pessimist. The reason why I'm optimism is that
I believe
first and foremost, George Weah won even with the collaboration. How much percentage did George Weah win with? I think 31, 34, or 36, or 38. With the collaboration, that was his percentage. So we doing data here. The second round, Cummings said, you're on your own. I'm not going to put my support behind the opposition. Bronski said, you're on your own. So that was the reason why when those people decided 38%, thank you. Those people decided to, yes. Basically, if you say that oh, you know, y'all go to what y'all want to do. But at that, the people say, oh, okay, we look up to our leaders, and our leaders practically, you know, told us what to do, and the leaders are supporting the only opposition that made the second round. We were doing. So you don't act like to say George Weah got the numbers. George Weah has the MPP one with George Weah. George Weah is that's what you see. They don't only have CDC. They have the coalition of democratic change. So that if history teachers
And Queen, can I come in?
boy, yes, I call you, man. You not forget me.
Yeah, Queen, can I come in?
Yeah, you can hear us.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I gave you the floor.
Joyce, the Liberian people has always voted, like Queen said, for what they want and what will protect them and what will cause them to live. So let's do small thing and let's see if we can agree with it. I'm trying to do this to sway you from disrespecting the Liberians' vote, because we don't vote. Yeah, we don't vote the way you talk about.
I'm not disrespecting
you
but
are.
that's why
No, that's my view. That's my view. So let me tell you something. When Charles Taylor came to power, when the UN checked Charles Taylor fighters, there were about 350,000 fighters.
You gotta go? Yeah. Okay. All right. What's on later? Go ahead.
There were 350,000 fighters. When Charles Taylor was contesting the elections, other politicians that were in there, they started talking about war crime tribunal. So if you have 300 politicians, they're not Charles Taylor, I mean fighters, they're not Charles Taylor one were going down. So if you take the 350 fighters plus their mom, their pa, their grandma, their cousin, their brother, their sister, their wives, and their children, Charles Taylor was winning the election because the 350 fighters, 350,000 fighters were not from Nima County alone. They were from Grand Bassa County, Lofa County, Nima County, Bon County, all the counties. So they voted for survival because they themselves were victims of the AFL. They were victims of the Liberian government. When Charles Taylor left Liberia and Ellen Johnson came on the scene, the Liberian people said, let her come and fix what she's for. So they had a reason for putting her there and keeping her there. When Ellen was leaving, the court's record told us that there were discrepancy in elections results. So this will tell you clearly that the Liberian people, some of them wanted to continue with Ellen through Buckeye, and some of them thought a new dynamism could come on through the coalition. So they have always voted based upon the information given to them. Now that they voted President Weah into power, it is clear from the government action that a lot of things bad, and they will vote for and based on that information that they got. If you say we are only few who believe the way I'm talking, even the Shushan boy in Liberia, call your relative and they will tell you what in the American embassy ambassador just said. That not the I say call America, I say call here in Liberia. They will tell you, call the Shushambo, call the people and say what the American ambassador just said about that brother will explain it to you. So for you to continue to say they will vote contrary to what they know and what they are expecting, you are doing a disservice to them. In my opinion, yeah, in my opinion, because I am just on the outside hearing what you saying.
Okay, one thing he said, my CDC brother James Tano, you said Georgia won 38% during the first round with all collaboration. How is it with all collaboration when George Weah had Juwan Howard Taylor? You think some of us here we can think? How did Juwan Howard Taylor get in to be George Weah's running mate? Because the NPP that merged with the CDC. So how can you come and tell us that there was no collaboration in the first round? Juwan Taylor, George Weah for the second round. You better stop it. You better stop with the fake news. All right, now we're coming to go now. Joyce, finish your own and history teacher to get your party so we can go. The put tire will all send out.
There's really be time, you see, that's why I say when you come online to educate Liberian people how to vote and why it means to vote. And we pray that they all listen and do the right thing. That's what we pray for. There shouldn't be like, oh, Jeremiah Kuhn is a body parts man, or Prince Johnson was killing somebody, or blah, blah, blah. Now they all need to vote for better Liberia, like we always cry. But what we see on social media is different from what is in Liberia presently. So we begging Liberian people, yeah, please vote wisely. We want to get voted as we sit at home. Or yeah, please vote
I know.
So we beg you.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the few people who stay with us, I want to thank you guys. When I come here, my intentions is not to stay after 8 p.m. my time. I've been here since 2 o'clock, but I say I have to give the people what they want. So I say the process goes on. I have to bring as many people as that wants to come on to basically give their views and everything. And we basically we do not discriminate. We just we debate. We agree to disagree. But anybody who wants to come on, I don't be looking to see whether you belong to opposition or the imposition people. But I'm telling the Liberian people that your votes on a leader that is effective, on a leader that has integrity, on a leader that has good qualities. We want somebody who has the strength and the courage to go against the grain, to go against the status quo, to inject a new thing that in the country that would be able to come here every Sunday 1 p.m. Eastern time, and that's 5 p.m. Liberian time. I came on 2 o'clock today because I had things to do. Liberia for income look snatch my edges. I have to do other stuff. But we need somebody who effectively has the knowledge to lead. And I see people talking, this person, that person. You do know that the final say, in South Korea, okay, the final say comes from the president. But I know a lot of people probably do not understand that the president got people working for him. The president has people working for him. That's why y'all think that the president going in the trenches. So, no. These people work for the president. You welcome. They work for, they bring reports. Like Barack Obama says. Barack Obama said, I get all the reports from everybody out there, from the generals, from the different secretaries, the heads of the different institutions. I read all these reports. Y'all know Joshua don't like to read. So Joshua even know that, you know, if they bring a report to him. He says, I read all these reports, and then, you know, I narrow it down, and the final decision is mine to make. So if I'm giving you education, you think that the president will work in the Ministry of Internal Affairs? If the president does not, you know, make sure that if things going wrong, and the president reading, he researching, and he finds out, and he calls the minister to book, and he tells the minister that we can't have this, we need X, Y, Z. If the minister is not performing, if the president cannot switch that minister out and put somebody new there that will perform, then that leader is an inept leader. So we want someone with good judgment, and we that's what we want for the people. We don't want a person who has made the people of the country destitute, who has brought unjust killing, so the people who is high in corruption and put the people in extreme poverty. We don't want that. So for that, I thank you. I thank you guys for riding along with me. We're gonna do this next Sunday by the grace of God, and we'll be, we'll talk and we will expand on the prevailing trend of topics in the country. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. I open a YouTube channel. I'm going to put the link on the shows, on this video, so you can click on it. And we after the show here, I'm going to add it on the YouTube stuff, so y'all can go and y'all subscribe to that channel too. For those of y'all who sometimes working and y'all don't want to open Facebook, y'all can just go to the YouTube channel and y'all be listening to it, because it is on your laptops and your computers. You don't have to open Facebook to actually see it. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's hear our song and to take us through. Thank you, guys. Everybody, thank you. Next